Oh, that's a great picture. That's one of my favorites. Here, if you want a picture, that right there. You know what? This is in the Constitution. Thank you so much.
Is it the AK-47s in the Constitution that are military weapons? Which part is in the Constitution?
What part of the Second Amendment don't you understand?
I understand that I have the right to own a gun, and I do, by the way.
Good.
However, I do understand that guns are are killing more kids.
Lies,
lies. Which you have now decided.
Well, you know, last time I looked, it was the school shootings were from transgender weirdos. Right? It wasn't the gun. It was
transgender weirdos.
Oh no, it is in fact a lie.
It is a lie. And
you truly believe that transgender people are the only people that are killing?
You're the one that likes to tell lies.
No.
It was look.
No.
Transgenderism is a mental illness. You need to accept that fact. We need to pass a law to correct the AMA because they're getting it wrong, and those folks should never.
When did we move from guns?
When did you go into this mode where you think that anyone that is different than you is now the bad guy?
Look, if a dude wants to wear a dress, he can wear a dress. He looks stupid, but he can still wear a dress.
Show me
Now that is how you're supposed to handle these heckling Democrat women that come to your rallies and stuff and try to screw everything up. And it's like, I own a gun. Where does it say military weapons in the Constitution? Where does it say what kind of guns? It says arms, which means all arms, encompasses all arms. And the Second Amendment was specifically written for military arms. I mean, Miller, the Miller decision specifically says the only arms that are protected are military weapons. That's why they said you could ban sawed-off shotguns. But see, that's the left. They just keep changing it and going circling around and making things different. And hey, what's up, Saturday night? We're a little early tonight because I thought I would try 9 o'clock and see what happens. Since I was able to get on at 9, I thought I would jump on at 9 and see how it goes. So first, let's say hello, low watermark. Jim does tell you, but you need to listen. That's right. Steve Hilliard, how you doing? Trumpinator, what's up? Lisa, hello. What TF? What's up? What's up? Hey, Derek, what's going on? Marjorie Smith is here. Low Watermark says, yes, it's very good, whatever that means. Very good, yes. For Doxy Mom, what's up? I am Bob, hello. I don't know if I said hi to Lisa, but I'll say hi to Lisa. What's up? Let's see. Kelly J, what's up? I am late. I am rewinding. You're not late. We just started. Deanna Scholar, I own a few guns and they have never harmed anyone. Dear, yes. Well, that's good. Sanglant, what's up, buddy? Keep me informed on what's going on over there in the ghetto if anybody gets any rants off. And then Pat Hacker says, I am almost here at the beginning. Well, doesn't matter where you could be, here at the beginning or anywhere else. And Nixie Nix, what's up? What's up, Sadie? How you doing? All right, so got a whole bunch of stories tonight. A whole heap of stories tonight. I have over 50 stories lined up. I don't know if we'll get to them all. I mean, that would be like, whoa, it would be insane to get to all of them. Yeah, that's right. In America, one could turn their garden into a park of artillery if they choose. That is correct. That is correct. So yes. So here we are on a Saturday night, and I'm feeling kind of sporty. I went to the bar. I copped me a 40. Got kind of high and kind of drunk, and then I kicked the ass of this little punk. And I forgot my key, so I had to ring the bell. And Mom let me in and said, who the hell? I said, wait, Mama, wait. It's me, your little son. And my mom didn't give a shit. She pulled out a gun. My mom said, I know who you are, but who the hell is that? And I turned around and look at that. I forgot the rest of the song. But anyway, that's a good Slick Rick song from way long time ago. Well, yeah, so let's see here. So we got a couple other things going on. We do have, as per usual, there is a goal, as there is with every show. I will not beat a dead horse on the goal. I will say that for every $75 that comes in total across Super Chats, Rumble Rants, PayPal, Cash App, gifted memberships on both Rumble and YouTube, or hell, even locals, if I get a locals donation or something like that, we will add them up, and for every $75, we will add another hour to the show. And at the first $75 that comes in, we'll automatically activate the Bella Vision, or if anything $25 or larger comes in on a single donation, we will automatically activate Bella Vision. Look, let's get going here. We got a lot of stuff to cover and not a lot of time. Okay. According to the CBO, this is the first story of the evening. According to the CBO, half of those losing Medicaid benefits under the One Big Beautiful Bill are able-bodied, healthy adults with no kids who simply choose not to work or volunteer 20 hours a week, and 1 in 10 are illegal aliens. Democrats are simply lying.
Well, the Democrats have not been honest in talking about the changes that was within the Big Beautiful Bill in regards to Medicaid and requiring work requirements for able-bodied, healthy adults. And so that's why we requested the Congressional Budget Office, that's the official scorekeepers of Congress, to look into it and tell us exactly who will not be receiving those Medicaid benefits based on our changes. And what they found was 48% of the people that would lose their Medicaid are able-bodied, healthy adults with no kids who simply choose not to work or to volunteer 20 hours a week. And 11% of the people are on the program because they're illegal immigrants who should not have been on the program. And 25%, according to the CBO, were fraudsters and people that did not qualify. But for some reason, the Democrats allowed them to be on the system. And so when you look at it from that perspective, the Democrats clearly are more favoring illegal immigrants and fraudsters and folks who simply will not comply with the work requirements over lowering premiums for all of them, which CBO said that our changes will in fact lower their healthcare premiums of people who are on the program.
Wow. Oh, hey, JD, how's it going? Yes, Trumpinator, 1 in 10, that's high. That's a high number. And hey, Karen O, how you doing tonight? So glad you could join us. And it says the CBO confirms that Medicaid's collapse isn't about cuts. It's about ending the fraud of subsidizing able-bodied adults who refuse to work and illegals who are gaming the system. The Democrats scream, coverage loss. Oh my God, you're taking away coverage. You're doing this. You're taking this away. But they're just lying. They're just lying. They ignore that $55 billion in annual Medicaid waste in duplicate programs and the ER misuse for non-citizens is just draining the resources that from veterans and taxpayers. And it's, it's brutal. Real reform means prioritizing Americans who paid into the system, not people who exploit the system. Numbers don't lie. See who's really benefiting. That's right, man. The numbers don't lie. See who's really benefiting. Crazy. And on to some more craziness. We got this, the ActBlue scandal blows wide open. Investigators just subpoenaed ActBlue's top lawyers in a massive donor fraud probe. Foreign money, stolen identities, 1,900 plus shady transactions. The Dems' favorite fundraising machine may sink them all. The three lawyers include Darren Hurwitz, former general counsel, Aaron Ting, ex-associate general counsel, and an unnamed ActBlue counsel. They'll be grilled under oath in October, and the dates are already set, the October 15th, 21st, and 28th. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad I sound swell. As long as I don't sound swole. Something wrong. Turns out that ActBlue's fraud prevention team allegedly did the exact opposite of its job. Yeah, early bird. Yo, what's up? Yeah, I went a little early tonight. Someone was saying maybe start at 9. And, well, here I am, starting at 9. So we'll see. We'll see if it works out. Or if people will not realize I'm going and then they'll not make it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But hopefully we'll have a good night tonight. And it says that they did the exact opposite of being fraud prevention. They relaxed donation standards. They ignored security checks, and they told their staff to look for reasons to accept the donations instead of actually flagging fraudulent ones. Hey, hello, Lynn, GMB. How are we doing tonight? So great you could drop by. No matter how obvious the fraud was, they didn't do their job. Powering Democrat candidates. That's what they do. An example was this. ActBlue let donations process without the CVV codes on the back of your credit card. The code to make sure that it's legit. Yeah, let it go through without those. Don't worry about it. And then that's like leaving a vault wide open. And any bad actor, foreign or domestic, could just funnel cash in with zero verification. And they did it. Unbelievable amounts straight to key Democrats. Hey, look at this. Trumpinator is going to be the first person when it says, thanks, Jim Beam. Okay, if I can get you drunk, I guess I'll try. And that will come off the goal and go towards the extra hour and all that good stuff. But we really appreciate it. Really appreciate everyone. Every donation we get, we appreciate. We really, really appreciate them. We are now $70 away from the first additional hour. Okay. Internal documents show that the rot went deeper than anyone expected. Guidelines allowed 14 to 28 fraudulent contributions per month, per person. That's right. Yes, that's right. Acorn became ActBlue. Thanks, community organizer Obama. Between February of 2022 and November of 2024, staff flagged 1,900 suspicious transactions, and ActBlue let it ride. They didn't do anything about it. And those weren't the only suspicious transactions. Those are just the ones that they flagged after all the other stuff. And they didn't flag a whole lot more. That's right. The kicker, they allegedly used Americans' names and personal info without the consent to launder money through the platform. Yeah. All those things, people taking the videos and going to talk to people, and they go hidden camera and they say, hey, did you make these donations? And they go, no, what are you talking about? I'm on a fixed income. I didn't make those donations. That's crazy. Yes. ActBlue was created specifically for money laundering. That's correct. One man allegedly made 57,138 contributions, one transaction every 1.3 days, totaling $234,441. It's not just money laundering, it's identity theft. That's right. It's right here. See? We'll play a little bit of this. We're not going to play a whole bunch of it.
FEC data shows that some senior citizens across the U.S. have been donating thousands of times per year. Some of these individuals' names and addresses are attached to over $200,000 in contributions. We went and knocked on a few of their doors to corroborate the data that we received from a group of citizen journalists called Election Watch in Maryland. This is James O'Keefe with OMG. I'm here in Annapolis, Maryland. It's an individual who has donated a total of $217,000, made through 12,000 different contributions in a 3-year period of time. Now, sometimes these contributions have been made in variations of his name and variations of his address. You see this chart here. This chart shows a breakdown of the committees that were earmarked to receive the donations made through ActBlue. And this is all FEC and state data. We're wondering if these donors are victims of what appears to be a money laundering scheme, or these residents actually participated in the scheme, or making phone calls, or knocking on doors. These are things that you can do. We hope you do that. Follow me along and see what happens. This is something that you guys can do. Very easy to do. A lot of homes with bizarre amounts of data showing tens of thousands of contributions made for $32,000. Would Donald Trump help me answer that question?
Hit him with a bat.
Hit Donald Trump with a bat?
Yeah. Right over the head.
How would that help me answer this question?
It would certainly keep you in the news.
To do with
I want to see a scar on his fucking head. Now stop fucking with me.
Whoa. Whoa. Cindy No of Annapolis, Maryland, who in the year 2022 allegedly contributed over 1,000 times to ActBlue, totaling $18,849.77. Hello? Hey there, Cindy. My name's James O'Keefe, and we're doing a story on the number of people that have donated with your address. Did you donate to ActBlue, a political cause? How many times a month do you donate to ActBlue?
I don't know. I don't know how many times. I don't understand why I'm getting this.
Well, the question is, you did donate to ActBlue, right?
Yes, once in a while, yes.
Did you donate 1,009 times?
I don't know. I mean, once in a while I donate $5 or so dollars or something like that during election year.
What about $18,850?
I doubt that.
Not that many donations.
No, I don't think so.
What the Federal Election Commission indicates that much money was donated to ActBlue and Biden for president.
I wish I could have donated $18,000 to Biden's presidency.
How much did you donate?
I don't know.
Order of magnitude.
Like I said, I donate $5 once in a while because I have various charities I like to give to.
Do you know people are using your address?
I don't think so.
So, interestingly enough, she said she donates something like.
Oh yeah, but see, this the problem is most of these people they don't really care. They're so delusional and deluded that they don't care. ActBlue isn't some side hustle; it's the Democrat Party's lifeline. Billions flow through it. If the fraud is proven, the fallout hits every level of their machine. I don't know, $18, yeah, hey, $18 or something. Yeah. Oh, Yingling. I like Yingling. I like their, what is it called? Their Golden Pilsner. Yingling Golden Pilsner is really good. This isn't just bookkeeping. It's election integrity and public corruption. It's also another way that Democrats cheat. It really is. It's how they cheat. They're cheater, pumpkin eaters. They had wives and couldn't keep them. And the bottom line is ActBlue isn't above the law. Fraud is fraud. Illegal money and stolen identities have bankrolled Democrats for years. Without them, plus all their taxpayer-funded larcenies like USAID and the other crap, they may never win again. Stay tuned as we all tune in to see how this turns out. That's right. That is right. People in other countries are using prepaid cards to donate, and they're using fraudulent information from American citizens. That's right. Mostly probably coming from China, probably Iran too, and all these other places. So and here's what's happening right here. This is it right here. The House GOP subpoenas 3 ActBlue lawyers in the foreign donation fraud probe. What's going on here? There's going to be a gator tug that's going to get them. House Republicans issued subpoenas Thursday to top lawyers at the Democrat fundraising powerhouse ActBlue amid the ongoing probe of allegedly fraudulent donations from domestic and foreign sources in the last election cycle, according to letters obtained by the New York Post. Former ActBlue General Counsel Darren Hurwitz and ex-director and associate general counsel Aaron Ting were both compelled to come before the House investigators for depositions. Mhm. Another anonymous ActBlue legal counsel was also subpoenaed by leaders of the House Judiciary and Oversight Committees who authored the missives. Oh, you like the Belgian ale, but it's hard to find? Yeah, I like the Golden Pilsner is my favorite Yingling. I've never had the Belgian ale, but I'll give it a try. This is Steve Tosses. I remember a few months back, is there a resolution or follow-up on this money laundering of funds? It's convenient that Visa and MasterCard are complicit. It is, right? You know, how they get away with it. But I think if they're prepaid cards, they don't really care. You know what I mean? Yeah. Go figure. There's the former general counsel. Records uncovered by the committee showed that Hurwitz, Ting, and the unidentified counsel worked with the platform's fraud prevention team as it implemented more lenient standards during the 2024 campaign. ActBlue let credit and debit card transactions occur without requiring the card verification value until January of 2024, around halfway through the election cycle. And newer standards published last year still instructed employees to look for reasons to accept the contributions. So just find a reason to take it. April and again in September, ActBlue further relaxed guidelines permitting 14 to 28 more fraudulent contributions per month, meaning up to 6.4% of total donations that should have been rejected for fraud were accepted. Other internal ActBlue documents, why does it do that, show that the top fraud prevention staff assessed that there were several mechanisms by which bad actors could evade ActBlue's fraud prevention systems and make illicit donations. All three former employees had been invited to sit for transcribed interviews but backed out of the process following months of back and forth with the committee. The caution from attorneys appears to have stemmed from President Trump's decision to authorize a Department of Justice probe into ActBlue's alleged allowance of dummy accounts or contributions from foreign nationals in its platform. Danny Onorato, a lawyer representing the ex-ActBlue employees, told House committee staff by phone this past April that he would advise his clients not to appear before the committee until he had more information about the DOJ's probe, which could make use of their testimony in Congress. Oh. But wait, don't Democrats always say if you don't have nothing to fear, you wouldn't plead the fifth, you wouldn't accept preemptive pardons and all this? Remember when they said all that stuff? Oh. Now they're refusing to testify. Go figure. They got nothing to hide. Why are they refusing to testify? I mean, they could plead the fifth. Attorney General Pam Bondi is supposed to issue a report to the president on any suspicious donations that undermine the integrity of the electoral process 180 days after the April 24th memo from the White House asking for the investigation. The committee's investigation has a clear and important legislative purpose, wrote the Administrations Committee Chairman Brian Style from Wisconsin and Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan from Ohio and Oversight Chairman Comer from Kentucky. Congress has specific interest in ensuring that bad actors, including foreign actors, cannot make fraudulent or illegal political donations through online fundraising platforms. Our oversight to date indicates the current law may be insufficient to stop these illicit donations. Yeah, that's right. It's already illegal. That's right. Foreign nationals donating to campaigns is already illegal. Former ActBlue employees have been asked to appear for depositions. They should be subpoenaed to appear for depositions. An ActBlue spokesperson previously said the fundraising platform had very serious concerns of partisan, parallel, and collaborative investigations coming from separate branches of government and targeting solely the president's political opposition. Neither Onorato nor reps for ActBlue immediately responded to requests for comment on Thursday. So what do we think? What do we think about this? Is it good? Is it good? Is it good? Ashley Biden's divorce getting even uglier. Wow, look at this. Let me say this. Oh my God, Kai Trump's lavish life will leave you speechless. Well, she's a granddaughter of a billionaire, and her father's got to be a multimillionaire. So, I mean, what do you think was going to happen? And we got Zero Hedge's take on this. Is ActBlue lawyer subpoenaed as House GOP investigation into donor fraud intensifies. Yeah. It says, who really looks, let alone follows laws lately? Just a few. It's kind of exactly what the Dems did to Trump, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, all this stuff happened before the 2024 election, all leading up to it. All types of fraud. Yeah, all the top people from ActBlue quit 6 to 8 weeks ago. Yeah, when all this stuff started coming. Yeah, I think she's pretty grounded as well. I hear she's a pretty good golfer. You know, so the 3 top lawyers from the fundraising organization have been subpoenaed by members of the House, Judiciary and Oversight committees who are probing the group's ties to alleged fraudulent donations. That's right. The individuals who have been summoned to be deposed by the House include former ActBlue General Counsel Duran Hurwitz and ex-Director and Associate General Counsel Aaron Ting, as well as other anonymous ActBlue lawyer. Why is he anonymous? They've been asked to appear for depositions. It says, our investigation into ActBlue continues. We issued subpoenas to 1 current and 2 former ActBlue employees. New York Post reports that the records previously uncovered committee show that Hurwitz, Ting, and the unidentified counsel worked for the fraud prevention team to relax the donation standards. So they're accused of allowing the transactions to be processed without the CVV number. And a report released in March showed ActBlue had 1,900 fraudulent transactions between February 2022 and November 2024. And I personally think that's a bunch of baloney. They had way more than that. It says Texas is cracking down on the fugitive Dems, may face harsh penalties. They were fundraising while away from work. Yeah, I heard that they can, like, basically any of the money they fundraise, they can actually just take. And it says a letter released Thursday by the committee says other internal ActBlue documents show top fraud prevention staff assessed that there was several mechanisms. What is this? Several mechanisms by which bad actors could evade ActBlue's fraud prevention system and make illicit donations. And so they sent letters. Congress had specific interest in this. Yes. The organization was found to have fraudulently used the names and personal confidential information of American citizens without their knowledge or permission to money launder through ActBlue platform. Wow. That's money laundering. That's a crime. Yeah. Yeah, that's my notifications. I haven't figured out how to silence them. Sorry. I don't know why people all want to send me messages and stuff, but I leave them on. I was leaving them on so that I could hear if a donation came in from Cash App or PayPal. But, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, I need a new battery I need to raise money for my battery for my smoke detector. So please help me hit the goal so I can get a new battery for my smoke detector. Matt Van Swol says an overnight investigation found more disturbing evidence of donation fraud in my name. ActBlue FEC report claims I donated multiple $2 amounts to Democrat candidates in Kansas. I never stepped foot in Kansas, and I've never donated to any candidate in Kansas. So this guy actually has proof that it was him. Like, he should sue. He should sue because they stole his identity. He could sue for identity theft. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They're sending messages to compliment the haircut, Jim. People all over wish to congratulate you. Thank you. So yeah, so there's that. All right. And then now on to this story, which was everywhere, and we're going to spend a little bit of time on it. But this is the story of what happens when a Karen goes to the ballpark. All right. So, kids' big day at the Phillies-Marlins game. Karen rewrote the rules. A home run leaves the field of play, arcs towards the seats, and chaos follows. The small white sphere becomes a test of first principles in property law. The latest scene in Miami was no exception. A father retrieved the ball that landed in his row, handed it to his son, and was confronted by a Karen reaching down from the row behind who insisted it was hers. Cameras rolled, tempers flared, and a child's birthday turned into a referendum on who owns what when a baseball crosses the wall. Technically, she should have been arrested for assault. She put her hands on the guy, and you can't just grab somebody like she did. She grabbed the dude, and she has a serious problem. This lady, she has anger control issues, and she should really learn not to touch people because things might not have worked out well if it was a different person she grabbed like that. That's all. That's all I'll say about that. The law has an answer. Under Gray's rules, coupled with the background doctrines of abandonment and the first possession, the ball belonged to the father the moment he secured it. Everything that came after, the confrontation, the social pressure, even the father's decision to part with the ball, does not change that legal fact. The starting point in this nature of the thing itself, when MLB put a ball in play, the league owns it. When a batter strikes it into the stand, the league abandons it as a matter of custom and common understanding. Courts and scholars treat that custom as part of the implied terms of a baseball ticket. Since the 1920s, teams have allowed fans to keep balls that enter the spectator area. This practice is not a sentimental afterthought. It is a foundation for the legal classification of these balls as abandoned property. Available for capture by the public, once abandoned, a thing belongs to the first person to reduce it to possession. The rule is old, but it is not obscure. It is the rule of capture, the same logic that underwrote the outcome in Pearson v. Post, where pursuit of the fox did not amount to ownership, only actual capture did. Yeah, the Pocahontas meme is hilarious. Yes, it is. They put Pocahontas' face because it's just fitting. It is completely fitting. Mm-hmm. Oh, no, not Karen. Oh, Karen, I didn't, not you. This is not a person. This is the meme, Karen, and it's not to offend you, Karen. So please don't be upset. Mm-hmm. Hey, Gripper, what's up, buddy? How you doing? In modern baseball disputes, the focal authority is Popoff v. Hayashi, the trial court opinion from California arising out of the Barry Bonds 73rd home run. The court adopted a precise standard for when a fan possesses a ball that enters the stands. It did not content itself with the vague talk of who deserved the ball. It asked when control occurs. The answer, often called Gray's rule, is admirably clear. A fan owns the ball if he or she achieves complete control at the moment the momentum of the ball and the momentum of the fan have ceased. In an incidental contact, dislodge the ball before momentum ceased, there is no possession. In that scenario, once the ball becomes loose, the first person to pick it up and secure it becomes the possessor. Oh, okay. There's no offense here. Love it. Okay, no problem. Hey, Mr. K, how you doing? Nickel Floor, what's up? Mm-hmm. Hey, Choosy, how you doing? I didn't say hi to you. I just saw you're here. What's up, Choosy? How you doing? This standard takes chaos seriously when keeping the threshold for ownership objective and observable. So let's see here what happens. We're going to watch. This is what happens, all right? Hopefully I don't get struck by the fucking... I just realized that MLB is brutally notorious for striking people, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. Oh, look at her. See, she put her hands right there. See where she put her hands on him and grabbed him? That is a crime. That is a battery or, unwanted touching, which is in the common law known as a battery. She battered that man. He did not want to be touched. He did not want her to touch him. And now she's poking him. That's further battery. And technically, I could make the argument that she committed a felony known as strong arm robbery because she berated him and demanded he surrender the ball, which was rightfully his. So if you use force and threats to take property from a person without a weapon, it's called strong arm robbery. Just saying. I can make that argument. Look at, he's terrified. Look at, she scared him. So she clearly frightened him. So clearly he only surrenders the ball out of fear. So he's afraid. So her threats, she must have threatened to murder him or something. That's definitely a strong arm robbery. That is brutal. I would have never gave the ball up. Why does this rule matter in Miami? The facts are straightforward. The ball landed in the father's row. It was not secured by the woman leaning over from the row behind. The father got to it first. He picked it up and had control. There is no suggestion that the ball was in anyone else's glove or hands before he secured it. Under Gray's rule, the analysis stops there. The father possessed the ball. Once possessed and abandoned, the item is owned. The father's quick handoff to his son changed who held the ball, not who owned it. He could gift it, keep it, or trade it, all because he had already crossed the possession threshold that matters in law. That's right. It was his. Steve Hilliard says 56% of women are battered. I always ate mine plain. Well, extra crispy. You know what they say. So here's more of it right here. You took it from me. She never had the ball in her hand. The most predictable objection says proximity should count. The woman says the ball was near her seat, that she reached for it, that she would have had it but for the father's speed. Proximity does not count in the law of capture. Reaching is not catching. This is where Pearson v. Post supplies a useful analogy. The hunter's pursuit of the fox did not vest ownership, even if intense, even if moments away from success. The law demanded capture, something that excludes others' claimants and yields stable answers. Baseballs are not foxes, but the same need for a bright line applies in the stands. When multiple fans reach at once, we need more than a vague metric like closeness or intent. We need control. The father had it, the woman did not. Yes, she is an awful, double awful, double U, awful. A different objection points to Popoff's idea of a prepossessory interest. In Popoff, the court recognized a narrow equitable protection that a would-be possessor whose attempt was thwarted by the unlawful acts of others. That was a reasonable refinement in a case where a violent scrum broke out and a clean catch was disrupted by an intentional battery. But prepossessory interest is not consolation prize for anyone who almost caught the ball. It is a limited doctrine triggered by a wrongful interference. In Miami, there is no evidence that the woman completed a catch that was spoiled by assault or theft. She was not battered, tackled, or robbed while holding it. No one committed an unlawful act that cut short a completed catch. She was outraged to an abandoned object. That is not a wrong in the law. It is the very situation the rule of capture is built to resolve. Hey, what's up, Jeff Spruill? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, a total leftist. Total leftist. She actually, SB Farmer, I will just point out that she actually battered that man. She put her hands on him. She had no right to. A battery under the law is any unwanted touching. And you are allowed to defend yourself against any battery with equal and necessary force. So when she put her hands on him, he could have legally slapped her in the face and said, "Get away from me." It would have been completely legal and justified self-defense. If you don't believe me, ask Andrew Bronco. He'll tell you. One might now wonder about the allegation that the father ripped the ball from her hands. If that were true, the analysis would change at once. If she had possession and he used force to take it, we would be looking at a conversion or theft, and the woman would have had a superior claim. But that's not the case. There is no credible account that she had secured the ball and lost it through force. The video and consistent reports show a clean retrieval by the father and a confrontation after possession had already vested in him. Oh, yeah, there could have been pass interference, but, that's not what happened here. We have a video, and she was reaching for the ball, and the guy grabbed it. She never had her hand. She never touched the ball. The theft narrative is an ex post attempt to recast a loss in a fair contest as a wrongful taking. Courts separate these stories carefully because baseball scrambles are heated and memory is pliable. Here, the evidence favors the simple story. A first possessor prevailed. At this point, it helps to see how Gray's rule fits together with baseball custom. The custom tells us that balls hit into the seats are abandoned. Gray's rule tells us when possession begins. The combination yields a crisp ownership sequence. The moment a fan completes the catch or the moment another fan secures a loose ball after any bobble, ownership is fixed. The fixity is important because it removes incentives for late aggression. The first possessor owes nothing to those who arrived second. If a second fan snatched the ball from the first possessor's hands, stadium security and court should treat it as a wrongful taking. The law must protect the integrity of clean possession. Otherwise, the stands would reward force over speed and control. Yeah. Yeah, she berated him also. She assaulted him and berated him and used verbal threats to take the ball from him. So I think she should go to prison. The episode in Miami also raises a social question disguised as a legal one. Should adults in the stands give balls to nearby children? Many do, and that is good etiquette, but etiquette is not law. The father did what many parents would do. He gave the ball to his son in the moment of celebration. He later relinquished it to calm a confrontation. That choice does not erase the property right he had acquired. It is a voluntary transfer driven by prudence and kindness rather than duty. The difference matters because conflating etiquette with law encourages bullying by those who cloak their demands in moral language. The correct response to such pressure is clarity. A fan who claims it should be mine because I reached, or because it was near my seat, or because I'm older or louder, has not articulated a legal entitlement. You caught a ball in the bleachers at Wrigley and threw it back because that's what the visitors' home runs ball at Wrigley. I thought all the Cubs fans caught them in their buttholes. That's what I heard. That's what they teach us on the South Side, is that they catch the Cubs fans catch them in their buttholes. I don't know. That's just a joke. Don't get mad. Objectors sometimes appeal to fairness in a looser sense. They ask whether the rule of capture is too harsh when the margins are thin. When the same can be said about every bright line in property law, deeds define lot lines. Possession defines ownership of finder's property. Maritime salvage allocates rights based on who actually controls a wreck or cargo. I have no hate for the North Side people either. I don't know. It's just a joke. I don't know. People always say because it's right there by Boys Town. You know, that's all. That's all. Ronnie Woo Woo would disagree. Woo Woo! Ronnie Woo Woo. Maritime salvage allocates rights based on who actually controls a wreck or cargo. These rules are not heartless. They are stabilizing. They channel rivalry into predictable contests, reduce violence, and allow strangers to interact under known standards. Gray's rules is attractive because it distills the stabilizing impulse to a sentence. Wait until momentum ceases, then ask whether control is complete, and if not, ask who first secures the loose ball. Yeah. Yeah. What adult cares about a baseball but to give it to my kid? Yeah. Well, that's what the guy did, and then the woman came and demanded the ball, but it turns out in the end that I don't know, didn't work out the way she thought. That's all I'll say. The test is easy to teach, easy to enforce, and hard to game. It's worth pausing over the details of the pop-off to understand how limited pre-possessory carve-out is. Popov had the ball in his glove, at least momentarily, and the court was persuaded that unlawful blows prevented him from completing the catch. Hayashi, who ultimately picked up the ball, had done nothing wrong, and for that reason, the court declined to punish him. Facing bilateral equities, the court split the proceeds of an auction rather than try to pick a winner in a melee driven by violence. That was a remedy tailored to an extraordinary case, a record-setting ball, a crushed catcher, and a harmful third-party interference. It's not the rule for ordinary stadium life. Ordinary cases like the Miami incident are decided at the moment of first control. Yeah, the team gave him a whole bunch of stuff, and so did you'll see. I have it all here. No, she did not give it back. She did not give it back. Hopefully they ban her. Well, they might, because they have a lot of information here, a lot of stuff. There's no gauntlet of punches. There was no completed catch and done by assault. There was a first securement and an open scramble under Gray's rule that ends the inquiry. Some will ask if the team can override these doctrines by stadium policies. Teams can adopt codes of conduct and safety rules, but they cannot conjure ownership out of thin air after they have abandoned the ball to the public. Teams know this and act accordingly. When a valuable milestone ball is caught, staff often negotiate, offering signed bats or tickets in exchange. Negotiation presupposes that the fan owns the balls and can bargain from a position of right. In rare cases where pressure tactics are used on minors, teams have returned balls when challenged by counsel. Recognizing that coercion does not create clear title, these episodes, while not always litigated to judgment, reinforce the underlying legal baseline. The first possessor owns the ball and is free to refuse an exchange. One might worry that insisting on first possession invites unsafe scrambles. That worry is understandable but misdirected. The cure for unsafe scrambles is security, not uncertainty about ownership. Clear rules about possession reduce incentives to escalate after the fact. Everyone knows that ownership fixes at the moment of first securement. There's less reason for late surges and post hoc intimidation. Moreover, nothing in Gray's rule prevents stadiums from sponsoring safe retrieval practices. Ushers can monitor aisles, enforce no standing policies in dangerous zones, and remove aggressive fans. Law and safety are components, not rivals. Yeah, she lost at the aggression. She went over and was aggressive, and she put her hands on him. And in my life, personally, I think they should have arrested her for battery. Finally, considered a broader political lesson. Rules like Gray's rules are conservative in the best sense. They reward initiative, protect settled expectations, and discourage mob tactics. They tie entitlement to observable control rather than shifting claims about feelings or proximity. The Miami incident became a flashpoint because a clear legal fact collided with a culture that sometimes mistakes demand for right. The father was not a villain snatching a child's dream out of a stranger's hands. He was the first possessor of an abandoned object who chose to celebrate with his own son. That picture should not be hard to defend. It was the woman's latter insistence, backed by nothing more than nearness and volume, that injected confusion. Actually, that's not true. The law is very specific. Once the ball goes into the stands, they're abandoned. He just went through the case. There's case law. They can't demand the ball back. If they try to demand, there was a ball that they went, I think it was the Japanese pitcher or something, like there was some guy, some famous guy with a ball, and they wanted it back, and a kid got it, and they went and berated the kid and tricked him, and they ended up having to settle and pay the kid a lot of money because says in Japan you could pass the ball around, the ball is always returned to the owner. Yeah, and the guy didn't want conflict with his son involved. Yeah, more than likely he was like, didn't want to cause a scene with his son there, and whatever. But we'll see. With these clarifications in place, the conclusion is straightforward. The ball was abandoned when it entered the stands. The father first achieved complete control once momentum ceased. The woman had no control and suffered no unlawful interference with any attempt to control. Under Gray's rule, the father owned the ball. His later decision to hand it over did not cure any legal wrong because none had occurred. The Marlins staff acted graciously in softening the moment for the child, and the Philly slugger gift showed sportsmanship, but grace and sportsmanship were not substitutes for legal analysis. If the matter had proceeded to a formal dispute, the father's claim would have prevailed, and the boy was fortunate that Karen didn't try to lay claim to the Marlins gift bag or even the autographed bat that Harrison Bader gave to him later. There is, in the end, a simple maxim for fans that carry with them to the park. If you complete the catch after the momentum stops, it's your ball. If you do not, and the ball becomes loose, the first person who secures it owns it. Reaching is not enough. Hunching over a seat back is not enough. Being first to achieve control is everything. That is the lesson of Popoff clarified by Gray's rule, and is the lesson that decides the Miami incident in favor of the father. So yeah, so it's pretty simple and straightforward. And then secure possession is the standard. In Major League Baseball, a foul ball becomes the property of the first fan who gains secure possession of it in the stands. It is considered intentionally abandoned property by the league once it leaves the field of play and enters the seats. The ball is owned by the fan who successfully and safely secures it. In a case where two people grab the ball at the same time, this is often decided by a combination of polite negotiation and social pressure. Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing that the Marlins, that the most remembered fan in the stands this year will be a fan from the visiting club. I think they were both fans from the. Was she wearing a Philly outfit too? But it was like a white Philly outfit. Oh, wait, something got erased. Look at this. I hate when this happens. When I have a nice thing and it says this page no longer exists, people erase their stuff. Don't do that. And then this guy, Dr. Lucian Wolf, has a thread. The Phillies game just turned into a whole metaphor for America. Look at her. Oh, I want it. It's my ball. I reached for it. You took it from me. That's mine. I want it back. It's my ball. Give it back to me. That's my ball. Give it back to me. Give me back my ball. Yeah. And so Dad catches a home run ball, pure joy. He hands it to his little boy. Moment locked in forever until this happens.
Control. You're not under control.
That is weird. Weird. Out of nowhere, a Karen shows up, demands the ball like it's hers, loud, pushy, entitled. Dad didn't even want to scar his son, so he takes the ball back, hands it over to the Karen, protecting his kids from the drama. Internet lost its mind. Cameras caught it all, and here's the twist. What's the twist? The kid ends up walking away with more than just a ball, a signed bat, extra gifts, crowds on his side, the players too.
So we brought you a cool little goodie bag. You okay? Happy birthday! Isn't that your birthday yet?
Couple days.
Okay.
I wonder if they kicked her out. Secret drop. Sometimes evil has to expose itself publicly so that the whole world can see the difference between stealing joy and spreading it. So look, so here's the guy that hit the home run, coming to give him a bat, signed bat. That's cool. That's really cool. This wasn't about baseball. It was about America. The people who rob a child's smile, others will fight to give it back 100 times stronger. That's awesome. Look at her trying to grab it. She's trying to grab the bat. Look at it. Look at her trying to grab the bat from him. That's crazy. Trying to take the bat. That's crazy. You know. Yeah, she's on camera. That's right. And the internet will be up her ass. That's how that works. So the next question, what team are we really on? Karen, Phillies? We on the Karen team? No. Awful, right there. It's a characteristic. Affluent, white, female, urban, liberal. Awfuls. 18 to 80, primarily a precursor to Karen. Yeah. Political correctness, low expectations, soft bigotry. Yep. That's them. That's her. It's a uniform. Phillies Karen. Look at them. Look at the glasses. Look at the hair. Look at them all. That's them. Yeah. Here's footage of the Karen getting heckled by her entire section. Sounds like one person. You know, she goes up to this guy.
Oh shit! She took it from the little kid, bro.
And now she went up to go after another person. She's got problems.
Get it, kid! Yeah! The classes are up. Karen is ready.
She's arguing with people yelling at her. Whoa, you suck, lady. You suck. You suck, lady.
Yeah.
Guessing there is no husband. Yeah. Look at her flipping people off. Look at her. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, I'm a bitch. Yeah. Love to see fans regulate. That's right. This person says, apparently this is her first time snatching souvenirs from a kid. Karen strikes again. Outrage erupted after a woman heartlessly grabbed a home run ball. Whatever. Blah, 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 blah. There she is. There's her face. That's what she looks like. That's what happened. Do I have the meme here? This woman has no idea how her life is about to change. See, there was 4 people reaching for the ball. What makes her think she had the right to it? You know? The Marlins sided with the kid. Yes, they did. We saw this video of them giving him the bag. All right. Mm-hmm. And then this is the Phillies. Karen was captured on camera getting in another man's face for heckling her after she demanded the home run ball from a child. The woman marched over to a man in the Eagles jersey and got in his face before she appeared to flip off the entire section, completely unhinged. Is this the video we were just watching? Or is this someone else's? Let's see.
Yeah, you tell it. Woo! Oh shit! She took it from the little kid, bro.
Oh yeah, we saw this. Okay, we saw this. Okay, yeah, she's a peach. Look at her. Mm-hmm. I'm looking for the in that entire section, booed her out of her seat. If so many people who were there and saw it in person thought she was out of line, people who weren't there should think twice about defending her actions. But she reeks of cat piss. Oh no, this wasn't her first time stealing fan memorabilia. She did the same thing to a kid in a wheelchair at a rock concert not long ago. What? No, what? No. This one says she tried to calm things down, but the woman stormed off, trashed the merch table, and left the venue, causing almost $20 in damage. We made things right with the fan, but I don't know if that's true or not. Whatever. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then the Phillies made it right too, with him giving them the bat. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's awesome. You saw that. This guy says, this lady needs to get under control. It's weird behavior. Marlins announcer commenting on the Phillies fan arguing for a Harrison Bader home run ball the dad got and gave to his son. The dad took the ball and gave it back to her. We saw this video. Philly staff handled it perfectly, taking the boy, the dad, and family down to the team area after the game, where the boy who gave up the home run ball to the lady ended up getting a signed bat from Harrison Bader. That's cool. The action on the seats among fans in the Phillies frequently seemed to almost eclipse the game. Yeah. I'm sorry, this is for you. Marlins team brought a bag to the gift for the kids. We saw that. His name is Lincoln, and his birthday is this weekend. He got a signed bat from Harrison Bader, and the family got to meet him after the game and get some pics. That was cool. And then she comes running in. That's mine too. Give me the bat. That's mine too. I want that bat. It's mine. Give it to me. The same Karen that took the baseball away from the kid. Yeah, we saw this. I swear, where is the picture? There was a picture of her with Elizabeth Warren. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. So here's Liz Warren, all right, taking the ball from the kid. That horrible, horrible Liz Warren taking the ball from the kid. And I can't believe she would do that. Look at her. She said she's smoking peace pipe and she want them ball. Wait a minute. Are we sure this isn't kayfabe to advertise baseball? It could be. I don't know. It's sad that we think that, isn't it? That we have to constantly, Oh, next topic, please. Oh, sorry. Oh, man. I will move on to the next topic. I don't know. We're 1 hour into the show. That's what I'll let everybody know. Oh, here we go. Brian Ogden says, I'll pay $5 for it. Well, thank you very much. To move on to the next topic, okay. Or stay on this one. I don't know what the rules are. We are now $65 away from the extra hour of the show. Apparently her name is Cheryl Wagner. Yeah. Pocahontas is her name. Well, thank you, Brian Ogden, for $5. This actually was the end of this topic anyway, but I appreciate it, and we're going to move on. So, Yeah, the Hill is out this week with the column on Senator Tim Kaine denouncing the belief in natural law. The country was founded on core shared principle of natural law, including a deep commitment to individual rights against the government. Kaine represents Virginia, the state that played such a critical role in those very principles that he now associates with religious fanatics and terrorists. The danger of Kaine's views is that what government giveth, government can taketh away. Our prized, unalienable rights become utterly alienable if they are merely the product of legislatures and courts. We recognize no sovereign but God and no king but Jesus. John Adams and John Hancock, founding fathers, April 18th, 1775. Right. You have to excuse Tim and his fellow Democrats. They're under a lot of stress. They worship only big government. When Trump took over, they lost their God. Right. What Tim Kaine, this jerk off, said, the notion that rights don't come from laws and don't come from government, but come from the creator is extremely troubling. Everyone, it's in the Declaration of Independence. You just got to look it up, Senator. Right here, see?
Come from laws and don't come from the government, but come from the creator. The notion that rights don't come from laws and don't come from the government, but come from the creator, that's what the Iranian government believes.
That's what the Iranian
It's a theocratic regime that bases its rule on Shia law and targets Sunnis, Baha'is, Jews, Christians, and other religious minorities. And they do it because they believe that they understand what natural rights are from their creator. So the statement that our rights do not come from our laws or our governments is extremely troubling. The notion that...
Yeah, it's extremely troubling. It is to him. But see, it's right here. Remember this guy eating he was the guy about the Second Amendment, I think, before or something, or about the thing that said, it was protesting when Chris Cuomo said that, where does it say that protests have to be peaceful? And then he pointed to the thing and said, the right to peaceably assemble. And he's like, right here, it says peaceably assemble. And we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they're endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. It's in the Declaration of Independence. But, we got this idiot that's a senator. It's just ridiculous. This big government is extremely troubling. Osmosis. Yes. And he wears his glasses like an ass. Yes, he does. Yeah, he was Hillary Clinton's VP. It's in the preamble. It's the preamble, but it's still in there. It's still a Declaration of Independence. Tim Kaine seems to think that natural law theory purports to be a license for judges to override the positive law. It does not. That said, liberals have absolutely no standing to criticize judges for pulling notions from thin air to override legislatures. The entire liberal judicial philosophy is based on pulling notions out of thin air to override legislatures, from shocks to conscience to penumbras to the living constitution to my personal favorite, one's own concept of existence, of meaning, of the universe, and the mystery of human life, to how KGB feels. It's all a bunch of gobbledygook designed to give judges a blank check to reign as petty monarchs. But it really isn't natural law theory. It's unnatural law theory. Yeah, that's right. It's government instituted to secure your rights, not control them and not dole them out. Because any right the government gives you, the government can take it away. That's why Canada and England are able to take all those rights away from their people, because there was no basis that they are entitled to. It was all given to them by their monarch, by their king, by their government. Yeah, the preamble is the entire basis of our Constitution. The only powers government has are those we cede to it. Our rights are ours at birth. No king, president, judge, or legislator can take them from us without consent. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Oh, anyway, I forgot. So we're about an hour and 5 minutes into the show. And I think we're going to go, no matter what, I think we're going to go probably 2.5 hours tonight. But if you'd like to go 3.5 hours, 4.5 hours, 5.5 hours, 6.5 hours, like I said, I have about 50 topics of awesome stories with hundreds of links to get through. And if you want to hear them, there is a goal that we have to hit, to keep it going, to keep it rolling. And it's right there for whoever wants to see. But I would appreciate, some gifted memberships would be nice, or, some whatever, and we could get this rolling and keep the show going for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, even maybe 24 hours. You want Bella? Well, to get Bella, you have to contribute. We have to hit the $75, and then Bella Vision's activated, or any single donation of $25 or greater. So let's say you were to gift 5 gifted memberships. If 5 gifted memberships would immediately get you Bella, because that's $30. And Brian Ogden gives a gifted membership, so that's $6 taken off the goal. So we'll take that banner down, and we'll take $6 off. So now we are $59 away from an additional hour. Yeah, Bella is a $25 donation or greater, or when we hit the $75. That's how it works. Okay. This is from this story is from Jonathan Turley, and he's a great constitute. Even though he's a leftist, or not leftist, a liberal, he's very good. And what's Beatrix? Who's Beatrix? Did I miss something? Missing something here? Did I miss something in the chat? Something about yes, I don't know. I'm out of fun coupons, I think. I don't know what that means. But oh shit, I didn't look and see who got that. Who got the gifted membership? Is that who Beatrix is? Wait a minute. Why isn't it showing me who got the member? Oh, there it is. Beatrix got the gifted membership. Okay, that's where it was. I couldn't find it. I was like, what is going on? I was like, thank you for putting it. I was like, thank you very much. All right. Yes. Tim Kaine's constitutional blasphemy. Yeah. Senator Tim Kaine this week warned the American people that a Trump nominee for the State Department's position was an extremist cut from the same cloth as the Iranian mullahs and religious extremists. Riley Barnes, nominated to serve as Assistant Secretary of the State for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, revealed his dangerous proclivities to Kaine in an opening statement when he said that all men are created equal because of our rights come from God, our Creator, not from our laws, not from our governments. It was a line that should be familiar to any citizen, virtually taken directly from the Declaration of Independence, our founding document, and we're about to celebrate our 250th year anniversary. That's right. Yeah, that's right. $25 or more gets Bella on the stage. She doesn't show her booty for free. And Duckfat says, I tried to calculate at what hour does the $75 extra start going down, considering the 2 hours free. I got tired of calculating at 60,000 hours. I don't know what that means exactly. I don't know. I don't know what that means. What did you miss? Well, you missed the whole thing about the Karen at the ballpark, but everyone didn't like that story anyway. So, yet Kaine offered a very surprising response in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and the notion that our rights don't come from laws and don't come from government. So to Tim Kaine, the notion that he doesn't give you your rights, that he's not in charge of your rights, to him, that's insanity. It's what the Iranian government believes. It's what the theocratic regime based its rules on, and what the Sunnis, the Baha'is, the Christians, and other religious minorities, that they do it because they believe they understand natural rights come from the Creator. That statement that our rights do not come from our laws and our government is extremely troubling. Yes. Did I see the famous rich guy that said he was going to pay for the kid and his family to go see the World Series? No, but that sounds awesome. You sent me an update regarding the ICE raid in Central New York. Well, I will look into that. It's extremely scary that he was almost a vice president. Yes, it is. Hey, there's 101 people here. Please hit the like button. If you haven't already, please subscribe and, participate in the chat and hang out and stuff, and, pay attention to the goal. And if you want this show to keep going, We got a way to keep it going all night long. The idea that laws come from government is the basis of what it calls legal positivism, which holds that the legitimacy and authority of laws are not based on God or natural law, but rather legislation and court decisions. Yeah, I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up. Just let me in my forthcoming book, why do all these people want to be talking about their book? I mean, I like it, Jonathan Turley, but all these guys that keep talking about books and stuff, it's aggravating. You know. In his forthcoming book, celebrating the 250th anniversary, Rage in a Republic, the Unfinished Story of the American Revolution, I detail how the Declaration of Independence and our nation as a whole was founded on a deep belief in natural laws coming from our creator, not government. You just tagged me on X? All right, I'll check it out. Yeah, if it's not a right, it can be removed. If it was a privilege and then taken away, you can call it a right, but it actually acts like a government privilege. Yeah, government, that's all government does is give you privileges. The government doesn't give you rights. A view that is captured in the Declaration, which states, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they're endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, and among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But notice how it says they are only those. That means there are much, much more than those. Kaine represents Virginia, the state that played such a critical role. In fact, Kaine's view did exist at the founding and was rejected. Alexander Hamilton wrote that sacred rights of mankind are not to be rummaged for among old parchments or musty records. They are written as with a sunbeam in the whole volume of human nature by the divine hand of God itself, and can never be erased or obscured by mortal power. Says $2 Google Play credit. Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I will deduct that. Yeah. To believe that rights come from government is anti-American and should be disqualify you from public office. Elected officials and civil servants should be forced to take a civics exam. Yes, they should. Yeah. You just found out that Ibram X. Kendi wrote a children's book called The Anti-Racist Baby. It's a real hoot. Yeah, it's a real hoot, all right. Let me do this. So we are now $57 away from an extra hour of the show. Free American money. Well, that's almost as good as cash. Mm-hmm. Although the framers were clear, Kaine seemed hopelessly confused. He later insisted that I'm a strong believer in natural rights, but I have a feeling if we were to have a debate about natural rights in the room and put people around a table with different religious traditions, there would be some significant differences in their definitions of those natural rights. Oh, so he's blaming it on other stuff. What does it say? To what extent do you agree with Tim Kaine's criticism that all men are created equal? I think he's an idiot to be ran out of Congress immediately. This country was founded on core shared principles of natural law, including a deep commitment to individual rights against the government. The government was not the source, but the scourge of individual rights. That's right. Government is the scourge against individual rights. What just happened? What just happened? I already closed you once, bastards. Oh, yeah. That's right. Here we go. Man, I don't know what happened. The belief as a pre-existing rights was based on such Enlightenment philosophers as John Locke, who believed that even at the beginning, when no society existed, there was law. The state of nature has a law of nature to govern it, which obliges everyone, he wrote, and reason, which is the law, teaches all mankind. Karen says that Thomas Jefferson enunciated the basic principle of a public service. When a man assumes a public trust, he should consider himself as public property. Execute Order 120. Oh, I thought it said execute, like, execute Order 66 or something. Never mind. Hey, Marlene, how you doing? Nice to see you tonight. Mm-hmm. Note that a natural law can also be based on a view of inherent rights of human beings, a view that those rights need to be fully human. Like divinely ordained rights, these are rights such as free speech that belong to all humans, regardless of whim or want of any given government. Mm-hmm. The danger of legal positivism is that what government giveth, government can take it away. Our prized, unalienable rights become entirely alienable if there is merely the product of legislatures and courts. It also means that constitutional protections or even the constitutional system itself is discardable, like out-of-fashion tricorn hats. As discussed in the book, a new generation of Jacobins is rising on the American left. Jacobins are rising on the American left, challenging our constitutional traditions. Commentator Jennifer Shazalali has denounced what she called constitutional worship and argued that Americans have long assumed that the Constitution could save us. A growing chorus now wonders whether we need to be saved from it. That chorus includes establishment figures such as Erwin Chemerinsky, Dean of Berkeley Law and author of No Democracy Lasts Forever, How the Constitution Threatens the United States. Yeah, this is real people here that we need to be paying attention to. Other law professors such as Ryan D. Dorfler of Harvard and Samuel Moyn of Yale have called for the nation to reclaim America from constitutionalism. The reclamation is easier if our rights are based not in natural law, but rather in the evolving priorities of lawmakers like Kaine. Protections that become not the manifestations of human rights, but the rights invented by humans. Kaine's view that advocates of natural law are no different from mullahs applying Sharia law is not just ill-informed, but would have been considered by the founders as constitutionally blasphemous. Yes. Which, I don't know. I kind of support blasphemy laws for if it's blasphemy against the Constitution. I'm kidding. He is regrettably the embodiment of a new crisis of faith in the foundations of our republic at the very eve of the 250th anniversary. This is a crisis of faith not just in our Constitution, but in each other as human beings endowed by the Creator with unalienable rights. That's right, man. Steve says, I hit the thumbs up before Jim started the show and just checked and it wasn't recorded. Them bastards at YouTube are trying to keep a good Jim down, but I appreciate you checking, Steve. And check it out, man. Check it out. Let's see here. What was the show? What's the show? If I do a check here, it says that 62 people have hit the thumbs up, and there's 102 people watching. So that means that 40 people haven't hit the like. So come on, people, hit the like button. Hit the thumbs up. It takes a second. It helps with the algorithm. Mm-hmm. It says Jonathan Turley is a Shapiro professor. So he's a Shapiro professor. And then here we go. We have this says the U.S. Appeals Court says Trump can't unilaterally cut foreign aid. Mm-hmm. It says Obama shadow government in action. Another D.C. court decision. Are there any other courts in the U.S. besides Obama's government D.C. court? It doesn't look like it. Look at these people. Senior judges, Lambert, Friedman, Sullivan, Walter, Bates, Leon, Kotlik, Jackson, Amy Berman Jackson, Beryl A. Howell. Mm-hmm. And then Boasberg, Contreras, Cooper, Chutkin, Moss, Mehta, McFadden, Friedrich, Yah, Cobb, Reyes, Ali Khan, Ali, Suknanen. Who are these people? Who are these people? U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit ordered plaintiffs in the USAID Global Health to respond to Trump's emergency motion for a stay by 5 p.m. This is a case where the court, within moments, reissued injunction after the Court of Appeals returned the case to it. So yeah, so they set it back down with a stay on the injunction, and then the court immediately issued the injunction. So this is ridiculous. It says upon consideration emergency motion and stay, it is that the appellees respond to the motion by 5 p.m. But then they immediately, as soon as they responded, they just declined to put a stay on it this time. It says if your first name is Sparkle, that should be an automatic deportation. Lol. Yeah, back to, I think she's from Trinidad, Tobago. Is that the one from Trinidad, Tobago? Sparkle Suknanen? Yeah, so. This says, whoa, the U.S. Court of Appeals just denied Trump's motion for a stay 2-1 in a case involving forced spending. So this is the same case right here. And they just denied it right away. As soon as the response came in, they denied the appeal. So this is going to the Supreme Court. So we'll see what happens. And then we have the From the international news, it says the U.S. Court of Appeals blocks Trump's foreign aid cuts. It didn't block it; it just didn't stop the injunction. So it's kind of, I hate when they do that stuff when they say that. So the D.C. Circuit Court issues decision days after lower court directed the administration to disperse about $11 billion. Yeah, so it's the district court has no authority to tell the president to spend money. It doesn't work that way. That's what you call, like, you know, there's branches of government, and there's the district court is not a co-equal branch to the executive branch. That's the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court could tell them to spend money, maybe, but I'm not sure. Hey, what's up? Sparkle Time, Allegan News. How you doing, buddy? Glad to see you here. U.S. Appeals Court on Friday upheld the ruling that bars President Trump's administration from unilaterally cutting billions in foreign aid, ordering the government to move swiftly to spend the funds approved by Congress. It's not 3 branches. Well, how many branches is it then? The District of Columbia Circuit Court of Appeals issued its decision just days after a lower court directed the administration to disperse about $11 billion from authorized foreign aid projects before the allocations expire in September. Well, it's September. The appeals court did not explain its decision. Wait, wasn't there a bunch of people complaining when the Supreme Court didn't explain its decision? So shouldn't they complain now? Nonviolent political revolution. It seems that's what's happening, is that it's a judicial coup. The circuit judge, Justin Walker, a Trump appointee, dissented and said he would oppose the lower court decision. After being sued by AIDS groups that expected to compete for the funding this year, the Trump administration said it intended to spend the $6.5 billion of funds appropriated for foreign aid, but it moved to withhold $4 billion in funding appropriated for the U.S. Agency for International Development, which the Trump administration has largely dismantled. I'm pretty sure the Supreme Court already said that Trump didn't have to spend the money on USAID. But U.S. District Judge Amir Ali, that's right, Judge Amir Ali, the Egyptian-born Canadian that was approved to the court in January this year after Biden was already voted out of office. Yeah, that's right. Because Mitch McConnell and John Thune didn't have the balls to put a stop to this, because they made a deal with the Democrat that all these senior judges were going to leave and that Trump was going to be able to fill their spots. And then the senior judges didn't. So what do you know? They got played. That's right, Marlene. The district court is doing the job that the FBI and CIA couldn't do. As they talk about the oligarchs and run their shithole countries with their minions. That's right. Obviously, 3 branches of the government, the Constitution. What was this, though? What do you mean by obviously state doesn't rule the state? I don't know what that means. Exactly. I'd have to explain. I'd love to have a conversation with you sometimes, Brian Ogden. You seem like you got these great insights and stuff. I'd really like to batter around with you. Maybe someday I'll do a call-in show, figure out how to do one on the Discord, and have people call in on the Discord and participate. Ali's order, if it survives through the appeal process, would prevent Trump from effectively bypassing Congress to cancel foreign aid funding. While the lawsuit proceeded, Trump sought to block $4 billion in disputed funds through a pocket rescission that bypasses Congress. Trump's budget director, Russ Vaught, has argued the president can withhold funds for 45 days after requesting a rescission, which would run out the clock until the end of the fiscal year. Oh, that's right. He requested a rescission already. So, yeah, he's not spending that money. Have I ever had barbecue iguana in Tijuana? No, but I've had barbecue Tijuana. I've had iguana. It's very tasty. It's very tender, especially the tail. Yeah. Federal judge rules Trump must unseat the terrorist vote. Yeah. Chat is on fire. Well, thanks, Brian Ogden. The money at issue was earmarked for foreign aid, United Nations peacekeeping, and democracy promotion efforts. Whenever they say democracy promotion, what they're really talking about is overthrowing governments. This channel, Brian, is called the Jim Somniacs or the Jim Possibles. Oh, sure, you like the tail. Well, what part was I going to eat? Ali ruled that merely asking Congress to rescind the $4 billion is not enough, saying that the spending should proceed unless Congress affirmatively acts to stop it. Ali said he ruled quickly to provide higher courts time to weigh in before the funds reach their expiration dates. The 6-3 conservative majority has already intervened once in the case, requiring the Trump administration to pay foreign aid to organizations for work they already performed. That's right. If they already perform the work, then they get the money. We can rebuild Jim. Oh, okay. The $6 million man. Okay, sounds good. Yuck. It's very tasty. It's very tender. Oh, The Bella's not real, gang. Well, you know, for $25, you can find out that she's very, very real. She turned her bed all crooked. There, that's better. See? There she is. Wouldn't the tail be all muscle? The muscle is what meat is. Meat is muscle. That's what meat is muscle. Is this the end of the story? I hate that they do this crap and then I got to scroll and scroll and scroll. Okay. Then we got this from Reuters. It says, U.S. Appeals Court says Trump cannot continue foreign aid cuts. Yeah. Damn it, Jim, I'm only a doctor. Fava beans and a nice Chianti. That's right. This is about Trump's pocket rescission, yes. But because he's already submitted a rescission to Congress and asked them to cut the spending out. But they're trying to force him to spend the money while he's waiting on Congress to approve the rescission. But he gets 45 days according to some rules or something to hold the money back. But that 45 days would run past when the money's can be allocated or whatever, so they're trying to pull some You thought you were exhausted, but Bella takes the cake. She does sleep a lot. A lot. Hey, did everybody go out and buy their Powerball tickets for tonight? $1.8 billion. That's a pretty big nut to crack there, man, if you can get it. Said, so basically, we're not going to read this whole thing again because we pretty much read it all, but it says the appeals court declined to block the lower court ruling, and that the circuit court made its ruling just days after the lower court ruled that they should take steps to spend the $11 billion. Hey, what's up, Jim Somniacs? What's going on? Be nice to just eat and sleep every day. That's right. Court doesn't last 45 days. I did by 5 plays. Well, there you go. Appeals court did not explain its decision after being sued by the AIDS groups that expected to compete for the funding. The Trump administration said it intended to spend the funds, but moved to withhold $4 billion. And then Judge Amir Ali, the Canadian citizen born in Egypt, said, "Oh, you must spend that money, especially in Egypt." Ali's order, if it survives, would prevent Trump from effectively bypassing Congress. Well, he didn't bypass Congress. He sent the money to Congress. He said, I want to hold this money back. And then you're waiting on Congress to approve it. So that's what's happening. That's what's happening right now. Let me close some of these. Some of these tabs here. And then we'll go. This is the last story on this. It says U.S. Appeals Court says Trump administration can't unilaterally cut foreign aid, but he didn't. He said that the U.S. Court of Appeals upheld a lower court's order, prohibited Trump from unilaterally withholding billions in foreign aid. It says he tried to withhold the $4 billion, tried to utilize a pocket rescission strategy to withhold the funds. To be clear, no one disputes the defendants have significant discretion on how to spend the funds, but we're going to tell them to spend it now. Yeah, federal courts continue to stymie the Trump administration. Yes, they do. Yeah, I'm really getting tired of these judges too. I'm really getting tired of them too. Hey, we are an hour and a half into the show. I'm going to point everybody out. We got about an hour left to go unless we hit the goal. We got $57 away from hitting that goal to continue the show. Hey, Renee Collins, how you doing? Mellow Cat, what's up? So yeah, so there's that. And then this I saw, and I knew I had to talk about it. This was, it says treason. 2 officers were arrested for flagrant violations of the UCMJ. For you that don't know, that's a universal code of military justice. And taking the side of our nation's enemies, particularly those holding our citizens and citizens of our allies hostage, is deplorable. Is what's stopping NGOs, deep global reach aiding illegals entering U.S. grants foreign aid, Fed, trafficking, not mentioned. Yeah, that's right. That money was being used to invade our country. So here's what happened. I don't know if you guys saw. These people in uniform decided
Every American sitting at home right now needs to realize that you are paying for a genocide.
Rise up! Rise up, America! Rise up! It is time to take back this country from these corrupt politicians. It is time. It is beyond time.
Wow. So they're calling for a military coup.
Thank you for.
They're calling for a military coup. That's crazy. They're in uniform calling for a rise up and take the government away from the politicians. That's a military coup. So they want a military government? Wow. That's crazy. That's just crazy. Crazy talk, man. That's swollen valor? No. Yeah, what happened to the Briggs? Oh, they're going to find out. Look, they're going to find out. They's going to find out. The 2 retired officers who disrupted congressional hearings last week wearing their Class A uniforms violated the law and should be punished. If you want to protest, do so in your street clothes, not in your military uniform. That's right. Military honor, political theater, why Class A protests cannot stand. That's right. That's right. They're retired and they could be prosecuted. What's going to happen is, what's going to happen is they're going to be recalled to active duty because they're both officers, and they can be recalled to active duty, and they're going to get prosecuted, and reduction in rank and benefits will occur. I would wager money on it. Yeah. Protests in uniform get kicked out. Oh yeah, our military got weak, definitely. Yep. Court-martial time. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. A political theater. Why Class A protests cannot stand. You cannot protest in your Class A uniform. On September 3rd, 2025, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing in Washington, D.C. was disrupted by 2 retired Army officers. Wait, now, shouldn't they be charged with interrupting preventing Congress from doing their duties, just like the January 6 people? And shouldn't they be held in solitary confinement for the next 2 to 3 years or something? Maybe, Captain Josephine Gulbio and Captain Aguilar, who wore their Class A uniforms while loudly accusing the U.S. government of being complicit in genocide. Gulbio shouted, "We are being arrested right now for interrupting a foreign affairs hearing on nominations because the U.S. is complicit in genocide." Yes. Yeah, the UCMJ. UCMJ is governs, and they are still going to be held liable by it. I would put money on it. Yeah, they'll both come out as trans. Well, yeah, they swore an oath. They did, and the oath they violated by demanding a revolution for people to rise up and overthrow the government. Those words. Yeah, they are complicit in the slaughter of babes. Aguilar followed with his own warning that Congress was coming after veterans. Capitol Police promptly escorted both from the chamber. The episode raises profound questions. What do you mean that Congress was coming after veterans, huh? But about the ethical and legal breach committed by the officers when they wore their uniforms as props for political demonstrations. We'll watch this. This is a longer video.
Are being arrested right now for interrupting a foreign affairs hearing on nominations because the U.S. is complicit in genocide. They are complicit in the slaughter of babies.
The United States government is complicit in genocide. You have an obligation.
I wonder why this is captioned in Arabic, almost like they're doing it. Are they being paid by Iran or by Palestinian organizations, I wonder? Because who's captioned this in Arabic?
There's a genocide!
You are all complicit in genocide!
You're complicit in a genocide! You're complicit in a genocide! Eddie, there's a genocide! Eddie, there's a genocide! Come on, Eddie! There's a genocide!
There's a genocide! There's a genocide!
You are complicit! Come on, Eddie! Eddie, help us! Eddie, help us save them! Come on, Eddie! The Israeli terrorists are committing a genocide, and the U.S. Congress and Senate are complicit in funding the bombs that are forcing children to be slaughtered and massacred. The Israeli terrorists are starving children.
Arresting us for speaking out against genocide.
Stop the bombs!
The U.S.
Stop
Congress
the bombs!
is paying for the
Stop
death of children.
slaughtering babies! We are being arrested right now for interrupting a foreign affairs hearing on nominations because the U.S. is complicit in genocide.
When the United States Congress comes after veterans, they will come after you. Every American sitting at home right now needs to realize that you are paying for a genocide.
Wow. Paying for a genocide. I'm not paying for a genocide. I don't have that kind of money. And you think they're useful idiots, but think organizations are taking advantage? Well, yeah, but that's just like that useful idiot. Remember that useful idiot? Yeah. Named Jane Fonda, who went and took pictures with the Viet Cong, and did all that stuff. She should have went to prison. She committed literal treason, and she got a pass because she had a famous daddy, and she was popular with the liberals. Oh, but she should have went to prison for what she did during Vietnam. Yeah. Was this before or after she snatched that ball from the kid? You never wished for Nurse Ratched so hard. Well, you know, what are you going to do? These two apparently Hispanic named light brown-skinned people seem to be bought the slop that is going Hamas is against brown people. Yeah. Yes, insurrection. Hey, what's up? Let's go, Brandon. Let's see what Jim has to tell us today. Well, I got a lot of stories to tell, but we only got about another hour before the show's going to end unless we hit the goal for an extra hour, because we have a goal, and every $75 that comes into the goal, we get an extra hour of show. We are currently $57 away from another hour. So, and gifted memberships work too. You know, and if anyone gives 5 gifted memberships, they will get automatic Bellavision activated for the night. Why do they only care about Palestinian genocide and not the other 3 genocides going around the world? I don't know. Why do they only care now? Why didn't they care 2 years ago when it started? You know? And he says, isn't Hamas genocide Jews? They film killing babies. You're confused. Yeah, you know, there's like, you know, genocide. It's a whole bunch of stuff going on. Yeah. Her daddy, Henry Fonda, was even more hairline leftist than she is. Razor Fist did a great video on the Hollywood communists. I wouldn't doubt it. Jim threatened you with a baseball. Well, it's possible. What is Jen inside? They seem upset. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm losing my what's going on here? The principle at stake is simple. The uniform of the United States military is not a costume. It's not a theatrical device to amplify one's message. It signifies service, discipline, and the apolitical nature of the armed forces. The moment an officer, whether active duty, reservist, or retired, dons the uniform to protest, he or she attempts to weaponize the credibility of the entire U.S. military to endorse a political claim that is impermissible under law, regulation, and basic ethics. Yes, McCarthy was right. There was a whole lot of commies. What's this? Not me, I said us. Oh. Active duty service members are bound by DoD Directive 1344.10, which explicitly prohibits partisan political activities in uniform. Oh. Brian Oldekamp says, someone match my 20. There you go. There you go. Thank you very much. That 20 will come off the goal, but it's not 25 to get the Bellavision. But that will bring it to 37 doll hairs for an additional hour. And so at this point, if that 37 comes in, we will get Bellavision activated. Or, you know, I appreciate it, Brian Oldcap. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, McCarthy was right, and so was Joan Rivers. Orange is good. Yes, orange is very good. You know, Army Regulation 67.1, Air Force Instruction 36-290-03, and the Navy and Marine Corps equivalent all forbid wearing uniforms at political events or demonstrations. Reservists, whether on active duty And there goes Brian Ogden with another 20. He says, fine, I'll match it. So now that drops us down to $17 away from Bellavision and an extra hour. Will they lose a retirement? Maybe not all the retirement, but they should get a reduction in rank and most possibly some reduction in benefits. So if they get demoted from captains to a different lower rank, their retirement will be affected, their amount of retirement. They could also be fined a huge chunk of money. General court martial. They could say, reduction of pay for several years, or it's really interesting. A reservist in uniform at protest communicates the same false impression that the U.S. military itself endorses the cause. The status of retirees is sometimes misunderstood. Retired officers are not private citizens in the way the average veteran is. They remain on the retired list, receive retired pay, and are subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice under 10 USC 802A4. They may be recalled to active duty, tried, and punished for their misconduct. That's right. Demote them to privates. I think there's after you reach a certain level, they can only reduce you so much. I don't think an officer can be reduced to a private. I think they can be reduced to the lowest. It says we should get Bellavision from Brian. No, it's $25 for Bellavision. So it's $25. Let's go. Brandon says $6. Here we go. And Brian Ogden said, I love the Bryans for $2. Wait, where are we at here? So now what's going on? So we got banners. So that's $8. So that means we're $9 away from an additional hour in Bellavision. $9 away. Not at once, though. It's a single individual donation of 25 or more. See? It's not the same Brian. Those are two different Brians. One was Brian Aldenkamp. The other was Brian Ogden. It was two different Brians. Just filling for the deficient. Okay, there we go. So now we're going to get Bellavision. And add her to stage. We'll do like this. Where are we at? Here, like this. She'll go here. We hit the goal. And then we got, oh my God, now we got this one. And then we got $9 here. And then $9 here. Get it? All right. So we got... Did you give this twice, or was this doubled up? What happened here? What happened here? I don't know. I don't know if that came through twice or not. Did that come through twice, SB Farmer, or just once? I'll count it as twice. All right. So let's go. So we were $9 away. So now we got the 9 there. All right, hold on. We got the 9 there. So we got 11, 11, and another 9. So that's $22, $31 off the next goal. So we're $31 off the next goal. Right? So we'll do this, and we're going to go like this, go like this. So we are now $44 away from the second additional hour. Oh, thank you. I forgot to say thank you, SB Farmer, for the $2 $11. Thank you, Brian Oldenkamp, for the $9. Thank you, Diamond G, for the $9. And then, Charles Company for $2 says Cash App 20. Let me look. Oh, he did. Cash App me 20. Oh, okay. Oh, actually, I got 3 Cash Apps here. So I got to do this. So I'm sorry, Bella, Ann Hagen for 20, or Ann for 25 for Bellavision. Maddie, Deb, Maddie. Hold on. Oh. Maddie does 5, no fees. Yay, gymnasium, gym class, Bella Baby, and then 20 from Charles. So I got to add this up. So that's 45. So that's $50 right there, plus the $2. So $52 comes off. So we are now we are now 67. Now, what just happened? No, 3D my butt. Oh. We are now $67 away from the third hour. Okay, thank you. See, that's what happens, Charles, and got people that I didn't get. I have my notification shut off, right? So that's 25, 5, and thank you. Thank you, all 3 people on Cash App. Thank you very much. I don't have my notifications on. That's why I didn't know anyone sent it, but I appreciate it. Bella looks comfortable. Yeah, she is. Oh, let me fix that. Let me fix the camera so we can see her better. There we go. All right. Fix Bellavision. Is that good? Is it better? You can see her good? And thank you, everyone, for being super generous. Bella doesn't have a head. Well, I fixed it. Someone earned like 10 shots from me earlier, so trying not to get hauled off from the fraud department just yet. Oh, I appreciate it. But I appreciate everyone who did all these awesome donations. That was so very, 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 very nice of everybody. So let's keep going. Yeah, they may recall the active duty tried and punished for the misconduct. Service regulations tightly circumscribe the circumstances in which a retiree may wear the uniform, funerals, patriotic events, ceremonies, parades, similar occasions. Okay. So we got a good 2.5 hours still to go in the show. That's awesome. Political protests are not on that list. A retiree who dons Class A's to disrupt the Senate hearing is violating lawful regulations and is subject to UCMJ enforcement. The relevant articles, UCMJ articles, are not obscure. Article 88 prohibits contemptuous words against officials. Gilboa's cry that Congress is complicit in genocide qualifies as contemptuous towards the very institution she disrupted. Article 92 punishes failure to obey lawful regulations. Unauthorized wear of the uniform at a political protest is precisely that. Article 133 prescribes conduct unbecoming an officer, a broad provision designed to safeguard the dignity of the officer corps. Shouting accusations of genocide while in uniform before Congress falls squarely under this article. Finally, Article 134, the general article, punishes conduct prejudicial to good order and discipline of service or discrediting behavior. The spectacle on September 3rd discredited the armed services in the eyes of the nation. I would say that further, they are guilty of seditious conspiracy because they said to overthrow the government. The defense sometimes offered is that retirees have free speech rights as private citizens. That is true up to a point. Gilboa and Aguilar had every right to attend a hearing, to object, and to voice their criticisms in civilian clothes. What they could not do is cloak their dissent in the authority of the uniform. That distinction matters. The uniform belongs not to the individual, but to the institution. It is lent to the service member for honorable service, not for political theater. That's right. Love is our community and commitment. That's right. We're all love here. Yeah, you don't have any free speech in military service. You definitely don't. Not while you're in service. The dog on the top left looks like your son's. I hope. It says, now that Rekieta is on hiatus, Jim tells you has emerged as a new contender for the Grifties Award. I nominate Jim. Well, what is the Grifties? I'm not sure if is it a good thing that I'm nominated for the Grifties, or is that a bad thing? It says 04 active above, 6 for reserves require congressional approval. So if above these, theoretically, it require Congress to approve. Damn rare officers drop, most just made non-promotable. Yeah. The ethics here mirror the law. Americans rightly respect veterans and trust the armed forces as the most apolitical of the nation's national institutions. When a retired officer uses the uniform to gain attention, she manipulates that trust. She seeks to draw notice, not because of the merits of her argument, because of the symbolism of the uniform. That is deception. It is calculated to confer unearned legitimacy on the protester's personal opinion. It is at a bottom a form of stolen authority. No, don't include. Nothing in the ghetto. Okay, just double checking. Sorry, double checking the ghetto. Some may object to the recalling retirees for trial is extreme. In reality, it is necessary. The law provides for recall precisely to maintain the integrity of the officer corps. Without enforcement, regulations become meaningless. A formal reprimand, loss of retired pay, and short confinement would make clear that the uniform is not a political prop. The goal is not cruelty, but deterrence. Other retirees must see that wearing Class A's to protest in Congress will not be tolerated. Yeah, see, Trumpinator's right. Grifting. Jim isn't making bank off doing this. He's not getting rich. That's right. I'm not getting rich. I'm just covering my expenses. You hope they stripped Admiral Levine of his uniform. Well, that was a costume, in my opinion. I don't really wasn't very upsetting. And then sometimes can be squeezed to drop rank. Maybe enlisted only heard of a 2-star USF get dropped from star, was allowed to retire. Otherwise, enlisted may have a raw deal. Yeah, but once enlisted personnel get above, I think E6 or E7, it's either E6 or E7, they get protected. They can't get dropped down to a private. They can only get dropped down one rank, I think, or unless or something's like. Same thing. Once you get up certain distance, they can't just knock you all the way back. But if you're like an E5, you can get knocked down to an E1. I know that. That can happen. Yeah, well, nobody believes that they should be in the military, including the president. That's why he ordered them all to get out. He said, get out to where you won't be. Hey, 118 people here watching right now on YouTube. So please hit that like button. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Please participate in the chat. It really helps. Really helps a lot. It really does. Only 80 people have hit the like button. A few more would be nice. Separation of military from politics is not a minor norm. It's the cornerstone of American democracy. It's the cornerstone of American democracy. I'll say that again. Civilian control of the military depends on a professional officer corps that is scrupulously apolitical and public. The visual of uniformed officers denouncing Congress as genocidal is corrosive to that principle. The damage is not undone by the fact that Gilblio and Aguilar are retired. To the public eye, they were uniform officers in uniform. That image carries consequences far beyond their personal grievances. Is it E4 and below? I thought the protections were like once you got to like higher, whatever it was, the above sergeant rank. Congress and the Department of Defense must act. Allowing this to pass without sanctions invites repetition. The regulations exist. The UCMJ provides a mechanism, and the facts are not in dispute. Both officers wore their uniforms to a political protest in violation of clear law. Both officers disparaged Congress while doing so. Both officers disrupted the proceedings of civilian government. They should be recalled, tried, and punished accordingly. Anything less undermines the rule of law and the honor of the uniform. I think technically an E4 is a non-commissioned officer. Because I think, but it's just like once you get above a certain rank, though, I'd have to look. It's been a long time. It's been almost 30 years. So I'd have to look and see what the rules say exactly. And who knows, maybe they changed a little bit. But those were all things we paid attention to. There you go. Nice big picture of Bella for everyone. See? It's all zoomed in now. Yeah, they thought it showed their legitimacy. That's why they wore them. It was misuse of uniform, yes, it was. Let's see how many demo commies condemn these insurrectionists as being a threat to democracy. Well, they probably won't because they're on their side. Yeah, so. Girls and boys do boot camp together now? What? I mean, not in the same companies. Hmm. Says retired U.S. military veterans escorted out of a Senate hearing after protesting for Gaza. Wow. 2 retired members of the military disrupted a Senate hearing after accusing the United States government of being complicit in genocide. The video shows Capitol Police removing retired Army intelligence officer Josephine Guilbeault, intelligence officer. Not very intelligent to do. You should have looked into that a little bit more. Oh, wow. We just lost a whole bunch of people. Video shows Capitol Police removing and retired Green Beret Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar. Aguilar has a history as a whistleblower against the U.S. and Israeli government alleging war crimes against Palestinians in Gaza. Well, he's going to have some problems. Yeah. During a Senate hearing, the retired intelligence officer and retired Green Beret called attention to what they see as failings of the U.S. government being complicit in genocide. The 2-person demonstration started with Aguilar standing up and shouting, "The United States government is complicit in genocide." Police officers quickly and forcibly removed them from the chamber. They continued to shout, "You're complicit in genocide. The Israeli terrorists are committing genocide. Congress and Senate are complicit in funding the bombs that are forcing children to be slaughtered." They're not forcing children to be slaughtered. Aguilar warned American citizens as police escorted him down the hallway, his hands cuffed behind his back. He asked American people to think about what they're seeing. Yeah, think about what you're seeing. You're seeing uniformed officers being escorted out for breaking the law. When the United States Congress comes after veterans, they will come after you. See, this is all an act. See, they should be punished because what they did was purposefully to create something so that idiots would see it and go, "Oh my God, they're arresting the military." The military, and the left thinks the military will stand up to Trump. Remember, they said we thought the military would stop him, that there'd be a military coup. This is what it's all about, people. All about. Yeah. How did they both end up there at the same time? Needs to be investigated. I'm sure they knew each other. They were talking. She was saying, Eddie, protect me. Whoever Eddie is, isn't Eddie Aguilar? That is first. What's his first name? No, Anthony. So who's Eddie? I want to know who Eddie is that she was calling out to. Every American sitting at home, you're paying for genocide. Aguilar was a contractor for the U.S. and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Fund. He claims he witnessed armed forces opening fire at civilians at aid distribution sites. He called the actions. He witnessed war crimes, accusing the IDF of targeting Palestinian civilians seeking humanitarian aid in Gaza. It says Hamas steals supplies that are meant for Palestinians. Yes, they do. I witnessed the IDF fire into crowds of Palestinians, he told the BBC News. I witnessed the IDF firing a main gun tank round from the Merkava tank into a crowd of people, destroying a car of civilians that were simply driving away from the site. I don't know if Eddie was the cop. So she knows the cop? That's weird. She knows the cop. Aguilar further iterated that he had never witnessed such brutality against unarmed civilians. How did he know they were unarmed? It was enough for Aguilar to blow the whistle. IDF denied the claims. The GFHF investigated the allegations and claims and said they are materially false. So he blew the whistle and said all this stuff, and the people said, "Yeah, you're a liar." So he was probably somebody who's just making crap up. Says, "I know, I'll even tell you I'm an F-16 crew chief and this doesn't happen." Upon hearing Aguilar's claims, we immediately launched an investigation. The GHF said to the Times, the findings based on cross-checking the timelines with video clips on sources on the ground indicate these are false claims with no basis in reality. So they checked everything and turned out that he was not a whistleblower, he was just a liar. Oh. Okay, on to the next story. Minneapolis Democrats just admitted their own election was rigged, and the demanded results stand anyway. What chance do you have in any jurisdiction they control? That's right. So they said, we know it was crooked, we know it was rigged, we know it was false. But they don't care. Yes, Hamas has been known to kill innocent civilians and blame it on their enemy. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, tampons for Tim. Yes, tampons for Tim. Your shocked face. Yeah, I believe it. You can't make this up. Yes. At the Minneapolis Party Convention, 176 votes undercounted. Candidate errantly eliminated. Results spreadsheet left unsecured. Vote counting computer crashed mid-process. They literally switched to show of badges. It's utterly third world. Mm-hmm. So they did all this. There was a clash. They were fighting over who's going to win. The state Democrat investigated and confirmed substantial failures. Translation, the whole thing was a sham. So the party threw out the results and barred the Minneapolis Democrats from endorsing this year. Sounds like accountability, right? Not so fast. You're racist. You're racist. And now the local Minneapolis party is begging the state party to restore the rigged results and re-endorse Omar Fattah, a democratic socialist, communist Somali man, running against incumbent Somali communist idiot crybaby at the coffin of George Floyd, Jacob Frey. They want the fraud locked in. Welcome back to Hillary Bernie 2016 or Trump Biden 2020. Yeah, see? I am the mayor now. Have I talked about the undersea cables that were cut over in the Middle East that were connecting India and Pakistan to the internet? I saw it. I saw the story, but I wasn't 100% sure who cut it or what the implication is yet. I saw reports that like Pakistan has a bunch of internet problems right now, but I don't have whatchamacallits on it just yet. Enough information to roll it up. But here's why it matters. In Minneapolis, whoever gets the endorsement almost always wins the election. Non-endorsed Democrats almost always drop out. So a handful of crooked delegates can decide the mayor before the public even votes. Wow. No word yet on who done it. Yeah. Probably the Chinese, right? I mean, that's. Think about that. The same Democrats who lecture America about protecting democracy are running elections even their state party calls corrupt. And then they shrug, let's keep the results anyway. Mm-hmm. If Minneapolis Democrats can't even run a fair party convention, why should anyone trust them with city elections? Their credibility is shot. Russia cut it? You think so? Possible. That's more of an area that China operates in, though. This is the Democrats' playbook nationwide. When they win, it's democracy. When they lose, it's fascism. When it's rigged, they say keep the results and call everyone who objects an election denier. Americans see right through it. Remember this? Yeah, remember that? Oh, we win. Democrats keep exposing themselves. They don't care about election integrity. They don't care about rules. They don't care about voters. They only care about power. And that's why they must lose. Remember this one? Mm-hmm. Did you guys just hear that? Gundam Zig says E4 not junior NCO in the Army, Navy, and Air Force they are. I think E6 was semi-protected, busting required way above chain, then from a 5. And they could drop immediate command to a drill sergeant who had it done to him. That's why he'll never vote for another Dem. Mm-hmm. You didn't hear that? Okay, so it's just me hearing that now. Okay. If you enjoyed this content, yeah, he's a good content guy. So here's the Federalist newspaper article about this situation. Or Conservative Review, I'm not sure. It says, Minneapolis Dems, we know our election was rigged, but let's keep the results anyway. Do I smell burnt hair? I may be having a strunk. Well, you heard a thump? Love my comments. Okay. I am the mayor now. The voting process at the Minneapolis Democrat Farmer Labor Party. Why don't they just say it's the commie party? We're the communists. Yes. It's the gym you need, but not the gym you deserve. July was such a mess that the DFL leadership, the voting process was such a mess that the DFL leadership investigated and nullified the local party endorsement. Now the DFL wants the state DFL to restore the results it nullified and give the endorsement back to the communist candidate Omar Fatah, a member of the DSA, Democrat Socialists of America. I'm drumming the desk? I don't think so. The first rule of communism is you don't admit to communism, I guess. Yeah, they farm in Minneapolis. Did you see that the guy has his head? It's like they farm light bulb heads. Sometimes it's like you just read no emotion. See, I've been told different things, Brian Ogden. Some people tell me I should just read it and not be emotional at all. And other people say, no, you should get emotional and stuff. I don't know. I'm trying to be in the middle. I'm trying to, to just read when it's time to read and get emotional when it's time to get emotional. But I'm working on it. It's a work in progress. Fatah is challenging wasn't Fatah the name of a terrorist organization in the Palestinian? Yeah. Wasn't it? Wasn't Fatah? Wasn't that the name of Yasser Arafat's thing? Wasn't it Fatah? He's Jacob Frey, who came in second in a shady endorsement convention. The Federalist previously reported that the Minnesota DFL's Constitution, Bylaws, and Rules Committee investigated a local convention and found the voting process had substantial failures. That was fatwa? No, fatwa is when they issue a thing to kill someone, I think, or like a fatwa. See, Mother Papillon says, oh, Jim gets heated down again. Yeah. Oh, that's right. It's right. They are farmers. They grow the weed. That's right. They grow the weed. Govia definitely interjects when he reads articles. Okay. Because the media knocked Joe in the 80s, waited till he was dementia to give him cover, and continues to fleece the country. Oh. Investigation revealed the convention organizers undercounted 176 votes in the mayoral race. During the voting, one candidate was errantly eliminated from the contention. So they just why does everyone keep saying, you do you, boo? You do you, boo. You do you, boo. You do you, boo. Okay. Boo! Is that what you're booing? Yeah, fatwa is a religious ruling. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's not. But I think, Fatah, I think was the name of, Fatah was the name of an organization that was like an offshoot of the PLO, the Fatah, I think. Anyway, the digital spreadsheet was left unsecured. Computer tallying results didn't work properly, and the creator of the results program left before the results were counted. At some point, the convention members decided to change their voting method from digital to show of badges. You're just trying to fit in? Okay. Probably. Yeah. So does Bronca. While so many obviously breaches in the election integrity, it looks like the convention was rigged. But the local DFL wants the state DFL to ignore all that. And give Fatah an endorsement. The state DFL barred Minneapolis DFL from conducting another mayoral endorsing convention and from endorsing a mayoral candidate in 2025. Minneapolis DFL is on probation for 2 years and must convince the state that it can meet the standard DFL principles and practices. So basically, they're on double secret probation. Double secret probation. Bella keeps moving. Now she's like, I have to zoom out a little so she's back on camera all the way. There we go. Better. You just fatah'd your pants, huh? Well, be careful. Just be my honest self. Well, that's what I'm trying to do. Sometimes I get things upset me and I might say something and I joke around and I hope it doesn't. Can you imagine War of 1812? I can imagine. We can go into Canada and do something. Federalists asked the state DFL if it would consider reinstating the local party's endorsement, but did not receive a response. It should not. This is more internal party squabbling. The endorsement matters because Minneapolis is so heavily Democrat that candidates who get the DFL endorsement usually win the election. While it's not required, it's common for DFL candidates who do not receive the party endorsement for a particular race to drop out. This means that a handful of DFL delegates have more power deciding an election at the summer endorsement convention than the general public in fall general elections. That's right. If you don't know to vote for me or Trump, then you ain't black, Joe Biden. That's right. It's the glorious People's Republic of Michigan lost a long time ago. Oh. Well. Oh, well, thanks. I'm trying. Says you do you, balancing, reading, and emoting. I'm trying. But the public will decide this race. When the state DFL nullified Fatah's endorsement in August and instructed the Minneapolis DFL to give all 5 mayoral candidates access to the voter rolls, an advantage usually given only to the endorsed candidate. Oh, wow. If the Minneapolis DFL can't see the many anomalies in the endorsement convention election render the results useless, the party should never be left in charge of another election. Its credibility is shot. It says, Fatah al-Islam is a Sunni Islamist militant group established in 2006 in Lebanon. Was that established? Was Fatah, was that Yasser Arafat's thing? Fatah is a Palestinian political and military organization, the PLO, Palestinian Authority. It was originally founded with the aim of wresting control of Palestine from Israel. Yeah, okay. But I thought, oh, what's this? Uh-oh. Why am I just getting messages now about that? Okay, that's weird. I'll call a spade with 0 fucks given. Well, I try to do that too. I don't try to sugarcoat things. The DFL party should be embarrassed by its request to be released from the consequences of its shoddy election. Why not let the public decide between the 5 candidates without the party's hands on the race? You mean Minnesota? Oh yeah, Minnesota's definitely third world. Yes, Minnesota. So there's that. Okay, and then we have the local flair on this from the Minnesota Star Tribune. We won the war and got Toledo. So the DFL seeks to restore Fatah's endorsement. Omar Fatah's endorsement for mayor. Fatah is running against incumbent Jacob Frey. Fatah's endorsement was vacated after questions about the voting process came to light. I don't know, man. I just look at that guy and I go, oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. The DFL is seeking to restore its endorsement of Omar Fatah. Omar's coming. Oh, look out, folks. Omar's coming. The Minnesota DFL voided his nomination, citing issues with the voting process. The endorsement of Fatah for mayor should be restored, read the Minneapolis DFL's appeal. So, yes. So, Notwithstanding the issues with the first ballot, the convention was aware of these issues and decided to uphold the results and subsequently endorsed Fatah for mayor. This endorsement was a clear will of the elected delegates, and to overturn it is to substitute the Constitution, Bylaws, and Rules Committee's judgment for the judgment of the convention. Oh, that's weird. The appeal is the latest development. Yeah. Because they're probably worried without the endorsement that Kaine isn't going to win. You know, if the people are going to be like going to actually choose who to vote for, and so it might actually split the vote in a weird way, where you'll get the Somalis all voting for the Somali, you get all the other Democrats voting for Frey, all the liberal ladies and stuff with the pink hair, those people will vote for Frey, and then someone else might actually win. Could be funny. You're scared of a VEC in Ohio? Well, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know enough. Vivek came out of nowhere, so I'd have to really, look into more of his stuff. The appeal submitted by Minneapolis Chair John Marist, asked the executive committee to restore the endorsement of Fatah for Minneapolis mayor, or in the alternative, prevent them to hold a new convention for the sole purpose of considering a candidate for mayor. It's not clear when a decision will be made. The election is scheduled for November 4th. Well, they already said they're not going to do that, so you're going to have to just deal with it. Just deal with it, folks. And there it is. And there it is. A criminal enterprise. CNN. The CNN leaked audio exposes how the network selectively edits a panelist discussing voter fraud to portray him as a conspiracy theorist. CNN should be stripped of its press credentials, officially designated as fake news, and permanently banned from the American airwaves.
Bear is painted as a conspiracy theorist. Look at the on-screen chyron. Quote, Trump voters on his unproven voter fraud claims, unquote. The implication, no evidence of voter fraud whatsoever. When Camerata asks for proof, the panelist has no answer. Or so it seems. Here's the raw audio from immediately after the edit.
I have seen busloads. I guess I can't cite the busloads that I've seen and where I've seen them, but on television I've seen it. And I mean, has anybody looked into like what James O'Keefe has done when he went undercover to these various polling places? I know, but he went in. He basically was ready to vote as somebody else. Nobody asked for ID. I was actually a poll watcher in New Jersey, and I saw what was going on there. There were college students voting, and there was basically you use a. That's right. Or you use a provisional ballot, and it's never challenged. They just put it right through. I mean, this is common.
At the moment Bear is about to cite the evidence to support his claim, CNN ends the clip. The piece suggests that Bear did not have a legitimate answer to Camerata's question. In actuality, the answer was cut because it didn't fit their narrative. This is a textbook lie of omission.
Wow, a textbook lie of omission. Wow. If two or more persons conspire to overthrow, put down, or destroy by force the government of the United States, they shall each be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 20 years or both. 18 U.S.C. 230 through 2384, seditious conspiracy. Allison Lane Camerata. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What's this? Oh, Abe Froman. Oh, what's this? Hold on. I don't know what this is. I'm going to see. What is this?
Hello. For those who do not know me, I am the guy who made that GIF that one time that tarnished the reputation of the respected and much loved by the people CNN. It is with great regret that I made this GIF that gave credence to the false and dishonorable Donald Trump, who is totally not in bed with the Russians and who lost the popular vote to the great and rightful President Hillary Clinton. Blessed be her name. I wish to denounce my GIF against CNN to the trustworthy and truthful CNN, who is totally not fake news, and vow never to besmirch the good name with wrongthink or the utilization of rights that it turns out are totally not given to us by God, but by the widely loved and recognized CNN, who has more rights to information and distribution of said information, as we were graciously told during the WikiLeaks scandal. I strongly urge my fellow consumers not to watch any network but the honest and good network CNN, and wish to dissuade anyone on Reddit, Poll, or Twitter from making any more memes or GIFs that would attempt to tarnish the accurate, factual, and totally not in bed with any political party, CNN. Thank you.
Wow. The Blaze is getting kind of funny. I don't know. I wonder if that was Dave Landau's. And this is very disturbing, this next story here. All right. The Republican lieutenant governor of Indiana is causing outrage for advocating that his state accept 40,000 Haitian migrants. 40,000. This guy's nuts. They're going to eat the dogs. They're going to eat the cats. Don't you remember that whole thing? But this gets even worse because to get elected, this guy said the exact opposite shit. The exact opposite of what he's saying now. Before he gets elected, he says, oh, no, we can't have all these refugees. We can't have all these migrants. We got to stop all this stuff. And then he gets in, and what does he do? What does he do? Does the opposite. Oh, crap. Sorry, I got to do this real quick. I totally forgot. Got to adjust this. So that goal ended, right? Yeah, goal ended. So now, let's see. So we're going to start another goal, a new goal. We're going to go for 2 hours, another 2 hours, because we got 2 hours of extra show coming. 15 super chats, $5 or more for 2 hours. Okay. And this is what we put in here. It says this. Okay. Okay, so I just started a new goal up there on the YouTube thing. That way it's running up there for people to see it, and they don't, won't get confused by it. So how many people have hit the like button? Let me see this. 87 people have hit the like button. We need more people hitting that like button, people. Come on. Get cracking. Hit the like button. It says, Jim, you know damn well we said Chinese buffet serve cat and call it chicken. Oh, I know. I mean, listen, I'm going to tell you right now. I am like 95% sure that some places that sold these burritos in Chicago, that some of them were serving cat, because you never saw any stray cats running around there. And the meat just didn't taste. I mean, it was good. They were good burritos, but just did not taste like beef. They said it was beef. Didn't taste like beef. It tasted like something else. We watched a YouTube video from Oscar Ramirez, a journalist in South America, a group of about 5,000 Haitians, and they were extremely angry and hostile. Very scary. Yes, Haitians are a rough bunch, man. If you ever go to little Port-au-Prince, little Haiti down in Miami, it's very interesting. Mm-hmm. He has turned off comments on his post. Yeah, alley beef, it's called. Alley beef. So he posted this stuff. He says this. Lieutenant Governor Micah Beckwith also tried to backtrack, stating he should be open to helping them. He wants to do things legally. So yesterday I sat with Haitian pastors from Marion County. Their people have endured earthquakes and violence, and now more than 40,000 are seeking asylum here in Indiana. We spoke about barriers of language and culture while also discussing the power of faith and family. What I saw was not a community asking for a handout, but people determined to work hard and raise their children to become contributors to the great Hoosier state and assimilate to the American way of life. Yeah, he sat with Haitian pastors, all right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, here he is. Look at him hanging out. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So ultimately, I'm advocating for firmness does not mean abandoning love. I think we get these pastors know that they have responsibility to care for their own community. It's their job to do it. It's not our job to fund them. Yes, that's what he's saying. Okay. Beckwith is doing major damage control, towing the line and saying he must not abandon love for these Haitians. Yeah. So, Indiana's lieutenant governor wants to welcome 40,000 Haitians. 40,000 Haitians. Let's cut through the noise. Taxpayers fund this, and Hoosiers deserve clarity, not virtue signaling. Legal immigration requires vetting, controlled flow, and assimilation, not open door chaos. Beckwith's backtracking shows even Republicans get weak kneed on enforcement. Yes, they are not going to assimilate. No, they're not. Vietnamese factory workers in Buffalo, New York would eat rat like corn on the cob cooked in the broiler. Wow. Was it any good? Mm-hmm. The real issue, every dollar spent on unchecked migration is stolen from infrastructure, veterans, and law-abiding citizens. Indiana's property tax cuts just got scaled back. Prioritize Americans first. Mm-hmm. Assimilate, sure, but open to helping 40,000 without airtight oversight? That's how you bankrupt states and erode sovereignty. Mm-hmm. Secure the process, fund citizens, then talk. That's right. Mm-hmm. Dominican people go north. Mm-hmm. And then this guy said this thing right here. I don't know if you guys know who this guy is. This guy said the opposite to get elected. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Meet Republican Lieutenant Governor Micah Beckwith of Indiana. Beckwith is inviting 40,000 Haitians to settle in Indiana to replace the native population and force them to compete with slave labor. Oh, Dominican people go north on I-75? Okay. You haven't tasted it. It was a joke. I figured you didn't taste it. I don't know. I'd have to be very, I don't know. Do you remember that? What was that movie with Denzel Washington where he was walking around and he was reading the book? He had the Bible that was written in Braille or whatever, and he was shooting Was it rats or cats he was shooting and eating, and then rubbing the oil on? What was it? Like a coward, Mika quickly shut down his replies on X because he was receiving so much backlash from his constituents. Kindly let Mika know how you feel about bringing in more disease, crime, violence, cannibalism, pet eating, lack of basic hygiene, and backwards culture rooted in voodoo and Satan worship to Indiana. The Book of Eli. Yes, the Book of Eli. That was a great book. Was that Cats or was it Cats? Book of Eli. You know, that's the Underground Railroad. Yes, they fought for freedom in Haiti and killed thousands so they could live free in Haiti, and now they wanted to live without the white man's control. Let them stay in Haiti. Yeah, they did kill all the white people. So, Old Testament. Yeah. It was cats. Okay, it was cats, not rats. Okay. Yeah. So this he is right here. This is the guy right here. Look at him. Yeah. He looks like a weak-kneed gay. Fits right in Mike Pence's Indiana. Yesterday, I sat with Haitian pastors from Marion County. Their people have endured earthquakes and violence, and now more than 40,000 are seeking asylum here. We spoke about barriers of language and culture. We also discussed the power of faith and family. What I saw is a community not asking for a handout, but people determined to work hard and raise their children to become contributors to the great Hoosier state and assimilate to the American way of life. Yes, you and Mike Pence, Satan incarnate. He turned his comments off, so in addition to being a sanctimonious white knight, he's a simp. A weak, pathetic little man who can't even confront or take feedback from the people that elected him. Oh, look at Haitian migrants every time they see a goose. Give it to us raw and wriggly. There was another. There was another article from this guy of stuff he said, and I don't know what happened to it. But anyway, so let's just read this one. So, that's right. Barbecue. That was the guy's name. Barbecue, the warlord. Yes, bringing them to the U.S. is the ultimate handout. And yes, F Mike Pence. Mike Pence was the traitor inside the first Trump administration the entire time. When you look at what he did to Mike Flynn, he's the reason Mike Flynn got ousted. And he played the game and caused the 4 years of the Biden administration could be laid straight at the feet of Mike Pence. He caused it all. Right here. So here's this story. It says, what is going on? What is going on here? Close ad. Logansport dealing with increase in migrants. Beckwith's claim exaggerate the issue. What? Oh, you're pissing me off. A small Indiana town is now at the heart of the political debate about immigration. Better stop with the frickin' ads every 5 seconds. 2 weeks ago, the Republican candidate for lieutenant governor made unsubstantiated claims in a post on X claiming Haitian immigrants were being dumped into Logansport, but 13 investigators found the estimates to be greatly exaggerated. That's right. The Haitians would have been better off getting the gold that was stolen by Hillary and her late brother, Tony Rodham. That's right. Saboteur more than traitor, an effing textbook definition of a fraud. According to the Census Bureau, Logansport has a population of 18,366 people. Republican Lieutenant Governor candidate Mika Bethworth claimed without evidence it's much larger. He did a post on X and claimed in an interview that it's a town of 18,000, now grown to 50, 60, 70,000. Beckwith said that people on the ground told him there could be tens of thousands of Haitian immigrants in the city. A city and county that law enforcement leaders spoke with said they could not have evidence to support that many new people. Campaign never released any documentation, but his Democrat and Libertarian rivals called the post fear-mongering that exploits the situation for political purposes. Mayor Chris Martin estimates there could be 2,000 to 5,000 Haitian immigrants based on an increase in the use of services. So they don't even know how many are there. First of all, doesn't make you wonder, wait, if they don't know, there could be between 2,000 and 5,000 Haitians that just got plumped into this town and nobody knows. Seems kind of odd, doesn't it? Okay. In the mayor's office over the last 3 years, traffic stops, trash debris, and violations are up, but not crime. 13 investigators reviewed hospital reports. Shows that births are up 20%. The ER and physician visits are up 12 to 14%. Oh, good night. You're going to bed? Macaroni and milk is still a thing. Good night, folks. Okay, I'm Bob. Well, thank you for being here. He undermined our first president, and him and Pompeo, who arguably did it better. Yeah, it's a good question to see who was worse. Automatically, people are assuming it's migration, but it's not necessarily true. Again, no way to prove it. No way to prove it. That's what they say. No way to prove it. So they call them unfounded allegations, and they can't say how many are there. City officials believe most migrants are in the city legally via 2 federal programs that help people from countries in turmoil and allow them to legally work in the U.S. They believe that they're there legally. Mm-hmm. Short for CHNV, short for Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans, is a new Biden administration program that benefits more than 500,000 people. The most recent data released to U.S. Customs and Border Patrol say about 40% were Haitians. So 500,000 people, about 40% were Haitians. The Congressional report reported that 200,000 people from Haiti were beneficiaries of TPS. In total, the program helped more than 870,000 people from more than a dozen countries in 2023. What do you know? So Biden brought in 1 million people almost in 2023 from these countries. It says a report states that 1.9% of those people reported living in Indiana, or about 16,000 people. Yeah, we are going after Venezuela hard. Yes, we are. Yeah. Dumbass lolbitarians probably think Haitians will make it easier to decriminalize drugs and provide a hookup. 2 is too many. 2,000 is a tragedy. Several citizens voiced concerns about the increase of people from Haiti during the last city council meeting. Some people demanded action. The mayor said he's figuring out exactly what the city needs. He's now posting weekly updates on his YouTube page. Yeah, this was just in 2024. They were arguing about this before the election. And the guy running for lieutenant governor was saying it's a problem. We can't have all these people. But now, less than a year after he got elected, he's saying bring in 40,000 more. You guys see a problem here? Martin said the city needs more Haitian Creole translators. No, actually, you don't need any Haitian Creole translators. What you need to do is you just need to say either learn English or get the fuck out. That's it. Did we have translators? When all those people came from Italy, came from Germany, came from Ireland, Ireland's kind of different anyway, but anyway, sometimes I don't understand it. But, from all these countries before, did we get translators for them? Was there translators at Ellis Island? Or did they just say speak English? Yeah. Yeah, they could just lower our taxes and incentivize citizens to make babies. Oh, yeah. First person besides you've seen use the term lolbitarian. Oh, I've used lolbitarian many times. No, yeah, immigrants are doing the work, legal immigrants, just like are doing the work at that factory in Georgia that they built to build the batteries. They're building this high-tech factory, and then they arrest over 500 illegal aliens. Hello. Speak American. That's right. Speak American. Superintendent Michelle Starkey released school data. It shows the number of Haitian students nearly doubled. Oh. There were 14 Haitian students in 2021. Now there's 207. So that's a little more than doubled. 2021, 14. 2024, 207. That's like, I don't know. That's a 10x. Significant increase. That's 5% of the total population of students. Oh, yeah, go figure. Look at her. Starkey says the influx is not negatively impacting other students. No, it's not negatively impacting the other students. They just have to avoid the machete fights. That's all. In part because she says Logansport is used to having non-English speaking students. About half of the students enrolled in the district are English learners. So you don't see this as a problem with education if half of the students in your school district don't speak English? Many years ago, I was a grocery checker in El Monte, California. Older Hispanics would get enraged at younger Hispanics for not speaking English. Yeah. I don't want to say everything is perfect because it's not. It does create some challenges. Anytime you have a new group, a new group of immigrants come in, we have to learn about their culture. Why would you have to learn about their culture? It's not your responsibility to learn about their culture. It's their responsibility to assimilate to our culture. It's a melting pot. Remember the big melting pot? It's not this vomit of stew and crap that we puke together and make people sick. It's a melting pot where everything's supposed to blend together and become American. They're supposed to assimilate to us, not us to them. But we have to help educate them what schools are like in the United States, in Indiana, and Logansport. Oh, you have to educate them what schools are like. Yeah, so look, in 2021, Haitian enrollment, there was 14 new students in 2021 for a total of 14. 2022, there was a new students of 42, 2023, 58, 2024, 93. English learners enrollment data. Oh, so look at this. In 2021, they had 1,988 English learners in their school. Yeah, I thought he was too. I thought he was shutting down immigration. That's what I voted for. My understanding, when they come in the correct way, they have to take classes on basic English and the Constitution and other things. Well, they're supposed to, but who knows? You know, Bush was a puppet. Yes, he was. So why are Haitians moving to Logansport? Some immigrants told 13 Investigates they came to be close to family. How can they be close to family if there was no other ones there? This is more economics more than anything else, said Lonce Jean-Baptiste, the interim executive director of the Haitian Association of Indiana. If they're leaving home, they're looking for places where they can work. So they're not coming here because they're not actually, they don't need temporary protected status, or just, so it's just a lie that they need help. They're just coming here. It's economic migrants. Yeah. You know, Logansport's largest employer, Tyson Foods, has a pork processing facility that the company says employs 2,000 people. So it's cheap labor, yeah, in shitty conditions and everything. So that's why they do it. Yeah, they probably don't even know what a school is. I think they do eat those dirt cookies, though. Don't they eat the dirt cookies in Haiti? Yeah. Immigration is an amnesty of lies. So think about this. If you're buying any pork from Tyson, just remember it's had Haitian fingers up in it. Yeah, back in the day, the Clintons were tied to Tyson food. Maybe that's why Tyson's connected to Haiti, because of the Clintons' ties to Haiti. Who knows? Ball State economists. So the majority of these team members are American citizens or permanent residents. The president of the union, workers' union, sent a statement about the plan. Strong multicultural community. Oh, of course, the unions did. Michael, Ball State economist, said migrants supplement the workforce and boost the city and the county's declining population. He worries rumors and misinformation about Haitian immigrants could hurt the economy. Oh, yeah. If you demonize the place, if those forces work, what we've seen in previous examples are types of residents stop moving here. Businesses are reluctant to relocate to an area that they don't think is going to have access to labor, and economic conditions are weakened. Your neighbor lived 3 generations in California, not one word of English. Well, Jean-Baptiste worries about the city's new neighbors and points to how things escalated in Springfield, Ohio. There were bomb threats, as you probably know. A school had to shut down. Haitians could not send their kids to school, so it created a real danger and angst among the community. His organization made an official statement denouncing what he calls an attempt to demonize hardworking, lawfully settled Haitian people. They're here on TPS, temporary protected status. They're not settled. They're going back. It's temporary protected status. It means it can be revoked and then you go home. Plans to work with community leaders to help new immigrants integrate into the community. It sounded like you were forcing the community to integrate to them. You've been boycotting Tyson since they canned 30,000 employees behind 50,000 cheap foreign workers, then claimed they were filling jobs Americans didn't want. Yeah, they do that. It says low-key on board with making Muslims work in a pork factory. Strict supervision required. The community, he said, is looking for a better life. It's not a story. It's different from the immigrants who came before. Isn't it not? I don't know. I don't think any of them immigrants that came before, though. That's the end of that story. This is a shitty website. Yeah, anyway, so. All right, on to the next story. Laura Loomer reports. Laura Loomer has lately been doing a few topics, I think, that have been pretty good. I have to give her credit. She's done a few things. I think it's Bella trying to escape out of the camera again. The U.S. Air Force has placed Shariful M. Khan in charge of the Golden Dome for America, Our next generation missile defense shield is being designed and built under the supervision of a Bangladeshi Muslim. On page 9 of his School of Advanced Air and Space Studies thesis, Kaine said that words matter. So what did the now Brigadier General mean when he called his oath of office perfunctory? Perfunctory. That's an interesting word. I believe it means it doesn't really matter. It's just something they have to do. Bella is moving again. Look at this. She's moving around. She's trying to get the people to let her know that, yeah. Kaine! That's right. Kaine! Yeah. Laura Loomer, even a blind nut can find an occasional squirrel. Yes, they will. Bella is AI. She is. The definition of perfunctory, carried out with a minimum of effort or reflection. Was he acknowledging that the Islamic principle of taqiyya, whereby his deceit is acceptable to further the religion? Probably not. He's Sunni. For a real laugh, though, read Khan's defense of Islam in his paper. He claims that Islam is not a monolithic religion without room for infusion of cultural mores. He suggests that we shouldn't call Islamic terrorism Islamic. We should just instead call it militant extremism. Star Trek, Wrath of Spuds. As a student of Islam, Kaine knows that disbelief or any advocacy for Islamic reform is classified as apostasy, rida or irtidad in Arabic. Apostasy occurs when a Muslim abandons Islam, adopts another faith, or engages in actions or statements deemed incompatible with Islam. It's punishable by death in many Muslim countries. She's keep moving around on me, isn't she? She's gonna keep doing this. Make me. Anyway, spend more time moving the camera around for Bella than I do reading these stories. So apostasy occurs when a Muslim abandons Islam, adopts another faith, or engages in actions or statements deemed incompatible with Islam. It's still punishable by death in many Muslim countries. You have a cat? Jim is distracted. I'm not distracted. I'm trying to keep people paid to see Bella. I'm trying to keep it in the focus all the time, keep her in there. And that's all. That's all. But are they Islamic militants? I think so. Yeah. Cherish Bella. Big girls have a lifespan of about 12 years max. Yeah, they don't live long. My last one lived 14 years. So we'll see. If Khan's perspective on Islam were true, we wouldn't be witnessing the mass rape of Europe by Muslim invaders. If the day ever comes when Islamic terrorists in Iran or Pakistan ever decide to point their missiles at us, do you really want to bet the house on this guy? If he's a good Muslim or good American? I'd hate to find out the hard way. Let's see. Look at, he's wearing a mask.
To that end, the oath for me is the perfunctory, the memorized words that we say. To that end, the oath for me is the perfunctory, the memorized words that we say. To that end, the oath for me is the perfunctory, the memorized words that we.
So yeah, so he said the oath was perfunctory. It says here that Brigadier Shariful Khan.
To that end,
what? Oh, what is going on here? Brigadier General Shariful Khan serves as Director of Staff for Golden Dome for America, the Pentagon, Arlington, Virginia. In his role, he synchronizes strategy, policy, plans, positions, and cross-functional issues for all Golden Dome for America initiatives, including establishing partnerships with industry, academia, national labs, and other government agencies to rapidly develop and field next-generation missile defense capabilities. So that's not good. Yep, there he is. Bangladeshi Muslim Shariful Khan, who has been put in charge of America's Golden Dome in the U.S. Air Force, has praised Islamic madrasas and says Islamic terrorists should instead be called militant extremists in an effort to cover for Islam. This is a shocking threat to our national security under the current Trump administration. For anyone needing more evidence that Khan is unfit to lead a major program in President Trump's Department of War, I have prepared an entire thread for you with exclusive evidence I have uncovered from Khan's thesis. Khan praised USAID using U.S. military money to fund Islamic madrasas. The enemy from within. That's right. Khan said Islam's popularity in Bangladesh is due to its message of equality among people. Really? Equality in Islam? Then why are gays tossed from roofs? And why are women forced to cover up? Why are non-Muslims killed? Marlene says he does not have the mark on his forehead that Muslims who fanatically pray 5 times a day their whole lives usually do. You saw somebody wearing a mask yesterday in their car? Wow. We have provided planes. I don't know. They want our stealth technology. Yes, they do. Khan likened Western NGOs to Al-Qaeda. Instead of admitting how violent Islam is, Khan blames income inequality for terrorism. He refuses to call it Islamic terrorism. Wow. Yeah, if Khan renames his Golden Dome Genesis program, yes, we should be worried. Yes. And so here's all the stuff, that she just pointed out. Here's all the things. That's what it says. And then adding further concern to Khan being in charge of America's Golden Dome as a Bangladeshi Muslim, Khan said we can't call them Islamic terrorists. Apparently, woke general wants us to call them militant extremists and ignore the threat of Islam altogether. And finally, from my earlier post, Khan thinks that Islam is willing to change, to adapt, to integrate the Western values. So he thinks Islam is like the Marines. They can adapt, they can improvise, they can overcome. Shariful Khan must be removed from his position for the sake of our U.S. national security. This is egregious. I have archived this entire thesis, and I am happy to send it to the Secretary of War. Here's the receipts. And then it's not just here that this is happening. This is happening in England, too. It says Shabana Mahmood has become the UK Home Secretary. She is in charge of immigration, visas, and borders. Here she is at a rally calling to globalize the Intifada. Rest in peace, UK.
I'm just here. It's Saturday afternoon, a peaceful protest outside of a Sainsbury's store here in central Birmingham. And it's 3:30, and the store has actually just shut as a result of the peaceful protest. That's about 4.5 hours worth of business that Sainsbury's is losing for supporting goods from the Israeli settlements, which are illegal under international law. So they're calling on Sainsbury's and all other stores to trade settlement goods that they stop doing, so that they do not support people who have broken international law. There's a huge response today, just here in central Birmingham. It's incredible to see, and the passion here of all of the people campaigning is incredible to see.
It's an agenda. It's an agenda. It's an agenda. Michael Mallett says that his favorite thing about Ayn Rand novels is how unrealistic her critics say her writing is. So for over 2 centuries, the Home Secretary has safeguarded the nation. Today, we've been a new chapter as we welcome Shabana Mahmood to the Home Office as the new Home Secretary. What do you know? Look at the Home Office. What do you know? Yes, it's an agenda. See? You got your UK Home Secretary, you got the head of the UK education system. What do you know? And then you got the Brighton mayor. Look at that. And then the London mayor, British capital. Wow. You've been conquered, Britain. I hate to break it to you. It's all a plan, you see? It's a plan right here. It says they have complete faith that Islam will invade Europe and America because Islam has logic and a mission. The jihad will lead to smashing Western civilization and replacing it with Islam, which will dominate the world. This is Muhammad Mahdi Akef, leader of the Muslim Brotherhood. Then this person, Anhemjem Chowdhury, promises of Allah, of things to come, defeat of occupying Jews, reconquest of the conquest of Rome, conquest of the White House, and domination of the world by Islam. These are all people they let run around in Britain talking this crazy smack, and nobody does anything about it. Yes. Yes. Yes, bring back the Spanish Inquisition, but only if they do it with the songs like they did in the remember History of the World Part 1, and then at the end when they said the Spanish Inquisition is just an imposition. Yeah, because they write at the level where they start openly killing. Oh wait, Syria and Turkey. Yes. Yeah, they scam the federal government also for large contracts. Says Jean de Valette says there are 700 Muslims in the Home Office already. The Lotus Eaters original reporting. Yeah. It says Islamification. Islamic scholar Uthman Farouk in America explains your nightmare of an Islamic Europe will come true. America and Russia will also become Muslim. We are the change, unapologetic and uncompromising. That's what they think. That's what they're saying. I did say History of the World. You did say. Oh, okay. Where? Qatar is. I don't, Brian Ogden, it's so hard to follow. You write things and then you say things, and I don't know. It's like, I don't know who you're talking to. Because you're like, you said this, I said History of the World, then your next comment was Qatar is. Is that Qataris? Are you doing speech to text? Is that what it is? Is that what's happening here? Oh man, we are losing people like crazy. What is going on here? I went from 125 people down to 102. Did I say something to upset people? Maybe in shadow barned right here. I see nobody really streaming that's of any importance to here to bother me, but whatever. I'm just going to keep going. You have a feeling a huge movement will explode soon in the UK, bound to happen? You said nothing? Maybe we let him go? I don't know. Oh, so this is going to be one of those things where it won't let me play the... Oh, see? It won't let me play it. It's this damn... So let me do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to search this for this. What's his name? Uthman Farouk. I'm going to search for this. I'm going to find this because I want to find this guy talking. I want to hear what he says.
We have to be the solution. The future is ours. Every ideal nightmare of a Muslim the representative of this deen of Islam. We have to be the solution. The future is ours. Every ideal nightmare of a Muslim Europe will come true. They can be as mad as they want. I don't care. America will be a Muslim country. Russia will be a Muslim country. Islam will enter every house. We have to be a part of that change. We have to be a part of that da'wah. We have to be a part of those ghuraba who stand firm on our aqidah and our practice and our deen and never ever apologize. We're unapologetic. Never ever compromise. We're uncompromising. We are the messengers of the messenger. We are the representative of this deen of Islam. We have to be the solution. The future is ours. Every ideal nightmare of a Muslim Europe.
Oh, yes. And there's this. Federal agents and local police raided several homes, storage, and shipping locations in Dearborn, Michigan, arresting 8 Muslims, Michigan men, according to all media I've seen on the story, involving an international auto theft ring that had financial backers and buyers in Iraq. Yes. EDL means English Defense League, which Tommy Robinson founded. Yeah, Tommy Robinson's been out in front on all this stuff, man. He gets the short end of the stick. If it's a religion of peace, why is it telling people it's going to be a nightmare? He should be calling it utopia, like the commies do. Well, perhaps we shouldn't allow more of these people in our nation. Crazy thought, I know. Dearborn, Michigan. 8 Michigan men face federal charges for their roles in an alleged conspiracy involving the sale of stolen vehicles overseas. So here's the. It's a short clip. I have another bit, but here we go. So here they go. They got to go break in the stuff. Feds raid locations in Dearborn, Michigan, Dearborn Heights. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 We got this. A group of Middle Eastern men have been stealing $40 million worth of cars in America and shipping them from Michigan to the Middle East. Those charged are Mohammed Al-Hilo, 36, Mohammed Al-Ali, 35, Mohammed Al-Abadudi, he's got duty, 35, Hadir Al-Hadari, Kaharara Al-Nasaka, Abbas Al-Athman, Mustafa Al-Fadhali, and Terrell Davis, and David Rashinsky William. Some of these things are not like the others. Some of these things, yes, as you noticed. Federal prosecutors say that between July 2023 and 2025, about 400 stolen cars were collected at lots in the Detroit area, loaded into shipping containers, and sent overseas. False paperwork disguised the shipments as auto parts or other goods. Yeah, fake car tittles. Mm-hmm. I hate when they put the music over the stuff because then I have to. But here you go. You see it? There they go. This is what they're doing. They busted them. I think I saw this in an episode of The Sopranos. Jay took Junior's car. You're taking Junior's car thing. Yeah, I'm going overseas. I'm going to talk to them. I want to go see the other country. Yeah. So there's that. And yes, I would totally agree with Charles. It says, hey, chat, due to YouTube chat lag and Jim being a boomer, please include context clues in your replies so Jim can keep track of the conversation and not be such an old fogey. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, something is going on here. I don't know what's happening, which seems like I'm missing information. Yeah. Seems very. I don't know if this is StreamYard not doesn't keep track of it as a live chat. What is happening? Well, so I don't know. I'm tracking it in StreamYard, and some chat is lagging. All right. It says pulled the shade down a few degrees darker on that last two names. Yep, that's what I was thinking. It says the Auto Theft Prevention Act authorizes $30 million annually through 2030 for equipment and overtime to combat these exact crimes. Yet this Detroit ring stole $40 million in vehicles alone, proving federal grants are reactive, not preventative. Worse, the bill lets states spend 5% on administrative costs, meaning bureaucrats pocket $1.5 million annually, while criminals exploit the ports. Hey, it's midnight, Jim. People turn into pumpkins. Oh, I didn't realize we've gone 3 hours already. What do you know? We got roughly an hour or so, about an hour and a half left to go. Unless we, where are we at? I think we're at, $67 away from a third additional hour. So we'll have to keep an eye on that so we don't, the U.S. is being graped at all angles. It's understandable. I'm looking at 90% of the chats. I don't know. I'm missing some. 9 p.m. Arizona time. Anyway, the DC mandates harsher penalties for trafficking. 10 years isn't enough. And the audits shipping manifest. Your tax dollars fund a cycle of theft and bureaucracy. Prioritize border security, crush smuggling networks, and defund the bloat. See how the numbers and loopholes stack up against real world crime. Real world crime. Real world crime. Hold on one second. I had a reply to a text. It was kind of an important thing. Anyway, so let's go here. We'll move on to the next story. Yeah, so here's more of this. It's going to show more. No, that's the same one. What's going on here? Oh, yeah. So then there's this. It says, this is the America's first police uniform patch featuring Arabic writing. So in that town, Dearborn, Michigan, Dearborn Heights, look at, they put Arabic on the patches. What do you know? That's crazy, isn't it? Crazy, crazy, crazy. It's a horrible idea. 3 phases of Muslim immigration. Phase 1, few in number, oppressed Islam, play the victim, claim Islamophobia, and more tolerant of others. Phase 2, large minority, indignant Islam. You're threatening, you demand Sharia law, you're intolerant of infidels. Phase 3, it's a clear majority, dominant Islam. You're militant, strict Sharia law, and you kill and subdue all infidels. For 1,400 years, the pattern has not changed. Moderates are irrelevant. Mm-hmm. Mm. Islamification, America's first uniform patch freaking Arabic writing. Yeah, so we saw that. Then we got this story right here. So a twice deported 26-year-old Gökhan Bakci, an illegal alien from Turkey living protected in Gavin Newsom's sanctuary, California, was just arrested for raping multiple children at a Turkish daycare in Sacramento. So this guy's been deported twice. All right. Been deported twice. And here he is. Abolish sanctuary states and cities. Let's see. Let's hear the story. Hear the story of a man for the wall.
Detectives say that 26-year-old Gökhan Bakci assaulted children at the Mather Child Care Center. Investigators opened the case after a mother reported her 6-year-old daughter may have been abused. Forensic interviews in Turkish revealed possible additional victims. Detectives urge anyone with information to give them a call.
What do you know? Mm-hmm. And then this right here, Suited Aces, who I follow, who's a great guy, has a great thing to say right here, right? Hey, shoot that guy. Remember that? Mm-hmm. And Sanctuary City, twice deported 26-year-old Gakhan Bakki, an illegal alien from Turkey living under Gavin Newsom's sanctuary policy, was arrested for raping multiple children at a daycare, courtesy of the Dapper Dan. And we have this from Doge, which says that this horrific case exposes the deadly consequences of sanctuary policies shielding criminal legal aliens while Newsom's administration coddles predators. Trump's ICE enforcement successfully deported 2.4 million criminal aliens in his first term, proving strong borders save lives. Lake and Riley Act, H.R. 7511, mandates detention for illegal aliens charged with violent crimes. Yet California Democrats block its implementation. Sanctuary cities aren't compassionate, they're complicit. 1 second. Wow. And sanctuary cities aren't compassionate, they're complicit. Every taxpayer dollar funding these policies enables predators to victimize children. Let's just say, being a Chicagoan, it's easy for me to listen. That's why I like your pace of reading and I'm out covered. I get grief from some people if I slip back into Chi-Town, Rapid Speak, Ozarks, last 18 years. Yeah, I try to go, I try to slow down though for people because a lot of people don't get that whole thing of speaking fast. Big city folk talk fast. Time to end the charade and enforce immigration laws, deport criminal aliens immediately, and prioritize American safety over political posturing. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I got one left. Wow. This is crazy. Breaking, disturbing. America, are you going to allow this? I thought it was satire at first. Oh, here we go. This is the guy. This is the one that I couldn't play before.
We are the messengers of the messenger. We are the representative of this deen of Islam. We have to be the solution. The future is ours. Every ideal nightmare of a Muslim Europe will come true. They can be as mad as they want. I don't care. America will be a Muslim country. Russia will be a Muslim country. Islam will enter every house. We have to be a part of that change. We have to be a part of that da'wah. We have to be a part of those ghuraba who stand firm on our aqidah and our practice and our deen and never ever apologize. We're unapologetic. Never ever compromise. We're uncompromising.
Hold on one second. I'm opening up some new tabs. Take me 1 second here. Bing, beep, bop, beep, bop, beep, bop, boop, beep, bop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. All right. Here we go. On to the next story. This is in Germany. Here we go. Yep, they're coming. Hide your daughters. That's right. They're taking over. I am not drunk. I haven't even been drinking at all. Demographic winter is coming. Islam is inevitable because we do not occupy our land properly. We do not have enough children to replace the ones passing. Britain and UK are actually talking about this also. I hope they stop being soft on the invaders. That's right. So here we go. Elon Musk says if AfD doesn't win, Germany is kaput. Germany is ready for a massive change. The AfD party is the only party that supports mass deportations. They now have a huge lead in the polls. Muslims have loonies too. Germany and UK are first to flip. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Fold. Yep, fold. Let's be honest. We all thought a little more about how it was that Hitler came to power so easily. Well, he didn't come to. I mean, it was just a thing, over and over. It was, that happened, and he won an election in 1933. So the other political parties want to ban AfD from the next election. That's right. They all talk about democracy and all this stuff, but yet they're going to ban the most popular party. Only AfD can save America. Germany. Elon Musk. See, AfD is the most popular. Look at that. 39% is what they're polling at, and yet they want to ban them. And they're also, for some reason, they're also killing them. Literally, they want to stop them. They want to kill them, literally and legally. Here we go. Right here, see? The polls rising, candidates dying, AfD's fight for survival. Germany now faces an ominous moment. On May 2nd, 2025, the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution classified the Alternative for Germany, AfD, Alternative for Deutschland, the nation's leading opposition party, as confirmed right-wing extremist organization. This unprecedented move, justified by a sprawling 1,100-page report, redefined the AfD not as a Democrat rival, but as a threat to the constitutional order. Yet while the legal battle over this designation unfolds, a darker story is playing out. AfD candidates are dying in startling numbers ahead of the September 14th elections. That's right, elections are only 7 days away. And I think it's up to like 16 of these people just dropped dead. Just unexpectedly, just don't know what's going on. It's like food poisoning them. It could be. As they keep dying, or someone keeps dying them. By early September, authorities in North Rhine-Westphalia admitted that 16 AfD candidates had died under suspicious or unexplained circumstances in the run-up to local elections. Just a week earlier, the number was reported as 7. Alice Weidel, AfD co-chair, confirmed that candidates from towns like Bad Lippspring, Blomberg, Rheinberg, Schwedt were among the dead. Police investigations are ongoing, but the scale alone is alarming. No other major party is experiencing anything close to this level of attrition. In a democracy, candidates are supposed to be removed from ballots by voters, not by death notices. With German elections just a week away, and the AfD declared, is there more to this? The deaths occurred against the backdrop. As AfD momentum grows, September 2nd polling shows the party surging with a 19% rise, cementing its status as Germany's most potent electorate force. Voters are not abandoning the AfD in the face of the state repression. They are rallying to it. This dynamic terrifies the ruling coalition of CDU, CSU, and SPD, which holds only a fragile majority of 328 out of 630 Bundestag seats. The SPD, despite its humiliating collapse to 16% in February's national election, clings to power through key ministries. For these parties, suppressing the AfD is not about protecting democracy, but preserving their own political survival. I want to go back. I want to read this. The democracy. With Germany's elections just a week away, the AfD declared an extremist anti-democratic party, and yet still surging in the polls. 16 AfD candidates standing for election on the 14th have died. No other party has seen similar losses. It's strange that deaths came after polling in Saxony-Anhalt showed AfD ahead of every other party. Strange, right? Yeah. 16 German AfD politicians die right before local elections, triggering conspiracy theory. Statistically, almost impossible. Natural causes, they report. No suspicion of foul play, they said. Yep, nothing to see here. Yeah, when they can't beat you at the ballot box, they find other ways to reduce your numbers. Funny how defending democracy never includes letting people vote for the wrong party. Some candidates were disqualified permanently. That's right. Mm-hmm. The BFE's classification grants the government sweeping surveillance powers over AFD members, tapping communications, planting informants, and destabilizing the party from within. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the German elections will be very interesting. We'll see what happens. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 16 of them dead so far. Surprised they didn't just label them suicides. Yeah, well, we'll see. Although the courts have temporarily paused implementation, the designation itself remains in force. The chilling effect is immediate. Supporters fear surveillance. Donors hold back money. The specter of state reprisal looms over every candidate. When coupled with the disturbing wave of unexplained deaths, the picture begins to resemble not democratic contestation, but political warfare. Germany's leaders justify their actions by invoking the specter of Nazism. Oh no, Hitler, Nazism, claiming democracy cannot be naive about extremism. But the Weimar Republic, did not collapse because it tolerated dissent. It collapsed because elites distrusted their citizens and institutions proved too brittle to channel opposition constructively. Today, Germany risks repeating the error, this time by crushing a populist party that commands millions of votes. If a fifth of the electorate is silenced through labels, surveillance, and now unexplained fatalities, what remains of democracy? The implications extend beyond Germany. Imagine if President Trump had declared the Democrat Party an extremist organization, placed informants in its campaign offices, and IRS agents targeted its donors, all while Democrat candidates began dying in clusters. Would anyone call that democracy? Well, it's kind of what they did to Trump. If you remember, they plant informants in his campaign. They started looking at all stuff. They tapped everybody's phones. Remember? Then they came up with this whole thing claiming he's working with Russia when they knew that wasn't true. Huh. Weird. The analogy is not an exaggeration. It's the mirror of what is now unfolding in Berlin. International voices have already expressed alarm. Matteo Salvini of Italy denounced the move as a theft of democracy. Elon Musk provided Alice Weidel a platform on X after legacy outlets froze her out. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance met with Weidel in early September, signaling American awareness of German authoritarian drift. To outsiders, the narrative is clear. Germany is less concerned with amending democracy than with narrowing the choices available to the voters. Yeah, they call reps fascists, so yeah. The Windeman brothers are blanching out. Yes, they are. 1 second, I got to get something to drink. My throat's getting a little dry. What is at stake is not the AFD alone, but the principles of pluralism itself. Once it becomes acceptable to neutralize the leading opposition party through intelligence decrees and candidates fall dead in shocking numbers, no opposition can feel secure. Today, it's the alternative for Deutschland. Tomorrow, it may be any movement that threatens entrenched elites. The lesson is chilling. Voters may cast ballots, but their choices are bound by those who hold the power. Germany presents itself as a guardian of democracy, yet its actions reveal profound mistrust of the very citizens it claims to protect. The paradox is stark. To save democracy from so-called extremism, it is dismantling democracy in real time. The rituals of elections may persist, but the freedom to choose is being extinguished. It is not democratic resilience. It is democratic euthanasia. What happened to Klaus Schwab? I don't know. What happened to him? By the power of Grayskull. Yeah. Hegseth may need to do something about the Vindman twins. Well, the problem is the one is in Congress, so it's kind of hard to do something to him when he's in Congress. The world should take heed. The measure of democracy is not how it treats ideas it likes, but how it treats ideas it fears. By that standard, Germany is failing. The Alternative for Deutschland is surging in the polls despite the state's repression. It should be challenged in open debate, not strangled by the secret police powers or erased through mysterious deaths of its candidates. Once the line is crossed, once suppression replaces persuasion, the descent into authoritarianism is not a risk. It's already underway. Yeah. Bela Lugosi. I wish I could talk like him, but I don't know. Yes. Was definitely Churchill of the polls. Yep. Mm-hmm. Lots going on in the world, that's for sure. Yes, lots. Jim reading the news like Count from Sesame Street is everything. How many died? One died. Ha, ha, ha. 16 died. Ha, ha, ha. Lawfare goes global. The EU has criminalized conservatism. In 2016, when Donald J. Trump did the unthinkable and defeated Hillary Clinton, it was not a smear disruption. That's right. This is an old article. I don't know if that's in there. Let me see. Okay, yeah. There we go. We're going to read this one. It says, democracy. It appears as though Germany will not allow the Alternative for Deutschland to take control. Democracy isn't just Germany. The entire EU is making it illegal to be a conservative. By labeling AfD extreme, Germany is sacrificing democracy to save it. It's kind of like that stuff that they said during Vietnam. I don't know if you guys are aware. I mean, I wasn't around then, but I've read the books and I've seen the things where they said we had to destroy the village in order to save it. Yes. We had to destroy the village in order to save it. Democracy, properly understood, is not simply the enactment of majority will. It is a structure of constitutional protections, checks on authority, and toleration of political opposition. On May 2nd, 2025, Germany's Domestic Intelligence Agency, the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution, the BFV, declared that the Alternative for Germany, Alternative for Deutschland, a confirmed right-wing extremist party. This decision, far from protecting democracy, undermines it. The ruling coalition is not defeating its opponents at the ballot box, but is instead seeking to neutralize them through tools of state power. It's almost like what they did when they tried to take Trump off the ballot in Colorado and Michigan and where was it else? Another state, Rhode Island, I think. Multiple states, they tried to take him off the ballot. Yes, democracy has lost its meaning due to the definition being perverted. Yes, and due to Democrats mostly being perverts. The BFV's announcement marked a dramatic escalation. Previously, the AfD had been categorized only as a party suspected of extremism. Oh, they're suspected of extremism. Yeah, 34 felonies. That's my poppy in my profile pic. Your puppy? Your puppy? Politics does ruin everything. Yes, it does. The new designation carrying sweeping implications. The government may now monitor AfD members' communications, infiltrate its organization with informants, and direct taxpayer resources toward the surveillance. These powers, justified under the banner of safeguarding constitutional order, in practice allows the ruling establishment to spy on and destabilize its primary rival. Yeah. Sounds like familiar. Doesn't this kind of sound like what happened in 2016? What they talked about, what they did? Poppy, like the flower. Oh, your dog's name is Poppy. Okay, I thought you meant puppy. Comparisons to the AfD and the NSDAP are funny since the head of the AfD is a lesbian and LTR was with a Sri Lankan. Yeah, it's crazy. The timing of this maneuver matters. Germany is governed by a coalition of Christian Democrat Union, CDU. Its Bavarian counterpart is the Christian Social Union, and the Social Democrat Party, the SPD. Yes. They're all communists, those three parties. It's weird how they're communists, but they got Democrat in all their names, but they're communists. Kind of like the Democrat Republic of the Congo, or what else is People's Republic of China. What is it? What is North Korea's? Yeah, the My Lai massacre, yeah. They had to destroy the village to save it. Oppression is a timely manner. It says, Chancellor Friedrich Merz leads this alliance, which holds a narrow parliamentary majority. Although the SPD suffered its worst post-war result in February, it still controls key ministries in finance, justice, and defense. Every party in this coalition gains politically from weakening the AFD. Unable to blunt the AFD's rise electorally, the establishment has sought to reframe its opponents as existential threats to the state. Just like they said about Trump, remember? They said Trump is an existential threat and it's a damage to democracy and he's going to do all this stuff. And Biden did that red speech when he talked about how we had to destroy MAGA. Yeah. Imagine if President Trump declared that, yeah, we already wrote this. No fair observer would call this democracy. You know, if Trump did this to the Democrats, they wouldn't call it democracy. But when the Democrats did it to Trump, no one had a problem with it. Germany now teeters on precisely this edge. This episode is historically unprecedented. Since 1949, Germany has banned only two parties, the Socialist Reich Party in 1952 and the Communist Party in 1956. Both were fringe movements. But the AfD, by contrast, commands over 20% of the electorate and 152 Bundestag seats. Yeah. Just like Hitler said about everybody he didn't like. That's right. To treat such a force as a security threat is to disenfranchise millions of citizens. It's not the suppression of a marginal faction, but the criminalization of a mainstream opposition. I don't think it matters really if it's a marginal faction or if it's either way. You shouldn't be doing this to anybody. It shouldn't matter if they have one seat or all the seats, or you know, after you don't. This is not what you do in a functioning society. The long-term implications are clear. The BFV's classification paves the way for stripping the AFD of public funding, barring civil servants from membership, and blocking its role in parliamentary committees. If this continues, the party may become irrelevant not through voter rejection, but through legal attrition. The government's justification invokes Germany's past, warning of Nazi resurgence. Yet this analogy collapses on the examination. The Weimar Republic collapsed not because it tolerated dissent, because it failed to maintain a strong democratic institution. Germany's current strategy repeats that failure, showing weakness, not by tolerating radicalism, but by distrusting its own citizens. These powers are ripe for abuse. Informants and undercover agents can easily manipulate or entrap members, manufacturing scandals to justify repression. Surveillance is no longer contingent on specific wrongdoing, but flows automatically from the extremist designation. Who defines what views are compatible with democracy? Alarmingly, it is the very coalition threatened by AfD success. This is akin to referees changing the rules mid-game to guarantee their own team's victory. Kind of like the Democrats like to do when they like to change the voting rules in the middle of the race when they ain't going to win. Defenders argue, just like they did in 2020. Never said, "Oh, well, mail-in ballots. We're just going to send mail-in ballots to everybody and send them in. If you're not for that, then you hate democracy." But genuine defense requires open contest in public square, not secret police tactics. Bad ideas are best defeated by arguments. Once governments refuse that wager, they forfeit any claim to being democratic. I don't like how this article and this guy seems to basically be conceding that AfD is this bad force. I've never heard of anything they've said besides they want Germany to be great and they want to stop immigration. That makes them all of a sudden to be Nazis. Appeals process offers little comfort. Courts may eventually overturn the designation, but years will pass before any ruling. By then, damage will be irreversible. AfD supporters will have been intimidated, donors chilled, and internal unity fractured. The longer such measures persist, the more they are normalized. A democratic system that relies on repression rather than persuasion does not strengthen itself. It weakens the very foundations of trust upon which democracy rests. Yes, we are a republic, not a democracy. Yes, we are. I vote and don't like things. Okay, me too. International voices have already expressed alarm. Deputy Prime Minister of Italy, Matteo Salvini, called the move a theft of democracy. Elon Musk provided AfD leader a platform after legacy media cut her off. J.D. Vance met with Vidal before the election, signaling unease at Germany's trajectory. These reactions underscore that Germany's actions are not viewed as internal housekeeping matter, but as a precedent with global implications. Germany's crackdown on AfD is not democracy defending itself. It is democracy betraying itself. Conflate dissent with danger is to hollow out the very system that guarantees pluralism. What is unfolding is not a prophylactic against tyranny, but a prototype for it. The urgent question is no longer whether voters can be trusted, it is whether the rulers can. Hey, G Sharkman, what's up? Says, hello, Jim, Bella, and the Jimsomniacs. This is Mission Jim Possible. Can we get through all of the topics? I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna. We have 50 minutes left in the goal to hit $67 for another hour. That's where we're at, folks. That's where we are at. What did I say? How many minutes? Wait a minute. 49 minutes. What did I say? 67. 49 minutes to hit the 67 and $67 away. So 50 minutes. We need to go another hour. To conflate dissent with danger. Yes, this is one. Okay, yeah. So on to the next one here. This one. What is this here? Democracy, it isn't just Germany. The entire EU is making it illegal to be a conservative. Huh. Lawfare goes global. The EU has criminalized conservatism. In 2016, when Donald Trump did the unthinkable and defeated Hillary Clinton, it was not merely a disruption of the expected political cycle, it was an ontological rupture in the worldview of globalist establishment. That elite, forged in the gleaming chambers of Davos, Brussels, and Foggy Bottom, had spent decades constructing an ideological palace upon the belief that the arc of history had bent permanently toward supranationalism. Trump bulldozed that edifice. How did we get on Germany as a topic? Well, this is just one of the topics of the story, is about what's happening with all the people dying and the AFD and they're trying to do. And, you know, we have to pay attention. We have to pay attention to what's happening in Europe, because we just have to, I think. Maybe we don't. I don't know. The stewards of the so-called rules-based international order, Trump's rise was not the electoral misfortune, it was apostasy. The sins were theological. He questioned NATO's utility. He dismissed climate crusades. He mocked international treaties. And most unforgivable, he declared that he would put America first. Oh, Kyle Reese, you going to bed? Okay, well, thanks for being here. Please don't forget to hit the like on your way out, and subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. Since we had 123 watching right now, and we only have 108 likes, so we can bump that number up just a little bit. That would be nice. You know, maybe go in there and then hit like some reactions. You know, throw some 100% in there, some hearts, some smiley faces, some of those things. Hit those things. Get those likes up. That helps with the algorithm. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Yeah. That phrase, so simple yet so devastating to the mandarins of multilateralism, signaled something deeper. The resurrection of sovereignty. It could not be allowed to stand. By 2021, the counterattack had taken shape. Legal warfare, once the exclusive domain of banana republics, was rebranded and refined as the tool of elite preservation. A strategy. If the ballot box produces a wrong result, change the judge. If the people err, prosecute their champion. Trump was hit with a fusillade of indictments, not because he is unusually corrupt, but because he is unusually disruptive. The pattern had metastasized from Paris to Bucharest, Caracas to Dublin. Nationalist leaders are being purged, not by plebiscite, but by process. Know what I'm saying? That's right. Know what I'm saying, J-Rock? Know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Marine Le Pen, once again the front runner in French presidential race, was neatly removed from contention through a judicial maneuver so timed and tidy one might mistake it for satire. On March 27, 2025, she was sentenced to a 2-year suspended prison term. They suspended the sentence and barred from public office for 5 years, effectively ending her 2021 candidacy. The charge? Alleged misuse of European Parliament funds, a case launched in 2016, revived without fanfare just as her polling numbers peaked. Over a dozen members of her National Rally Party were likewise ensnared. The message was unmistakable. Challenge Brussels and you will be removed. Not debated, not defeated. Removed. I don't know, Jim. We have our own issues to deal with, and they don't speak German, and we have Trump to correct our problems with our politics. Well, this is not just Germany. This is now talking about other places also, France, other places. So, I don't know. It's almost done. I don't know. The United States now, under Trump's leadership, has taken unprecedented steps to confront this new form of transnational political suppression. In May 2025, Secretary of State Marco Rubio authorized an investigatory mission to France to examine the legal proceedings against Marine Le Pen. The U.S. team, which includes career diplomats and legal observers, will assess whether international norms regarding democratic participation and judicial impartiality were violated. According to one senior State Department official, if the U.S. is to champion democracy, we cannot turn a blind eye when it's strangled by procedure rather than preserved by principle. Yeah, that's right. Lisa Etter says Trump winning was the U.S. tossing tea in the river all over again. Nor is France alone. In the United Kingdom, where political prosecutions increasingly cloak themselves in hate speech jurisprudence, Trump has dispatched a parallel team to review the jailing of Lucy Connolly, a populist firebrand arrested for what British authorities describe as incitement against migrants. Her defenders argue her speech, however inflammatory, was plainly political. She was not tried by jury, but condemned by a panel whose allegiance to the ruling party is, at best, suspect. American officials have requested transcripts, court documents, and access to Connolly's legal team. The message again is clear. The Trump administration intends to confront, not accommodate, global lawfare. In Eastern Europe, the illusion of democratic procedure has been similarly weaponized. Romania's presidential election in November 2024 was upended when nationalist outsider Kaine Georgescu, who won the first round, was suddenly declared ineligible. The cause? Accusations of Russian interference, though no credible evidence was ever produced. Within days, he was arrested for communicating false information and promoting fascism. Charges as conveniently vague as they are politically lethal. His removal nullified the voters' verdict. Show the Benny Epstein, Trump snitched on Epstein. I've been saying it forever. Yeah, I have that. They said he was an informant for the FBI. One not need endorse Georgescu's views to grasp the threat. When the people's will is retroactively invalidated through judicial intervention, democracy becomes a simulation, not a reality. Once again, Trump has responded. The State Department has contacted Romanian authorities requesting a detailed account of the court's findings and the legal basis for the annulment. While critics call the intervention unprecedented, defenders argue that America's moral leadership depends on its willingness to challenge injustice even when it wears a robe. That's right. The new approach marks a decisive philosophical shift. Previously, administrations from Bush to Biden paid homage to the international order even as it rotted from within. Trump, by contrast, treats sovereignty not as a relic, but as a right. His foreign policy assumes that democracy means self-determination, not elite curation. The investigation into Le Pen's case is not mere theater. It is the first salvo in a counteroffensive against the weaponization of law. The trend is global and unmistakable. In Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro is ensnared in a judicial spiderweb designed to prevent his political resurrection. Ireland has prepared charges against Conor McGregor under nebulous hate speech provisions. In Pakistan, Imran Khan sits in prison, his party decapitated before elections could be held. In Turkey, Istanbul's mayor has been jailed for alleged ties to terrorism, charges his supporters regard as fiction. In each case, the pattern is the same. Nationalists rise, globalists recoil, courts intervene. And still, the architects of this jurisprudential coup insist they are defending democracy. But as any student of logic will note, defending democracy by avoiding elections is a contradiction. If democracy is to mean anything, it must include the right to elect those whom elites loathe. Otherwise, it's a mere spectacle. Trump's willingness to use the diplomatic tools of the United States government to expose this farce is both bold and necessary. If France or the UK can banish their opposition with the stroke of a judge's pen, then the lesson is simple. Legality is not justice. The law, once a shield for the people, has become a cudgel for the ruling class. In sending observers to France, Romania, and the UK, the Trump administration is doing more than gathering evidence. It is issuing a warning. The age of passive accommodation is over. The U.S. will no longer grant automatic legitimacy to foreign prosecutions that function as political purges. For the globalist order, this is an existential threat. Their power lies not in persuasion, but in process. They wield courts as swords and bureaucracies as shields. Trump's crime was to question their divinity. His re-election gives him the power to expose their secular heresies. But this fight extends beyond Trump. It concerns the survival of political choice itself. If voters cannot choose their leaders without fear that judges will unchoose them, then democracy has already died. What remains is oligarchy dressed up in robes and gavels. So yes, the investigation into Le Pen and Connolly are controversial. Good. They should be. Nothing less than the integrity of self-government is at stake. The ballot box must not become an anteroom to the duck. So we're just going to briefly touch on some of these because people are getting mad that I'm talking about Germany. So right here it says, here's the lesbian in charge of the AfD. It says, bodies of right-leaning AfD politicians are piling up in Germany ahead of the elections. 7 right-leaning lawmakers whose party the establishment wants to ban have perished ahead of upcoming elections. Yeah, the right-wing populist party, AfD, Alternative for Deutschland, has been abbreviated AfD for its German name. Alternative for Deutschland has grown increasingly popular since its founding in 2013 by free market economists keen to strengthen German sovereignty. Yeah. So they can't ban them, so they're killing them. You know, in the Epoch Times says 16 candidates die ahead of German local elections. Say goodnight to the bad guy. You're never gonna see another bad guy like this.
Say hello to my little friend.
So that's what's happening. On to the next story. Okay, here we go. This is about Lisa the Crook. And it turns out Lisa the Crook is cooked. Get it? She's cooked. The DOJ has now opened a formal investigation, a criminal mortgage fraud probe into former Fed Governor Lisa D. Cook. Grand juries in Georgia and Michigan. Indictments likely to follow. This is big. Crook allegedly lied on multiple mortgages, claiming primary residents to score lower interest rates while renting the homes out. That's fraud. And it's exactly the kind of scheme that fueled the 2008 housing crash. Meanwhile, she regulates mortgage rates. Who lives in Lisa Cook's house? Let's see.
Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook has 3 homes and big troubles. She claimed to the banks lived at all of them, but she listed 2 of them for rent. That's not legal.
They keep doing this.
Living here in
Ann Arbor at the 3rd house, right?
It's dirty. There's a key lockbox right there. There's a white man at the dining room table. It's weird. I don't think she's married.
Hello?
How you doing?
Okay, how are you?
I'm good. My name's Charlie. I'm a reporter. This house is in the news. I was wondering if Lisa Cook lives here, or do you rent?
Yeah, we're just renting. So you'll have to.
I'm sorry?
He said we're just renting.
Okay, you just live in here?
Yeah.
Okay, just renting?
No.
I'm sorry?
You have to talk to the owner.
Okay, the owner, would you have a contact number? Oh.
I tried.
Oh. We'll have to talk to the owner.
I have to talk to the owner. And I don't like when they play the music over the stuff because that kind of causes a problem when you try to do what I'm doing. And I'll get a strike and I'll have to edit it out. And, Federal Housing Finance Director Bill Pulte blew the whistle last month with a criminal referral. And now the DOJ investigators are looking at mortgage fraud, insurance fraud, wire fraud, bank fraud, mail fraud, tax fraud. That's a lot of frauds. Well, I appreciate it. Jim is golden in my book. I'm trying. I'm doing my best, guys. I hope you all like it. You watched last night too? Was this? I didn't cover this last night, did I? Huh. Oh, Steve, no, I was just saying it's your program. If you want to talk about Germany, please do. I'm just lost in the logic. It was just a story that came up about these people dying, which I think it has correlations all around the world. What's going on? You know, what happened, what they did to Trump, what they tried to do to keep him off the ballot in 2024, what they did to Bolsonaro in Brazil, what they're doing all around the world. Italy, they did it to people. They did it to France, Le Pen. They did it in Romania. They tried to do it in Hungary, too, if I'm not mistaken. And they screwed around in Poland and tried to mess around with the guy running for the Polish presidency. I mean, this is their plan. If they can't beat you at the polls, they're going to disqualify you or they're going to get rid of you. A house full of crimes. Trump already fired Lisa Crook last month, citing false statements on 2 mortgages. She sued, claiming clerical errors and that presidents don't have the power to fire officials of the executive branch. What? Megyn Kelly's response, a bunch of horse shit. Oh my God, this is a long, we're not going to watch this whole thing.
I do want to start with Lisa Cook. This is very interesting because just because this federal housing guy, Bill Pulte, refers it, makes a referral to the DOJ does not mean the DOJ is actually going to run with it or actually pursue an indictment with a grand jury. But our information is that's exactly what's happening. She allegedly committed fraud. She denies it in 3 different jurisdictions. One was Ann Arbor, Michigan. One was Atlanta, Georgia. And the third was Cambridge, Massachusetts. For whatever reason, we're told that this grand jury has been opened in Atlanta, although we're told that the FBI is on the case in at least 2 out of those 3 instances. So the FBI is investigating her. We are told that the possible charges that they're looking at include mortgage fraud, wire fraud, and it could go beyond that, Glenn. She is now trying to make the case through her lawyer, Abby Lowell, that she is not fireable for these alleged offenses because now she's claiming she disclosed these shenanigans to senators and Biden administration officials in 2022 when she went through the confirmation process. So my first thought to that was, and I'd love to know what you think as a lawyer yourself, you can't disclose away crimes and then later say you can't fire me for the crimes. Like, if it's a crime, it's a crime. And just because Biden may have given you a pass on it, you're not going to turn around later and say the new administration has no right to fire me because they actually do care about crimes. Like, that's not going to fly if it rises to the level of criminality, in my view. But secondly, I also have real questions about whether she really did disclose what they're now saying she disclosed. It's the old Princess Bride. I do not think you know what that term means. Because you look at the alleged disclosures that Abby Lowell is citing, and he is saying in his motion, okay, I'm pulling it up, that, I want to get it exactly, she can't be fired over allegations of mortgage fraud because she already fessed up to discrepancies. This is New York Post reporting. In her home loan paperwork, while she was being vetted by the Biden administration ahead of her confirmation in 2022, Abby Lowell confirmed that Cook stated on a background check form submitted as part of her vetting, 1, that the Michigan house, the one in Ann Arbor, was her primary residence and her Georgia condo was her second home. 2, on another document, she listed both abodes, as well as her Massachusetts condo, as her present residence, while specifying the Michigan home was her current permanent residence, and the Cambridge condo was both a second home and a rental property. That's the evidence that she allegedly disclosed this to the Biden administration when vetted. Glenn, that's just listing your residences. That, from this in defense of Team Biden, no one would have any idea that she allegedly committed mortgage fraud by claiming as primary residences places that were not, or as secondary homes, places that were actually rental properties, and so on. So this, even what they're arguing in court to defend her, that she allegedly disclosed it, is apparently a bunch of horseshit. That's a legal term only people like you and I understand.
Okay, so she called it a bunch of horseshit. Okay, good. Evidence shows she has multiple houses, all listed as her primary residence, and actually rented to tenants. This is not a clerical error. It's intentional deception to pocket cheaper mortgage rates. Yeah. Cook's lawyer is Abby Lowell. Yes, Hunter Biden's lawyer, if that tells you anything. And it's not just Cook. DOJ has mortgage fraud probes into Adam Schiff and Letitia James. This is systemic because Democrats knew they could get away with anything. Not anymore. People going down. Mortgage fraud is not a victimless crime. It distorts the housing markets. It shifts costs onto honest borrowers. And in 2008, it helped trigger the financial meltdown. That would be enough, but public corruption is even worse. And remember, no one is above the law. Bailout plan rejected, markets plunge, forcing new scramble to solve crisis. That's right. Look at Nancy Pelosi there. Oh my God. He's trying to. Bill Pulte put it plainly. I swore an oath before the Senate that I would root out mortgage fraud. I won't stop just because someone has the title of Fed governor. Exactly right. Titles do not matter, and they do not make you untouchable. But being a Democrat did, until now.
Federal Housing Finance Agency Director Bill Pulte, ready and waiting, joining us now this morning. Mr. Pulte, it's good to have you on. Thanks.
Good to see you, Joe.
So, Bill, you had a news conference scheduled for later this morning. It's postponed, but I don't know whether that matters. From what we already know, there's just a lot going on, a lot of questions, a lot of differing viewpoints. And as you know, everything nowadays is very political. And I've noted, you have noted and tweeted about the great lengths that we've seen some former Fed officials and Fed watchers have gone to minimize what we're talking about. Things like, well, mortgage applications are hard. They're complex. It's a clerical error, et cetera, et cetera. Nonetheless, though, Bill, a lot of discussion centers on the legal meaning of cause and whether it can be used to justify the firing. Here's an op-ed piece. I don't know if you saw it this morning, from a couple of Republicans, from Phil Graham and Pencerling. And just tell me what you respond to this. This is what they said. There has yet to be a formal investigation. He hasn't been formally charged, much less convicted of anything. And her for-cause firing appears to be another assault on the monetary policy independence. So even Republicans are, it's raising an eyebrow. How do you respond to that?
Well, those are RINOs. They
I'll get
suck,
into your
and they
question
should
in a
probably
second.
be ran
I've never
out.
seen people support crime like this. This is insane. Alleged crime. Let's call it that. What she did was wrong. The fact that she hasn't come out and said, hey, these aren't my documents, or some rational explanation for this alleged crime, why is she not doing it? It doesn't make any sense. So I think most Americans, and you see this, Joe, on Twitter and otherwise, unless you're really well connected with the Fed or part of the elite class or, frankly, a news reporter, you look at this and you say, what the hell is going on at the Fed? To get to your point around independence, I don't believe for the last 4 years that the Fed has been independent. You see that even right now. You've got Lisa Cook, who's being represented by Norm Eisen. Norm Eisen is like the guy who tried to take down Trump, failed at it, but led the first impeachment. He's the lawyer for Lisa Cook. This is a raging Democrat. Then on top of it, you've got Jerome Powell, who's sitting silent. Okay.
Bill, I think what they're saying, it seems unusual. You're not.
Yeah, it seems unusual. Yeah. It seems unusual that you're holding people accountable. Yeah. But yeah, Norm Eisen and there it is. The Justice Department has opened a criminal mortgage fraud investigation of the Federal Reserve Board member, Lisa Cook, a sharp escalation of the Trump administration's efforts to oust her from the central bank's board. No, they already ousted her, Washington Post. She was fired. It's nothing to do with this. Yeah. Breitbart says, Justice Department issues subpoenas in criminal investigation of Lisa Cook's mortgage fraud. The Department issued subpoenas and opened a criminal inquiry into the allegations that fired Federal Reserve Board Governor Lisa Cook has committed mortgage fraud, according to a Thursday report. Bondi tapped Ed Martin, a top Justice Department official, so Eagle Ed Martin's on the case. The investigation follows after Pulte, the head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, FHFA, alleged that Cook engaged in mortgage fraud, focusing on 2 properties she owns in Michigan and Georgia, but there's a third property. He's shared what he claims is video evidence of Cook claiming multiple properties as her primary resident and then allegedly renting them out. Benny Hill for the win? You don't say. Benny Hill for the win, huh? As a governor on the board of Federal Reserve, she is held to a higher standard. That's right. He looks like Benny Hill. I need some gifts of him chasing Dems around a park, ending credits of the Benny Hill show. The paperwork shows he listed a home in Ann Arbor, Michigan. She also listed a condo in Atlanta. There's some chance. A loan clerk at a local bank. Feel good music. FHA Pulte on the second criminal referral against Lisa Cook. If you're going to be in charge of Federal Reserve, damn, you better be sure you know how to fill out a mortgage application. Did he actually say that?
I heard you talked about a second criminal referral for her. Why the second criminal referral since she's already been hired?
Because once we dug in more, we found more. And anytime we find more, whether it's on a criminal suspect or otherwise, we try to report it to people. So we reported it to the DOJ. She said that she had a second home, but then in her disclosures to the U.S. government, she called it an investment in rental property. Investments in rental properties are different than second homes. And back in that time frame, 2021, where she took out these 3 mortgages, you had different rates for these different types of classifications. So it's very concerning, and the DOJ will have to figure out what they do with that. that it's within our purview to prosecute it, we will refer it over to the DOJ, and that's what I'm singularly focused on. So,
Are there other government officials you're looking into?
I don't. We're looking at a lot of different things. We refer criminally people every day, contrary to what people say. We refer people who are Democrats, Republicans, it doesn't matter. But we're not going to be deterred from pursuing people. But
right.
The ones that we've made public or have been made public by other people are the only ones that we're prepared to talk about right now.
Tom Dempsey with News Nation. The attorneys for Ms. Cook are saying this is all just
Paging Dr. Faggot! Dr.
Well, Ms.
Faggot!
Cook is the one who filled out the applications, not me and not anybody else that I know.
That's a good idea, Dr. Faggot.
Take these 2 mortgages out. She took out a Michigan loan, and then 2 weeks later, she goes and she takes out another loan for a property in Atlanta. She declares both of them as her primary residence. Then you go back 4 months from that, she took out another loan. We're now finding on a third property, saying that it was a second home when really she declared it as an investment property. So, you know.
So yeah, so she committed all types of mortgage fraud all over the place. New video, we just declared, blah, blah, blah. We have that one, going to the house. Cook also filed a lawsuit claiming that Trump's move to fire her from the Fed is unlawful and lack cause. Cook's lawyer, Abby Lowell, has stated that her firing from the Fed centers more around the president's move to lower interest rates rather than her alleged mortgage fraud. I don't know about that, which has not been proven in a court of law. It doesn't have to be. You don't have to wait. You don't let her stay in office while you wait to go to trial. It could take years. And that Lowell stated Cook did not ever commit mortgage fraud, and alleged that the Biden White House had access to the documents that would have shown alleged facial inconsistencies with her properties. However, a source familiar with the matter has told Breitbart that the Senate Banking Committee at the time of her confirmation did not have access to information that would have shown if she had double dipped on residential mortgage filings. Yeah. The committee also would have received information showing whether she received rental income from her second and third properties. But they would not have known if she received preferential mortgage rates claimed with those properties. I'm just going to go over and zip through this real. DOJ launches a criminal mortgage fraud probe in Lisa Cook. Yeah, and then we got this. Then we got basically the Democrats have decided that they are going to fight this and that they want to protect Lisa Cook, Lisa the Crook Cook. Because now exclusive, Bill Pulte accused Fed Governor Lisa Cook of fraud. His relatives filed housing claims similar to hers. This is odd. How would anybody have the records of what Bill Pulte's relatives filed when they bought houses? Kind of weird, isn't it? Yeah, Benny had a lot of hot chicks in his shows. Yep, yes he did. So, close relatives of the federal official who has accused the Federal Reserve Governor of improperly claiming primary residence on 2 properties have declared the same status on 2 homes in 2 different states. Public records show Mark and Julie Pulte, the former father and stepmother of Bill Pulte, since 2020 have claimed so-called homestead exceptions for residences in wealthy neighborhoods in both Michigan and Florida. The exemption is meant to give a discount to homeowners on taxes for properties they use as their primary residence. Now, there's a big difference between a homeowner's exemption, homestead exemption, and mortgage fraud. Homestead exception would be defrauding the taxes, because that's for the state, and there are specific rules. And as they're going to explain, they don't know whether or not any fraud was committed, because if they are living separately and they're one's staying more than 50% of the year in one place and the other one's more than 50% a year some other place, they could both claim homestead exception on the properties. That's how it works. They don't, Local tax officials in both states told Reuters that claiming more than one home as a primary resident isn't generally allowed in their jurisdiction and could be punishable by fines or back taxes. After Reuters contacted tax officials in Bloomfield Township, Michigan, to inquire about the dual claims, the township says, as of today, would revoke the exemption on director of assessing on Thursday said the township, as of today, would revoke the exception on Pulte's residence there. According to public real estate records, the residence at Michigan House on Thursday evening, the home was rented out by the Pultes this year, a move that also violates the rules for exemption. Revised tax bills would be issued to the Pultes, including all applicable penalties and interest, Kratz said by email. He didn't respond to a follow-up question about the value of any payment now due, and Reuters couldn't determine a precise figure for previous tax payments they've made. Officials in Florida, citing the claim for exemption in the state as older, said any conflict with the second exemption would need to be addressed in Michigan. Reuters was unable to reach Mark or Julie Pulte for comment. Representatives of the Pulte's business and Pulte Family Foundation didn't respond for phone calls or emails to see comment either. Oh, crap. Instagram, I forgot Instagram cuts off at 4 hours. So I forgot to say goodbye to Instagram. So I got to fix this real quick. I totally forgot. Sorry, Instagram. Totally forgot. And while I'm at it, I'm going to say goodbye to X too, because you guys have been here for quite a long time. So X, been 4 hours. People on X, Twitter, if you want to continue watching, come over to YouTube or come over to YouTube or Rumble or even Facebook. I'm still on Facebook for a little while. I think Facebook shuts it off at 6 hours. Oh, wait, no. So bye-bye X. See y'all later. Tweet on the gram. That's right. So yeah. So we have approximately. Let's see here. Yeah, we peaked out at 128 people viewing. How many live viewers are right now? 128, 24. Right, we're at the peak right now. 120 views right now. So we have 18 minutes and 34 seconds to continue the show for another hour. We need $67. So we'll see what happens. Officials didn't respond. The claim of more than one property's primary residence had been the basis of his accusations of Lisa Cook, the Trump fired. Pulte referred the matter to Attorney General, prompting a probe of Cook. Additional formal action against Cook. Pulte in recent days made multiple statements. Cook repeatedly denied any wrongdoing. In the garage of the Michigan house on a quiet cul-de-sac, a man told Reuters that he lives at the property as a tenant and doesn't know the name of the homeowner. He declined to identify by name and said that whom and how long he'd been renting the property. They got lucky. The Pulte family, which rose to prominence with a housing empire starting in Michigan by Mark Pulte's father, is an active in conservative circles. Yeah, I think Pulte houses, what do you say, 3.5 closer? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I don't see any other donation that came in. Nothing. Somebody messing with me? 3.14. That's the you guys, what are you guys doing? Are you guys messing with me? What is going on here? All right. So the homestead exemption claim, 8 tax and real estate episodes would typically be permissible only in a rare exception that can be made for a couple in which spouses are conducting entirely independent lives, living separately at 2 addresses, separating their finances and filing their taxes individually. Reuters couldn't determine whether the Pultes qualified for such an exemption or had such grounds to justify their homestead claims. Right there. They said they have no idea if what they're doing is illegal, if they're allowed to, but yet they wrote this whole story to go after them to try and cover for Lisa the Crook. On to the next story. This is Chicago. It's about Mayor Johnson. So it says, even Mayor Johnson's allies could not sign off on a disastrous short-term high-rate loan to plug the hole in the budget due to the bloated teacher contracts. A bill has come due, and Johnson is accusing his closest allies of racism. It's hard to believe Mayor Guppy was better than today's Chicago mayor. That's right. Beetlejuice wasn't as bad, they say. But yes, this is a story right here. A bill comes due. Chicago's Johnson and the teachers union lose fight for loan to sustain the bloated budget. Because if you guys don't know, Mayor Brandon Johnson is a board member of the teachers union, and he refused to give up his seat in his position there when he became mayor. But yet he negotiated as mayor with the teachers union massive increase in their contract and pay. So I think personally that should be enough for the Department of Justice to investigate him and possibly put him in prison for that point on his head. Mayor Brandon Johnson has long been popular as a Ebola in Chicago, a politician who has continued to spend wildly while virtually chasing businesses from the city. Johnson was brought to power with the support of the Chicago Teachers Union and proceeded to approve a bloated contract and pension that was demanded by the Chicago Teachers Union. Now both Johnson and the teachers union have lost a fight to secure a $200 million loan to avoid the need to reduce the budget or staff. The bill has come due, and Johnson is claiming that criticism by some of his closest allies is due to racism. Johnson fired the head of the school board and packed the board with his allies in order to secure the loan. However, in the end, his allies could not sign off on what would be disastrous short-term high-rate loan to plug the hole in the budget. Bueller, Fry. Yeah, conflict of interest. Yeah. Collusion. Yeah. Chicago politicians have repeatedly yielded to the Chicago Teachers Union on massive pension deals to secure the union's support and contributions in elections. Almost like why there shouldn't be any teachers unions. There shouldn't be any public service unions. But we can thank old Peanut Head Carter for signing an executive order that authorized public sector unions through an executive order. And that's why we have them now, because they didn't exist before Peanut Head Jimmy Carter. The pensions have triggered financial crises for years. Johnson's solution was familiar. Just borrow more money at ruinous rates to kick the can down the road. In the meantime, the public schools, despite a $10.2 billion with a B dollar budget, continue to fail students, particularly minority and poor students, in a system producing dismal performance and proficiency levels. The $10.2 billion budget, approved by 12 of the 20 board members, closes a $734 million deficit, but does not include a loan, which the mayor's office sought to cover the pension payments and other unexpected shortfalls. That's right. After the pandemic, money from the Biden administration ran out, and Johnson actually had to balance the books. That would have involved confronting the CPS staff and the powerful union. Instead, Johnson wanted to sign off on another loan. When the former head of the board floated cutting back on the budget and staff, Johnson and the CTU forced him out. Even the CPS staff was raising alarms over Johnson's new math approach to loans. He was trying, but there's been a lot of pushback. We'll see what happens. That's what he was talking about, doing the schedule, whatever, Schedule F, I think, or Schedule K, to get rid of the unions. They noted that this loan would be signed without any promise of future revenue. In other words, it would just push the CPS and city closer to insolvency through crisis borrowing. The result would be a cascading failure with expected credit downgrades, despite the fact that CPS bonds are already rated at junk status due to past overborrowing to plug budget gaps. Johnson, however, thinks that money magically appears with loans and that he can simply borrow his way out of any budget shortfall. It was too much even for the city council, which has approved overspending for years. Johnson responded in signature fashion and accused his own allies, many of whom are minorities, of effective racism. When you put a black man in charge of a city, all of a sudden everyone wants to be an accountant. Like he's the new super mayor. Of course, one does not need to be an accountant to see that borrowing almost $250 million for a system near bankruptcy is irrational, especially when it involves a high-rate loan with no revenue stream to support the added burden. It's like a citizen spending wildly on credit cards without any means to pay the principal, let alone the interest. The difference is that Johnson is risking insolvency for an entire city, depressing creditworthiness and increasing the costs of future loans. CPS itself teaches personal finance subjects to students. Though it is heavily laden with jargon that is hard to tell from a social studies class, the course description on educating for equity seems geared more to balancing societal shortcomings than personal budgets. Financial education begins with students, identities, and memberships in our communities, extends to disciplinary, inquiry-based, culturally sustained instruction that educates for broad economic inclusion, mobility, and critical examination of existing systems, and financially secure individuals and communities. In the meantime, Chicago is now facing a $1.15 billion shortfall, and Johnson is calling for increasing taxes on the wealthy and businesses, despite the fact that Chicago is losing both businesses and residences. The incoming citizens are largely immigrants, including undocumented immigrants, illegal aliens in the sanctuary city. That has driven expenditures even higher for a city while it loses businesses and residences needed for its tax base. As a Chicagoan, I have no illusions about the city politics. There has never been a reasonable fiscal policy in the city in my lifetime. However, Johnson has moved from dismissive to disillusional in ignoring the economic realities of the growing city. You know, Chicago did a lot of stupid crap. All right, Chicago sold off their meters, all their parking meters, to to get money to pay to plug budget shortfalls. They leased the meters out to some company for 50 years or 70 years or something like that. Then they did another thing where they rented out all the bus terminals and all the advertising spaces on all the bus surrounds and on the buses and stuff to another company, and they kept selling stuff off. And this was going on for you. Hey, Kurt, what's up, Kurt? Nice to see you here, man. Would you like to join the stream, Kurt? I would love to have a lawyer come in and talk about some of this stuff. I could send you the link on Twitter if you'd like to come in. Okay, let me send Kurt the link. Okay, I sent Kurt the link. So this will be another big guest for Jim at the middle. This is crazy. So I guess we're going to go a little longer than the cutoff time. Mm-hmm. So here's another story about Mar Johnson loses the long battle to take out a $200 million loan. Mayor Brandon Johnson loses big battle last week, one he's been fighting for a long time. Johnson's done everything he could to force the city's school board to approve a new $200 million high-interest loan backed by the teachers union. Hey, what's up, Kurt? How you doing?
Oh, how you doing?
My name's Jim. I don't think we've ever met.
Hi, Jim.
I have a funny story. I actually found all of LawTube basically through you.
Excellent.
Because I used to,
you're welcome / I'm sorry.
Because I used to watch Leonard.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's a long time ago when I was on with Leonard.
It was a long time ago, like 6 years ago, I think, 7 years ago.
Yeah. Well, we're still doing the law stuff over here, so that's good.
So that's cool. Anyway, so it's nice. We're just going over some stuff. I do this every night, pretty much. I usually go about 10 o'clock at night, go for several hours, talking just basically news stories and everything, and that's about it. So I don't know. You have any thoughts on this about Brandon Johnson not being able to get the loan to pay for the school budget shortfall?
It's pretty hilarious.
It is.
Well, Chicago made that huge mistake with, what was it, their parking meters?
They did the parking meters?
Yeah, that was a big one. And they're still stuck with that till like 2080. So I just blame everything on that.
And they did another one too with the advertising for the buses. They have like in Chicago, actually in the wintertime, it gets cold. So they have these wraparounds for people to stand on the buses. And so they sold it to some French company. I want to say JD, I can't think of the name of it. It was some French company. They sold that. And they sold, they sold other stuff too. Like they sold property like really cheap because the city had all the property. And it goes back to the dailies. Like most people don't know, like all the housing projects that were along the lake in Chicago, the property was leased by the city to build the projects. And it was like a 50-year lease or something like that. And the person who owned the property just happened to have the last name Daly.
I'm sure purely coincidental.
It was purely coincidental. Purely coincidental.
Okay. Well, small world, I guess. Not that Daly. There's someone different.
No, the father.
Yeah,
what about this? We have Jamie Pritzker says that he has moles inside the Trump administration leaking info to him. There's a lot who work in the administration or work at the departments or the military who let us know things without having permission to do so. Would that be legal to have moles?
Well, depending on who they are, it might be legal, but I mean, there's like, depending on how you're counting, there's like 2 million people who work for the executive branch. So especially if you're counting in the military as well. So the idea that a few of them are talking to him, sure, why not?
So let's hear what he has to say.
Possibly to have that as a place where federal troops are. Do you have any sense even of the scope of the ICE operation that they're planning?
Not from ICE. We're getting, again, it's all secondhand, third hand. There are a lot of patriotic Americans who work in the administration or work at the departments or in the military who have let us know things without, having permission to do so. And so I would call some of that rumor, but, well-sourced rumors.
Possibly to have that as a place where federal troops.
Well, I got you here, actually. I'll talk to you for a little bit here, Kurt. So I've seen some of your cooking streams. Do you enjoy cooking a lot, or is it?
It's fun. I mean, it saves money to cook at home, and the Instapot helps with making stuff. So I made a big batch of chili recently. I have since eaten the chili. I need to make more chili, but
eaten the chili.
Yeah,
so,
it works out okay.
Do you get good views on the cooking stream? Because I cook myself a lot, and I was thinking about doing some recording of some videos of cooking, but I wasn't sure if it.
Not especially. There's a reason that I make it members only when it's done.
Okay.
Because it's not really good for my channel and my views, but it's like I'm doing something and just having fun. I figure it's a nice time to just kind of casually hang and make stuff, and then people can critique and comment. One of the nice / frustrating things about cooking is everyone has an opinion. I'll tell you that, man. It's like, don't do it that way. No, do it this way, man. It's like it get a little much sometimes.
So this is interesting. We were talking about Chicago and their problems, but it says Illinois can't figure out how to teach more than 40% of its students to read. So they're changing the definition of reading so that 53% of their students can claim are literate.
Okay. Neat trick.
Neat trick. What is this? A center for ants? Yeah, so Illinois has lowered the bar for reading and math proficiency. Okay. The state will lower the cut scores in its state assessments beginning this year under the new.
Not to point out the obvious, but 53% isn't exactly a rounding endorsement either.
Oh, no. But it's not, and honestly, I went to Chicago public schools. And at the time, they weren't bad. You got an education there. I mean, that was the 80s, but I mean, it wasn't bad. It was good schools. I don't know what happened. I really don't. There was some really good schools. But under the new cut scores, 53% of the students would be considered proficient in English language arts, up from 41% last year. 38% would be proficient in math, up from 28% last year.
Now, if they can figure out what percentage increase that is, that'll be even more impressive.
Yeah. This marks the 5th state to make such a change in 2020. So yeah, they lowered the test score, proficiency cut scores. I mean, it's just nuts. I mean, I'm surprised they haven't just done away with it altogether. I wonder if they still use the Iowa test. They used to do these Iowa tests, they were called. It was some kind of standardized test. I bet you they don't even do that anymore. To justify, and they would say what grade level you were at. They would say like you're reading at this level, or and it was all through it was like a 1 week thing where you would take these tests, and then they would say like you rate this. That would say like what grade level you were reading at and write math and all these different things at. And it would actually give you the exact grade level.
Yeah. Well, it's not surprising that they're trying to manipulate things. It's only surprising that they're doing it now. And I mean, corruption in my Chicago. Next thing you're going to be telling me there's corruption in New Orleans.
Yeah, no, Chicago is. Man, it's always been bad. I just don't know. I think, what do you think about this? I've read, all right, I'm not a lawyer, all right? I'm not a lawyer. I've read the law. I read. I'm not illiterate. I have a proficient, vocabulary, and I can understand things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see how the Home Rule Act that they passed in 1973 is actually constitutional for DC.
Why
the
wouldn't
Constitution specifically for DC, with the
I understand.
The Constitution specifically says it's not supposed to be any local government, no state control, no local control. Congress is supposed to control it. It's a federal district. It's supposed to be distinct. So technically, there shouldn't even be a city government. It should be all federally controlled.
Well, it's not under state control. It's under the federal control, but the federal government can can give that control because they are the masters, because they have the ability to override anything that DC does under their own terms. So they still have the ability to yank that away. So they're still in a superior position. So if they want to give someone else the power to administer it, then that seems fine to me. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah. I just thought it would be funny if the Supreme Court, if they sue, you know, because like now you got the Attorney General of DC that's suing, saying you can't do this. It's you're affecting our sovereignty, and it's like, dude, you have no sovereignty.
This is true. DC does not have sovereignty. This is very true.
Yeah, but they're trying to say you're affecting our sovereignty. But I was thinking it would be funny if it went to the Supreme Court and like Thomas goes, wait a minute, Home Rule Act's unconstitutional. You have no city government.
Well, I mean, the only alternative is like the Congress tries to do everything directly, and that's a lot of pain in the ass, and that's why they created the Home Rule Act a lot in the first place. It's just a pain in the ass to administer, to be honest.
They had to do everything, administer it all themselves prior to 73.
So it's a big pain in the ass.
I mean, personally, I think they should just send all the residents back to Maryland. You know,
you want to retroseed it back to Maryland?
Just like they did with Virginia before, right? It was like 1860, I think. They did Virginia back to was it 1860 or 1840? I'm not sure. Back to Virginia.
Yeah.
Should be that would solve all the problems. And you don't have to worry about representation. You don't have to worry about taxing. They have a state government.
Yeah, you could do that too. You could retroseed it. It wouldn't really matter because you could still like have federal buildings and they'd be in Maryland. So it doesn't really matter.
I don't think the people in DC want it though, because they like their own power. They want.
I don't think the people in Maryland want it, to be honest, either.
Well, it would give Maryland probably another congressional seat.
This is fair.
So I don't know. I mean, but there's that, and then what else is going on? There's what other law stuff that I have to talk about here. I want to get away from this. The proficiency standards, cover up disaster.
Back when DC had more than one city. Yeah, because Washington is a city in DC. There used to be, what was it, Arlington, DC?
Oh yeah, Arlington was.
And Georgetown, DC.
Yeah,
Georgetown, I think, was a separate city at one point.
Yeah, like I like the only thing, like I think they should do that and retroseed it back to Maryland, but then they should take back Arlington National Cemetery, because there's no reason that Arlington National Cemetery should not be part of the DC Federal District. Currently part of Virginia. It shouldn't be. That should have stayed. But whatever. Okay. Yeah. So we got this in New York.
I know that makes any difference either way, but okay.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, you that way you could take some areas and make them and say that this is the federal district.
Okay.
I don't know. Just trying to solve problems here. It says the New York City mayoral race with the Islamic Marxists expected to take power. Mayor Adams declared Muhammad's birthday a holiday just days before 9/11 anniversary. The New Yorker City Democrats are desperate to surrender America to Islam.
Okay. Whatever.
Yeah.
We must find a way to make this an official.
Does Muhammad have an established birthday?
I don't know. I mean, could they celebrate? If they were going to celebrate his anniversary, would it be to the 10-year-old girl or the 8-year-old girl? Which one that he married?
I assumed his birthday they're celebrating. I was like, does he have like an established birthday? I don't know.
I don't know if they know when he was born. So didn't he supposedly come from down from the sky or something? And they say
I got nothing on that.
I don't know. Not really. I just thought this was, that he's doing this like now. Adams. But I don't know. Someone's going to have to drop out of that race in New York.
1,500 years of gratitude. I'm not sure about that one. 1,500 years of mercy. Also pressing X to doubt. Just checking some of these signs behind them.
Mm-hmm. There's another one too, like the sign. Like, did you see anything about that Mike Johnson is claiming that Trump was an informant for the FBI against Epstein?
No,
that's what they're saying now. Yeah,
don't say anything.
Don't say anything. Just try to get.
Thank you. Allah the Almighty introduced him in the Quran.
15 years of compassion, 1,500 years of love.
Muhammad
What?
is mercy for all.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not only for the Muslims, not for the Jews, not for the Christians.
Definitely not for the
all.
Jews.
The Prophet
I'm pretty sure about that
taught
one.
us through his life example that true faith is not only in prayer.
That we're here to give today is a message of love, peace, and mercy, and that was the message of our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Well, this happened.
Celebrate.
All right, and then Trump is going to take over the 9/11 memorial. He wants the feds to take control of it because he says it's been mismanaged and there's been a lot of just corruption and graft. And so the Trump administration said Friday it's exploring whether the federal government could take control of the 9/11 Memorial and Museum in New York City, the site in Lower Manhattan where the World Trade Center Twin Towers were destroyed by hijacked jetliners. Well, if you believe that, some people think it was others. I don't know. I saw the planes. I remember I saw the planes hit, so I'm pretty sure it was the planes. But features 2 memorial pools ringed by waterfalls and parapets with names of the dead. Since opening to the public in 2014, the Memorial Plaza Museum had been run by a public charity, now chaired by the former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg, a frequent Trump critic. White House confirmed the administration has preliminary exploratory decisions about the idea, but declined to elaborate. And the office noted that Republicans pledged during this campaign last year to make the site a national monument, protecting and maintained by the federal government. So,
okay. No opinion on that.
No opinion?
Not really.
Yeah.
It's like it's a little bit, you know, small for me to particularly care about or get a. It's like, okay.
Well, I explore all the stories, big and small, because I think everything's kind of interconnected. You know, like the stuff that's happening in Germany, I was talking about earlier, with all these politicians that are dropping dead from the AfD to Turner for Deutschland. They're trying to get them off the ballots. Then you look around what happened in Brazil with Bolsonaro, what happened when they were trying to take Trump off the ballot here. They took in Romania that politician off the ballot, France, Marine Le Pen. It kind of seems like it's a pattern that any type of populist, whatever right-wing candidate that starts to gain strength, they start using the government to keep them from winning instead of just pitching the public and getting the votes.
This is true. Very much so.
Yeah. So
Farage, although he's coming about these days, so.
Oh, Farage.
Yeah.
Nigel. I see. I don't know about him. He seems like he says the right stuff, but then whenever he's in power, he doesn't do anything.
Farage has never really been in power.
Well, he was mayor of London, right? No, wasn't he? Was Farage? No, I'm thinking of Johnson. I'm thinking of Boris Johnson. But right, yeah, he was. So yeah, see, this is the 9/11 museum boss cashed huge checks while her last nonprofit suffered staggering losses. Well, that's why they're talking about doing this.
Okay.
So before she took the helm, Elizabeth Hillman was president for 6 years. College trustees sued her in 2021 for withholding financial documents. What do you think about and then Hochul's pissed about it. It says Hochul slams Trump's over reported 9/11 memorial takeover plans. Of course she's mad about it.
I don't know what it would entail or what it would take. I think the president can declare like it to be a national park under the Antiquities Act, but I'd have to double check what the parameters for that are. But I think he can do it.
I mean, isn't that what like they did that with the all the parks, right? That Theodore Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt did, like declared all this land national parks, and basically there was nothing anybody could do about it by executive order.
Pretty much, yep. Antiquities Act, look it up.
Did what do you think about the that Fed chair, the Fed governor, Lisa Cook? You think she's fired, right?
I'm not sure what her status was last I checked. I know they were talking about trying to fire her, but I don't know if they actually did.
I know she's suing over it, but I'm not sure. I mean,
yeah. I mean, I take the view of the unitary executive as my view on this issue. You know, the Constitution says that, you know, the power, all the executive is contained within the president. It's Article 2, Section 1, first sentence. And so I just take it literally as word. And so the president is the executive unto himself, and everyone else is an agent. So my view is the president can do anything that anyone in the executive can do because they're all fractions of his power. And so he can do anything they can do because they only get his power. They get their power from him. And because they're his agent, he can fire them, especially the upper leadership. Maybe not so much with the bureaucratic things because of Title V, but at least the upper leadership is my view that he should be allowed to fire them.
What do you think about this? The Obama judge says to hell with the Supreme Court, blocks the Trump administration from canceling protected status for 1.1 million Venezuelans and Haitians.
Yeah, whenever I read things like that, I always want to get into the decisions, right? Because when I'm doing legal analysis, I don't really like to do the headlines. It's like, okay, what exactly did he do? What exactly is the rationale? why and all the rest of it, right? So it's like, did he really say that? Probably not.
I'm sure he didn't say to hell with the Supreme Court, but I think this was a case where the Supreme Court had already ruled on this, it already came back down, it got sent back down, and now he's, changing it again. So right here, it's here's Kyle Chaney going to talk about it. It says Judge Chen has blocked the Trump administration from canceling protected status for hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans and Haitians. Chen found both decisions were preordained with baseless pretextual explanations. So here's the, basically a vacateur decision based on pretext. The secretary's decision to vacate was arbitrary and capricious because it was pretextual. It was not animated by concern about confusion or professed, nor it was otherwise the result of reasoned agency decision-making. Instead, the secretary acted with unprecedented haste in an unprecedented manner, issued the vacateur for a preordained purpose of expediting termination of Venezuelans' TPS. I mean, isn't that up to the president if he wants to cancel the TPS?
It depends on the parameters of the thing. The president may or may not be able to cancel it, because if you're giving someone a status, that is a thing that may not be able to necessarily be taken away at a whim. So the president or the executive may be able to grant something, but not necessarily take it away when it goes to an individual's protected status. Sometimes they can, sometimes they can't. Depends on the thing.
It says the notice was prepared before the vacateur. The draft notice of termination was prepared before the vacateur decision was finalized. The same day that Noam signed off on the vacateur decision, DHS staff was asked. Yeah, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, this judge ruled before that they had to do each case individually. They couldn't just do a blanket and say we're revoking that they had to. And the Supreme Court said, no, that's not what the statute actually says. The statute actually says that they can vacate them all as a block, but it was supposed to be granted on a case by case basis to each person. Like, it was opposite. Like, there was a lawsuit before, if I'm not mistaken, when Biden did this, because the temporary protected status is not just supposed to be everybody in the country gets TPS. It's supposed to be like individually, like, do you get it? Do you get it? Do you get it? Each person to bring them over. But Biden didn't do it that way. They did it the opposite. And then they were trying to do a reverse thing. Like, no, now you got to do it the way that he was supposed to do it to give them the status. But the Supreme Court said, no, they can terminate it.
Yeah, sometimes it can be harder to undo a thing than do a thing. Like, this is like a lot of the problem and frustration when it comes to like illegal immigration in general, because, Biden had a duty to protect the border and not allow illegal immigrants to come in. He obviously did that. And it's like, but now that they're here, kicking them out sometimes requires process, even though, because they may or may not have rights, depending on a whole bunch of reasons. Like, there's always this baseline right to be adjudicated that you are in fact an illegal immigrant. This is there has to be some kind of hearing, because it's well, how do you know the person's an illegal immigrant without some sort of hearing to make that determination? Right? How do you know that, and if the person is detained, that they are in fact an illegal immigrant, that they might have the ability to challenge? It's I'm not illegal, I'm a U.S. citizen. Or it's how do you know? So you have to have some sort of process, even though you didn't have to have a process for them to get here in the first place. So it's sometimes taking away something is harder than giving it in the first place, which is frustrating. Sometimes things are not symmetrical.
Yeah. Well, like the whole thing with that, I don't know if you saw the raid on the Hyundai factory in Georgia, where they busted all the Koreans working there illegally, like the vast majority of illegal Koreans, and nobody wants to say who they were working for. Hyundai says, no, they weren't working for us. But now the Korean government's weighing in and saying that these people have to be treated respectfully and they shouldn't be kicked out. And it's wait, no, they're here illegally and they're working illegally. That's a problem.
Well, they should be treated respectfully and then kicked out.
Right. Well, no, it's just respectfully, you're going to ask them to go home. Well, there's this happen, and then according to Mike Davis, Mike Davis is on fire all the time on Twitter. He said, according to these activist federal judges, Biden can illegally mass import 10 million illegal aliens, but Trump can't expel them. It's unacceptable.
That's basically what I was just saying. This is the unfortunate reality. It's yes, he can open the border. He shouldn't have done that. But now they're here, and we do have due process of law, at least for at least for the ability to determine that they are in fact illegal immigrants. Yeah. And so that sucks, but it's well, what are you going to do?
Yeah, but the due process for immigration is not the same as the due process.
Oh no, I'm not saying it is.
I'm just saying it's that's what people all these people are arguing. Oh no, they get this. It's no, they get a hearing in front of an administrative judge. A judge says, nope, you're not here legally. You go home. That's the due process.
Yes, the due process is comparatively minimal and trivial compared to the due process you're familiar with in terms of a hearing, or in terms of like a trial, but it is still something.
Yeah,
something
because
more than what
technically being deported is not a punishment.
Correct. It's not.
You know, we're giving them a free ride home. It's a vacation.
Right.
Like the whole thing with the 600 Guatemalan kids that were basically trafficked here, and they're have their families in Guatemala.
Yeah,
and they were going to send them
I don't
home.
necessarily think it's an issue in activism. Like I've had fights with people on my channel, or at least in the chat, where I've said like I think it was Garcia was like illegally deported, and I'm like, no, this is wrong, and it's like they shouldn't have done that. They should bring him back, and then eventually, of course, they did bring him back, and now he's being prosecuted and all a bunch of stuff. I was like, but yeah, what the administration did was wrong. They did something that was wrong. They did something that was illegal.
But technically,
so,
that withholding of deportation was to Guatemala. It wasn't to El Salvador. So they should have argued that a little better, I think. And was Kilmar Abrego Garcia? It said on the paperwork, it said Guatemala, not El Salvador. So his withholding was from Guatemala.
Well, it's been.
It might have been a typograph. It might have been a whatever.
I think if I'm thinking of the right case, I'm pretty sure they deported him to the one country they weren't allowed to under the order. So if they deported him to a different country, this would have been a whole.
No, that was
discussion.
Abrego Garcia. That's the guy, and he had a withholding. But on the paperwork, it said Guatemala. It didn't say El Salvador, and that was like nobody made that. It's like nobody made that argument. I'm like, why doesn't he make this argument? Because he was claiming that he was going to get persecuted from the Barrio 18 gang and all that stuff, and now they're going to send him to some African country, Eswatini or something.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. It's been a while since I read the specifics, but I seem to be fairly outrageous.
Yeah, that was the one with Judge Zinnis.
Yeah,
and then you got Stephen Miller saying the Biden administration imported millions of aliens and gave them amnesty. Americans elected Trump in a landslide to reverse these actions. Unelected Marxist judge says America exists for illegals and U.S. citizens have no say in their government.
That's a little overstating the case.
Well, these guys do. They're very. Yeah. These are extreme.
It's like I mean, at least to my mind, and not in all cases, but at least some of these decisions I've read, I'm like, yeah, I agree with them. Because of various reasons from legal principles. It's like the rule of law. I believe in the rule of law, even when it cuts against me. And so it's like, I want, my preference is that, we deport everyone who's here illegally. That's what I would like. But, there may be rules and processes, and people learn how to certain things which are guaranteed by law. And so we have to do it the right way, even though we didn't have to do it the right way to let them in here in the first place, which is deeply annoying. But, it's like, if I believe in the rule of law, I've got to try to apply it consistently as best as I can. So, yeah.
Well, like that one, I'm trying to think of his name. The one guy that they were trying to deport from Colombia, the guy that was the head of the protests and all that stuff. His name is just Mahmoud something or other.
Oh yeah, Colombia.
The Colombia kid, the guy.
I forget how that panned out.
Well, he's free right now, and they're still working on it, but they're basically like. So I didn't get like how a district judge could tell the immigration judge to rescind the deportation order. Like you don't have that authority. The district judge has no authority in immigration. It was taken away from him by the Immigration and Custom Naturalization Act in '63 or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know what the details are. I assume it was a habeas.
Well, it was a habeas, but it's still you can't tell. He cannot direct the immigration judge to rescind the deportation order and tell the immigration judge you can't base your deportation order on Rubio's order. It's like you don't have that authority. Eventually it's going to get worked out, but I mean it's just ridiculous what's going on. Like it specifically says in the law that the Secretary of State can revoke anybody's visa for any purpose, and a green card is a visa. It's paper, you know what I mean? It's not citizenship. It's still, if you break the law, that there's rules to have a green card, and if you do stuff, they can take it away. I don't know. His case is weird too, because he came in 2023 on a student visa in November of 2023, and then somehow in November of 2024 he had a green card. That's not supposed to be possible.
Yeah,
it takes years to get a green card.
It's supposed to,
and you have to have stuff to come on a student visa and then get a green card is really like, to me, somebody is helping him. he has help from someone in the government.
Probably. Yeah. Yep. Sounds like it.
Yeah. What else we got here? See, Shipwreck Cruise says that the 2025-2026 term of the Supreme Court would be the most consequential term in the court's history. President Trump is determined to redefine the relationship between the three branches and to push the executive powers to the boundaries set by the Constitution. In essence, the energetic executive that was intended as explained in the Federalist Papers. She would not be surprised if there was 12 to 15 cases accepted by the court that arise from efforts of the Trump administration to recast the role of the president. Expect the court will validate those efforts in most respects, fully restoring the presidency from its Nixon, Carter, and Nadir, and that Justice Thomas and Alito will both announce their
nice word
retirement.
choice.
Announce the retirement so Trump can name 2 more justices. That would be.
You think Alito will resign?
Alito's getting up there in age. He might. I don't know. I'm scared about Thomas. I mean, honestly, I would be happy if we had 9 Thomases on the court.
I'd just like to point out that I'm available.
I don't know who they're going to choose, but but Harmeet Dillon's been crushing it lately. The stuff that cases she's bringing. She joined the lawsuit against Illinois on their assault weapons ban case. She amicied in, and she's joining, saying that Illinois is violating the Second Amendment rights of its citizens. Yep. I mean, that's just can't get any better than that.
The Supreme Court really just needs to take up more Second Amendment cases. They take up a couple First Amendment cases every single year. The Second Amendment just needs more love.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, it's pretty. The case. I mean, I understand why they didn't take that case out of Hawaii. You know the one I'm talking about, where the judge said that the Supreme Court of Hawaii said that, oh, we have the Aloha spirit in Hawaii, and we don't have Second Amendment rights, and we got the splintered paddle or some shit that they came up with. It's like, no, but you became a state. You have to abide by the Constitution.
You don't have to start big, Supreme Court. You just start small. Take some Second Amendment cases that are not particularly consequential, but start getting some jurisprudence out there so that we have some stuff to work with. So I need more things to work with.
Bruin was pretty explicit. I mean, like you would think, but I don't know. They always like to quote dicta from cases and go, "Oh no, this is what matters."
Mm-hmm. Well, the Second Amendment arena, that's more true than not, because you got like 3 major cases as opposed to First Amendment law, where I've got like I don't even know how many, lots. We've done since the Supreme Court discovered the First Amendment existed sometime around the late 1930s. They've been having quite a few cases since then.
See, that's what I don't understand too. Like Miller was the only case for whatever since the 30s.
Miller is just best ignored because it's just badly written. I've read Miller a couple times and I'm still not sure what it says. It's just badly written. Also, of course, Miller didn't show up, nor did his lawyer, because Miller was dead. His lawyer didn't show up. His lawyer didn't show up because he wasn't getting paid. So the only one that showed up was the government. And then the opinion itself is just poorly written. I still don't know what it says. It's just badly written.
Basically, what I understand of it is just that if the gun is not useful for militia service, it's not protected, was basically what Miller said, which goes, well, then how can they how can they regulate machine guns this way then? Because that's great for militia service.
Yeah, I think Miller is best ignored. I just don't know what it says.
And especially then the whole SBR thing, because every rifle that the U.S. military uses has a 13.5-inch barrel now, or 14.5-inch barrel, or something like that. I don't know. So it seems pretty dumb. So yeah, so if Trump is able to nominate 2 more Supreme Court justices, that would give him 5, which that's the last person that
Justice on civil law is available, man. I'll make some good decisions. I'll make you proud. Gorsuch is my basically my model, so I'm a Gorsuch guy.
Let's see if you think you follow this guy Rod D. Martin at all on Twitter. He's always got these nice little whatever you want to call them threads that he does on stuff. So it's this, he says every time Trump acts, the script is the same: Obama judge, Biden judge, sometimes a Clinton judge. Verdict: illegal, unconstitutional, fascist. But don't take it too seriously, because weeks later, the higher court reverses them over and over again. Boasberg. And you know about that what was it, the case of the Guatemalan kids, right? I was talking about that Sparkle Suknanen case. Her husband works for CASA, the group that backs all the and I think that might be why I've been seeing reports. I've been trying to look into it more, that she had to give up the case, that it went to a different judge. Because that's, like, how else did she know at 4 a.m. that they were going to be filing this lawsuit? It doesn't make sense. Like at 4 a.m. she was calling saying, I need answers from people. And it's like, that's a judge. It's not up at 4 a.m. I'm sorry. They're not up at 4 a.m. waiting on cases. They don't have clerks coming in, waking them up. It's not like they're a captain on a ship that people are waking them up. We got an emergent message. We need it's a federal judge. She's asleep.
Yeah, usually there's someone available for like a emergency warrant or something, but yeah.
Not responding to a lawsuit that was filed at 2 a.m. It just doesn't make sense. So he says, you want to send a National Guard to restore order in a burning city? Eisenhower, Kennedy, LBJ did it and praised the civil rights hero. Trump does it. Obama, Biden judges scream fascist. Yeah, I mean, in 57, Eisenhower nationalized the Alabama National Guard and sent the 101st Airborne into Birmingham, I believe, for like 9 months in order so that James Meredith could go to school, right?
Was that the 101st Airborne?
Yes.
That's hardcore.
Yeah.
I forgot that detail.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because he didn't trust. He sent the 101st Airborne because he didn't trust the Alabama National Guard.
I know it was military. I just didn't know it was specifically 101st Airborne. That was a nice touch.
Well, Bush Sr. sent the 82nd Airborne into L.A. during the Rodney King riots.
Nice.
So, I mean, and then Kennedy sent someone also into, what was it? The one with what was the guy's name? Oh, man. The guy that got shot in the stomach. Governor of one of them states. He got shot. He was running for president, and his running mate was LeMay.
You got me, man. You're not thinking of Ruby, are you? Ruby
No. It was a governor that got shot. He was a segregationist governor, a Democrat governor. He got shot in the 60s. But there was a whole thing too. They were trying to keep people out of schools. Or so George Wallace. And then Kennedy sent troops. Same thing because basically for segregation. So if you
that's what the painting is behind me. Well, that's New Orleans, but that's the Marshals taking Ruby, what's her name, to the school in New Orleans. So
that's Louisiana. Okay, so it was Louisiana then.
Yeah, well, I like that period of history, and I always find it very inspirational. It's like, because I'm a big fan, so I have it on my wall for a reason.
If you can send troops to send a kid to school.
Yeah.
Then you can send troops to a place because they're murdering black people at an enormous clip and nobody's doing anything about it, and they don't even seem to care about it in Chicago and DC and other places. And I agree, they should send them to Memphis, and they should send them to all these places that have these crazy high murder rates.
Sure, why not? Let's get some order underway.
Yeah, like in
localities don't seem to be doing great, and DC seems to be doing better for Trump's intervention lately, so
And if you look at all the protests that are springing up in Chicago, there was protests earlier today or yesterday, and then DC. The protesters do not look like the residents of these areas. They're busing them in from, they're all white, older, probably teachers union members or other government union employee members.
DC's a pretty nice mixing pot, though. DC's got a little bit of everything.
Yeah, but it's still 40% black, though.
Yeah.
You don't see any black people protesting. That kind of tells you there's a problem.
Fair.
Just like Chicago's 35% black, and you're seeing protests with no black people. It's an issue. And the protests didn't have any Hispanic people. Chicago's like 20% Hispanic now. There was no Hispanic people, no black people, just old white ladies, basically, almost all of them in their 50s and 60s. It's an issue. And these protests are always on the weekends when the teachers aren't in school. That's all. That's all I'll say. I'm a conspiracy theorist when it comes to protests. Yeah. So fair trade for decades of the world. Now, at the tariff things, I don't know if he's going to be held up on the tariffs because it does say it gives him the power to regulate. But what does regulate mean? What is the definition of regulate?
Well, Congress has the fundamental power to regulate tariffs. That's in the Constitution.
Well, no, but the act, whatever that he's using, it gives the president emergency power to regulate imports into the country, is what it says.
Yeah, like for emergency situations, but you can't just trigger that for the hell of it. There's limitations. I think he's going to lose on that one.
We'll see. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem to have lost on very much that's gone to the Supreme Court. And I think that's what's upsetting everybody. Like that whole, did you see the article about the 12 federal judges? And they're all in the DC circuit that whined to NBC saying that the Supreme Court's not having their backs and not explaining it and making it look like we're doing wrong stuff because they're overruling us. It's like, well, they're overruling you because you're doing wrong stuff. That's why they're doing it. It's not because they just don't like you.
Yeah, I mean, it's not personal. Take a hint.
So, yeah, illegal, yeah, whatever. So, want to actually enforce Civil Rights Act and stop racist, anti-Semitic, DEI-soaked universities from abusing federal funds. Trump pulls the plug. A Biden judge rushes in unconstitutional.
Yeah, again, this is again, you have to analyze these things more carefully. But again, this is a whole thing with property, right? So if Congress is giving money to people for a purpose, you can't just necessarily take that away again without some sort of hearing or process or some sort of thing because it's a monetary interest if you're depriving someone of it. So yeah, I mean, but these aren't just this is writing it these are whack job liberals. I'm half the stuff, or at least some of the stuff, I consider myself fairly conservative originalist, and half the stuff I'm no, yeah, that makes sense too, because it's I believe in rule of law, and it's I just look at the thing and okay, there's a Fifth Amendment here. It talks about being deprived of property and blah, 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 blah. And so it's just there are rules. So the other guys don't follow the rules. We follow the rules.
Have you been having problems with StreamYard?
I don't use StreamYard. I use.
Don't use StreamYard? Okay.
No, I use.
StreamYard's been.
I use Restream.
Restream been acting so screwy lately.
I actually most of the time I stream in OBS.
I couldn't figure out how to use OBS.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
It's complicated. I don't know. I'm not a super what you want to call it, computer literate person. I've taught myself, self-learned everything when it comes to computers, and so basically, I try it trial and error. But like the case about it's just a case I was reading about that the what's his name? It was $4 billion that Trump sent a rescission bill to Congress for. And so he's not spending the money, but this judge is saying, oh, no, you can't just not pay it because you sent the bill to Congress waiting on them to approve it or not. You have to spend it now because it's wait, what? I did what I was supposed to do. I sent the thing saying I don't want to spend this money, so I'm not spending it. They're calling it a pocket rescission or something. There's something about there's 45. I'd have to look more into it, but it's something about there's 45 days written into the law that he can hold it while it's waiting to go to Congress or something. And if he holds it for the 45 days, it's going to be past the time limit when the money has to be spent by, or automatically gets held, whatever. So I don't know. A lot of that stuff. So a lot of that stuff. You got Mike Davis calling for impeachments now.
Well, everyone's calling for impeachment all the time. It's everyone's new favorite thing. So what else is new? They're calling for impeachment the day he was sworn in. I think they're calling for impeachment before he was sworn in.
No, he's calling for impeachment of Boasberg.
Oh, okay.
Judicial impeachments.
Yeah, that's not going to happen either.
Yeah. And he's got a petition going, tell Congress to impeach Obama Judge Boasberg for keeping terrorists in America. Yeah. Everyone should go sign up here at the Article 3 Project. Tell Congress to impeach DC Obama Judge Boasberg.
Well, I'm certainly not going to sign it without reading exactly why the judge wrote what he wrote and whether or not I agree with it or not. Yeah. What is the rationale? Why did he write those things? What is the legal argument? And so forth and so on.
No. Wrong way. Where are we at here? I messed up. What did I do? Where are we at here? Okay.
Your banner says we're $67 away from a third hour, and I can't help noticing we're about to go into 5.
Yeah, third additional hour. I do 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I do 2.5, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and then I do a goal I have a vision cam, Legal Vices used to have a doggo cam, and so if any individual donation of $25 or larger comes in, I put the dog cam on, or if we hit the first $75 goal. I'll put the dog cam on, whichever comes first. And so we've already got 2 $75 goals hit. So we got 2 additional hours. So we're 67 away from a 3rd additional hour, which actually I'm way over the 3rd additional hour. I'm about 30 minutes into it, but you came on. So I was like, I'm going to stay. I got a guest, a good guest. So I'm going to stay on and talk to you.
It's weird because I was late, but I had just come in from the gym. And so I came in from the gym. I was signing on my computer. I saw you. I was like, what the hell? I'll do the things. That's why I'm drinking my protein shake after doing the gym at midnight. 24-hour gym, baby.
Well, they say working out at night's actually better for you. It does better for your body recovery-wise, because then you can sleep and basically your body recovers everything that happened, rebuilds.
Chat wants to know, why do I say the impeachment won't go anywhere? Well, since you need 2/3 in the Senate, that kind of answers your own question right there.
Do you think what do you think about the whole good conduct clause? Is there anything that, who enforces that?
So the Congress does. I think my view is that because the Constitution says the House is a judge of its own rules, and the Senate's the judge of its own rules. So the Constitution says also that you can impeach for good conduct, but it means whatever they want to mean because they're the judge of their own rules. So if you can get half of the House to vote on it and 2/3 of the Senate to vote on it, it means anything you want to mean, but you still have to get them to vote on it. So I don't think it has any limitations, but you still got to get 2/3 of the Senate to raise their hand, which is never going to happen. So,
because
there's been something like, in all of U.S. history, there's been something like 9 federal judges that have been impeached and thrown off the bench in 250 years. There's been like 9 of them. It doesn't happen a lot.
No, it doesn't happen a lot. Because I think Brock is of the belief that the whole good conduct clause is separate. It's a separate thing than impeachment because it's listed separately. Impeachment's here, and then it says that they serve during good behavior. So if they're not in good behavior, but who determines it would be the, do you think that?
Who decides? Right, exactly.
Right. So does the Supreme Court say you're not in good behavior and say no, or can Congress just by a mere majority vote say you're not in good behavior? And because Congress could just abolish a district or
they could technically abolish the seats too so they could abolish the seats in the Supreme Court or the federal courts by a simple majority. They could do that. That's true. Yes.
I don't.
That's hardcore, but they can do that.
There's so many weird rules in the Senate. It's hard to understand why. Like this whole blue slip rule and the stuff with.
I think the blue slip rule still exists anymore. I think they got rid of it, but it's hard to keep track.
No, they still have it. That's why Alina Habba is not, and that's why Alina Habba is not the, got screwed over for New Jersey. What's it called? U.S. Attorney. And the same thing. There was the guy for the Northern District of New York or whatever, or Southern, one of the New York guys. They wouldn't sign off on it. And it just seems like,
I thought they got rid of that blue slip thing. Never mind.
Yeah, no, it's still there. They got rid of the filibuster for.
I remember that
for appointments.
I remember when Harry Reid warned.
What's it? It was Mitch McConnell warned Harry Reid that they did because they got rid of the filibuster for lower courts.
McConnell warned Reid. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, said you're gonna rule the day, and they said no, we're gonna leave it in place just for the Supreme Court, but we're gonna get rid of it for all the lower court appointments and for the regular appointments and everything. And he's like, okay, well, what are we gonna do? Hey, what's up, Job Blast? What's up, G-Son? How you doing? Glad you stopped by. How's it going? We're just chilling here talking to Kurt.
Sup?
Oh yeah, so we got this. What we got, I wanted to do this. We got, so the Maryland man, we were talking about Abrego Garcia earlier. So Maryland man, Abrego Garcia's lawyer listed 22 countries, including Uganda, that their client feared would kill or torture him, preventing ICE from deporting him. It turns out they had never heard of Eswatini in Africa and its friendly ruler, King Mswati III.
Swaziland. Yeah. They renamed themselves. I forget. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I had to think, what country is that? Swaziland. They renamed themselves. That's right.
Yeah, so ICE has informed Garcia they are sending him to the tiny landlocked African kingdom.
Nice.
Which was funny because here's what they look like. So because they said he was why
would you rename your country from Swaziland? Swaziland's a great name.
Oh, thanks. So Jobless creates gifted 2 memberships on Rumble. Thank you very much. And tell you what, just being, because I'm fastidious about this stuff, I will deduct the $10 from the goal and make it 57. Not that we're going to hit that, but. Or is it fastidious or fastidious? I don't know. Anyway. Well, yeah. So this guy is a Maryland man, claims he would be tortured in any of the 22 countries ICE offered to send him to, but he forgot this one. Like, yeah, he said they wouldn't want to go to Uganda because he didn't speak the language, right? And then someone's like, hey, wait, but Uganda, they speak English in Uganda. It's their national language is English.
Mm-hmm.
And don't have a problem with being in the U.S. and not speaking English, but.
Yep.
Oh, don't take time off to go, get your rest. No, I like to keep everything on, I keep track of it all, so I know. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. here where I'm at, too. I'm in Florida, so it's 2 a.m. here. So, and I don't know, Doge, I pull up Doge all the time, but it seems like they're always quoting acts and stuff that haven't been enacted yet.
Mm-hmm.
That are just filed. Like this is the SHIELD Act authorizing $100 million to fund legal services for deportation defense, including recruiting lawyers and flight removals like Garcia's. The bill exemplifies misplaced priorities. Every dollar subsidizes endless litigation for those ordered deported, even when ICE identifies 22 countries as potential removal destinations. Garcia's case exposes the absurdity. Millions spent defending individuals with no legitimate asylum claim, while bureaucrats burn cash on workforce development grants instead of enforcing immigration laws. The real waste funding deportation defense infrastructure, while DHS plays musical chairs with removal countries, prioritizing border security, not legal loopholes. So here's that.
All right, I think I'm going to sign off because I'm kind of beat.
All right.
I've enjoyed our brief discussion together.
Hey, no problem. If you want to come back on sometime, just let me know. Like I said, I do this almost every night a week. Usually 10 o'clock at night. Tonight I started at 9, actually.
Okay. Oh. All right. Well, have fun, guys. I'm going to bed.
All right. Take care.
Bye bye.
Hey, what do you know? That was Kurt from Uncivil Law. So I'm getting all the big guests now. Says if I don't let Kurt sing, I'm wasting his talents. I wouldn't let him. I don't want to make him sing. He's going to bed, he said. Uganda me? Uganda me? Ganja me? Ganja me? Anyway, so, yeah, so that's Abrego Garcia, and ICE has just informed Abrego Garcia that he will be deported to the small African country of Eswatini. That just comes after Garcia said he was fearful of persecution in Uganda and 20 other countries. It keeps getting worse for the Maryland man. Yeah. Good night, Kurt. Good conversation. Yeah, I was the first time I ever saw Kurt in my chat, so I just figured I would send the invite if he wants to come and talk to him. I know some people might not like him or whatever, and I don't agree with all of his stuff, but I don't have a problem with talking to people. Yeah, Eswatini is great this time of year. It's awesome. Yes, the locals look so nice. Look at him. He's gonna have so much fun there. Look at them. They're outside. They're playing. They got these sticks. They play a game where they run around and they hit things and they do stuff. It's a lot of fun. It's good times. ICE has obtained. Fox News has obtained an email ICE sent to Kilmar Abrego Garcia's lawyers this afternoon, notifying them ICE now plans to deport him to the tiny African country of Eswatini due to him claiming fear of torture in Uganda and 20 other countries. This is Raja Jackson. What? Bryce Cooley. Hey, that's the picture from that. What's that? Schindler's List. I could do this and change my. Look at this. I can change my edit my avatar, and I could be this guy. Look at this. Yeah, see. Now I'm the guy from Schindler's List too. What do you see? But I'm the other guy. I'm the persecuted one. See how that works? Mm-hmm. As you know, the United States seeks to remove you from the United States based on your final order of removal. Currently, you're designated to be removed to Uganda. Your attorney has informed us, however, that you fear persecution or torture in Uganda. The claim of fear is hard to take seriously, especially given that you have claimed through your attorneys that you fear persecution or torture in at least 22 different countries. Those countries include El Salvador, Uganda, Mexico, Belize, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Panama, Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, Venezuela, Cuba, Dominican Republic, and Haiti. Nonetheless, we hereby notify your new country removal is Eswatini, Africa. Sincerely, what I hear, he'll be running the place inside a year. Maybe. From I think Swazi was a slur, and they went back to the Stone Age origin story. Okay. It's like a Christmas story photo. Yeah, it is. And the Homeland Security said, Homie is afraid of the entire Western Hemisphere. That's funny what they said. And here's Floppa Nation says, ICE just told Kilmar Abrego Garcia's lawyers that he's now facing being deported to Eswatini, Africa. Why? Because he claimed he'd face prosecution or torture in 22 different countries. Yes, 22. This is a clown show, and here's the full saga. There he is. Eswatini or bust. So who is Kilmar Abrego Garcia? One thing's for sure, he isn't the Maryland dad. He's an illegal alien who entered McAllen, Texas in 2012 with no documents. A validated MS-13 member, Western clique, Ranko of Chico, moniker Chele, accused of domestic violence, abuse by his wife, flagged in a trafficking incident. In 2019, an immigration judge denied his bond request. Respondent failed to demonstrate he is not a danger to the community or a flight risk. The Board of Immigration Appeals affirmed that decision. Due process happened. He lost twice. He got withholding from removal to El Salvador because of rival gangs. But I think it's said on the paperwork, Guatemala, I'm pretty sure. It does not grant legal status, and it does not bar removal to other countries. He remained fully deportable. The only thing WOR blocked was El Salvador. Fast forward, his lawyers started playing the asylum game. They claimed he'd face persecution or torture, not just in El Salvador, but everywhere else. How could he possibly know he's in danger in 22 countries? He's not that important, dude. This is why the credible fear interview is a scam. Every illegal knows to say the words, I fear going back, and the system eats it up. ICE finally said that what we're all thinking. In today's email, his lawyers, ICE wrote his blanket persecution claims are hard to take seriously, so Uganda's out. Now he's being deported to Eswatini. Eswatini facts, life expectancy 58th, 12th lowest in the world, highest AIDS rate on earth. They speak English, but there's no credible threat of torture, so ICE picked it. Enjoy Eswatini, Kilmar. It's like 44 till goal. Yeah, it's like we are currently 57 away from the goal. Unless, did someone donate something else? Did I miss something? Hold on. No. I deducted it already. It's not 40. It's 57. The $10 I deducted it was 67. It made it 57. Oh, it's like it's $5 I think for each one on Rumble. I think so. Meanwhile, U.S. Magistrate Judge Barbara Holmes in Tennessee claimed that the prosecutors failed to produce a plausible evidence of danger or flight risk, so she released him in direct contradiction to the BIA's earlier ruling that he was a danger. In Maryland, Judge Paula Zinnes ruled ICE must give him 72-hour notice before deportation, but she also admitted immigration agents may take whatever action necessary is available to them under the law. Translation, he's still removable. No, it's important because he comes back with 20 people. So the judges tied ICE hands with red tape, but they left the door open, and the media spun it if he's been vindicated. He wasn't. He's still illegal, still deportable, still MS-13. His U.S. citizen wife filed a protective order in 2021. Respondent punched, kicked, scratched, tore clothing, leaving bruises. She later withdrew it, which is common in abuse cases. The allegation still stands. 2022, he was stopped in Tennessee and flagged in a trafficking investigation. No charges filed. But remember, immigration law doesn't require a conviction. It requires evidence that someone is a danger. Was. Well, we can put him back in the chair, but I think that will backfire on the current administration. Africa is probably a better option. Oh, you didn't know I deducted it? No problem. But sure, let's believe Judge Holmes that the guy's no threat. Tell that to his wife, ICE agent, the rival gang member's family he helped target. And don't forget his wife raised $160,000 in GoFundMe. If he ends up in Africa, they'll cash out, buy plane tickets, and live like kings in Guatemala or El Salvador. The whole thing is a racket. Remember when activists greeted him in Maryland with chants of yes, we could? Yes, we could what? Beat your wife? Scam asylum? Play 22 country victim? Yeah. He allowed Democrats to defend him, and now he's going someplace he didn't know existed. Another victim of the libtard. A great example of FAFO. Eritrea, because nobody knows it's a country. If he reoffends, if someone is hurt, it's on the judges and politicians who protected him. Holmes, Zinnes, Van Hollen. They chose to shield a gang member over protecting Americans. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, illegal alien, MS-13, wife beater, asylum scammer, now deported to Eswatini. The only thing more ridiculous than him are the activist judges and politicians who still defend him. All right. Well, we've been going for 5 hours now. All right. So I don't know if we should just end the show now or keep going for a little while longer. I have more stories I can cover, but let's do this. I will set a goal right now. I will start another goal right now, and I will do right now 5. Nah, you know what? Who's still alive? Anyone still alive over here? All right. I'll do. 108 people watching right now. Redirect. MG. Okay. No, we'll leave. Me, I'm hungry. I see El Salvador. 3, 2, 1, goal. If you have to ask. Anyway, I don't know. I was going to do another goal and say if I raised like $20, I would stay for another hour or something, but whatever. It says just say goodnight. We're all broke. All right, I'll do that. I'll just say goodnight to everybody and apologize that I didn't, I don't know, didn't do a good enough job to, didn't to get everyone to, I think it was all that necessary for me to, I don't know, something. So, thank you all. Everyone's broke. And thanks for the extra half hour. Well, technically it was almost an extra hour, but it is more than a half hour. It was almost an extra hour actually, because it's 5 hours and 13 minutes. And so 3.5, 4.5, 5.5, would be an extra. Great show. Don't underestimate it. Need bigger whales in the local waters. Yeah, we do. But anyway, I want to thank everybody. I'm going to send you over to MG Law. He's doing a little game over there. Tell him I said hi. So, good night, everybody.